Recorded Books and One Click Digital present A Promise of Fire by Amanda Bouchet. Narrated by Mia Barron. Chapter 1. I pluck at my crimson tunic, tenting the lightweight linen away from my sticky skin. The southern Sinton climate isn't my worst nightmare, but it sometimes ranks pretty high, right along with the stifling layers of cosmetics masking my face, my leather pants, and my knee-high boots. Heat and leather and heels don't mix, but at least looking like a brigand means blending into the circus. Here, discreet only gets you noticed. Craning my neck for a breath of fresh air, I navigate my way through the beehive of tables already set up for the circus fair. The performers on the center stage are the main attraction. The rest of us surround them, carving out places for ourselves amid the crowd. Tonight, hemmed in on all sides in an amphitheater lit by hundreds of torches and filled to capacity, I feel like a cyclops is sitting on my chest, suffocated. Damp curls cling to my neck. I peel them off and tuck them back into my braid, scanning the crowd as I walk. I recognize some of the regulars. Others I don't know. My eyes trip over a man and get stuck. He's looking at me, and it's hard not to look back. He's striking in a dark, magnetic way, his size, weapons, and bearing all telling me he's a tribal warlord. His build is strong and masculine, his gait perfectly balanced and fluid. He walks with predatory confidence, unhurried, and yet there's no mistaking his potential for swift, explosive violence. It's not latent or hidden, just leashed. Watchful, alert, he's aware of everything in his vicinity, especially me. Our gazes collide, and something in me freezes. His eyes remind me of Poseidon's wrath, stormy, gray, intense, the kind of eyes that draw you in, hold you there, and might not let you go. Adrenaline surges through me, ratcheting up my pulse. My heart thumping, I blink and take in the rest of him. Intelligent brow, strong jaw, wide mouth, hawkish nose. Black hair brushes a corded neck atop broad shoulders that have no doubt been swinging a sword since before he could walk. Body toned to perfection, skin darkened by a lifetime in the sun. He's battle-chiseled and hard, the type of man who can cleave an enemy in two with little effort and even less consequence to his conscience. He keeps staring at me, and a shiver prickles my spine. Is this man my enemy? There's no reason to think so. But I didn't stay alive this long without the help of a healthy dose of paranoia. Wary, I sit at my table, keeping an eye on him as he weaves a bold path through an array of potions, trinkets, and charms. He's flanked by 4 similar men. Their coloring varies, but they all have the same sure look about them, although they pale in comparison to the warlord in both authority and allure. The man with the gray eyes is a born leader, and only an idiot would mistake him for anything else. He stares for so long that I start to wonder if he can somehow bore through my layers of face paint and unmask me, but I've never seen him before, and he can't possibly know the person underneath. I'm from the north of Fisa, where magic is might. He's from the south of Sinta, where muscle and cunning decide who lives or dies. Our paths would never have crossed in the past, and warlords don't usually frequent the circus. I look away, hoping he'll do the same. There are plenty of reasons a man stares at a woman. An exotic face and generous figure attract as much attention as a good mystery, if not more, and the warlord's intense scrutiny feels more appreciative than alarming. Ignoring the flush now creeping into my cheeks, I smoothed the wrinkles from the coarse wool blanket covering my table and arranged my paraphernalia like usual. My glittering, gold-lettered sign advertises Cat the Magnificent, Soothsayer Extraordinaire. Even though flashes of the future only come here and there, usually in dreams, luckily it only takes a few questions for truths to reveal themselves like flowers opening for the sun. I read people's body language and glean who they are, what they want, and maybe even what they're capable of. It's about knowledge and illusion. I get a copper for it, which is more than a fair deal for me. I won't peddle futures. I have an idea of my own, and that's more than enough. My leg starts a nervous bounce. Prophecies can be interpreted loosely, right? The audience gasps, and I turn to see what's happening on the stage. Vasily is throwing knives at his wife. She's strapped to the flat side of a vertical rotating wheel, and he's blindfolded. He's never hit her, but my heart still comes to a complete standstill every time they perform. Tonight is no exception, and I hold my breath, both riveted and terrified until he runs out of knives. The crowd is too caught up in the circus to take advantage of the fair, so I get up again and head to the performer's gate to watch the end of the show and put some distance between the warlord and me. He's still looking when he shouldn't be. The air coming through the gate is fresher, bringing with it the sound of Cerberus's chuffing breaths and the scent of sweaty dog. He's Hades' pet, so I doubt the heat bothers him. I toss him a wave, and 2 of his 3 upper lips curl in a snarl of acknowledgement. One of these days, I'll get all 3, although in 8 years, I never have. I think his middle head just doesn't like me. Finished with his performance, Vasily unstraps his wife, while Etos launches himself onto the stage with a triple flip and lands in a fighter's crouch that shakes the platform. The solid wood creaks under his colossal weight, and the rapt crowd murmurs in awe. Etos straightens, pounds his chest, tears the horse pelt off his giant back, and catches fire. His roar shakes the amphitheater. No one can roar like Etos. I've seen him perform hundreds of times, and I still get chills. 7.5 feet tall, muscle-bound, and tattooed blue from head to toe with Tarvan tribal swirls, he moves his hands in an impossibly fast dance, weaving fire until he's encased in a sphere of living flame. He bursts through the crackling barrier with another roar. The explosion blasts the hair away from my face and dries out the inside of my nose. I'm 40 feet away, but feel like I'm in the furnaces of the underworld. Fanning myself is useless. I'll never get used to the southern heat. And with Etos performing, it's even worse. The Sinton hoi polloi can barely contain themselves. It's like doing tricks for children. Everything enchants. For them, the circus is a whirlwind of power and impossible magical delights. Everywhere, from the hard-packed dirt floor surrounding the fair tables and stage, to the high, far reaches of the circular stone seating, people jump up and down, hooting and stomping their feet. My feet tap along with the crowds, my eyes following Etos around the stage. What a relief to be back in Cinta, even with all the dust and heat. I do whatever I can to stay on the west side of Thelyria. Our recent sojourn in the middle realm of Tarva made my lungs tight and my fingers itch for a knife. I'd probably start jumping at shadows if the circus ever went all the way east to Fisa. Just the thought of my home realm makes my sweat turn cold. Cinta, Tarva, Fisa, west to east, here to... Nothing I'm going to think about. The audience whoops in approval of Itos's fiery moves. Hoi polloi in the amphitheater are ecstatic, and not only with the show. They've been celebrating ever since a warlord from the tribal south hacked his way north to Castle Cinta to put his own sister on the throne. You'd think Dionysus had dumped a 3-month supply of wine over the entire realm. Temples have been overflowing with Cintans offering prayers of gratitude. Their holy men overcome with gifts to help clothe and feed the poor. Statues of Athena, who is apparently well-loved by the conquering warlord, are being spontaneously erected in towns and villages from here to the ice plains in Cinta's north. Happiness and generosity abound, and I don't even want to think about how many sheep have been slaughtered for celebratory feasts. For the first time ever, the magicless majority is in charge, and hoi polloi are literally dancing in the streets, but only when they're not throwing themselves in abject loyalty at the feet of the new royal family. Or so I've heard. I haven't actually seen the new royals, but news spreads fast when there's something to say. After the warlord and his southern army secured the Cintan throne during the spring, his family took weeks just to move north. Not because they're slow, but because of the sheer number of adoring people in their way. It's no secret the northern-born Magoi royals here in Cinta were despots, just like everywhere else in Thaleria. Hoi polloi know they're better off with one of their own in charge. But royals without magic? My cynical snort is lost in the boisterousness of the crowd. It'll never last. Sweeping the horsehide back over his shoulders, Itos takes a mighty leap into the air and doesn't come back down. He hovers well above the open-air seating and shoots flames into the darkening sky. They drizzle down in a shower of sparks that char the raised wooden stage and add to the oppressive heat. He lands with the last of them, tramples a budding fire under his huge boot, roars, of course, and then takes a solemn bow. I cover my ears, grinning. I might go deaf from the applause. Itos stomps to the exit in a swirl of black cape and red flame, nodding to me as Desma takes the stage for her dance of 1,000 colors. She moves to the melody of a kithara, starting out slowly and building speed until she's whirling around the stage in a kaleidoscope of color. Her feet barely touch the ground. A rainbow shines from every pore, from every strand of hair and eyelash, illuminating summer's twilight with an impossibly complex brightness. Her eyes glow with more shades of color than even the gods have names for. Inconceivably beautiful, Desma is the grand finale, and the crowd worships her. I'm as spellbound by Desma's dance as everyone else, and Vasily startles a squeak out of me when he nudges me in the ribs with the blunt end of a knife. You should be out there with her, Cat. Make a new act and call it the Fantastical Feasin' Twins. I whip the knife out of his hand, flip it, and nudge him back. Twins look alike. He looks back and forth between Desma and me. Short, long dark hair, bright green eyes. Feasin'. Okay, he has a point. We're even the same age, 23. I sweep a hand down, indicating my curvaceous figure, and then point to Desma's much straighter frame. Vasily grins and his wide mustache spreads out, nearly meeting his bushy eyebrows on either side. There is that. Desma should eat more. I snort. Or I should eat less. You're a woman, Cat. That's how you're supposed to look. I make a face at him. Vasily has treated me like family since the day I showed up, 15 years old, emaciated and dirty, with blisters all over my feet. There's nothing like starving to make a person appreciate food, I say, my eyes roaming the place where I first saw Selena's traveling circus in action. 8 years have passed, but this southern Sinton dust heap is still my favorite venue. Vasily grabs his knife back and twirls the base of the hilt on his palm, spinning it on an imaginary axis. I watch the whirling blade. You know, I wish I could do that. Smiling, he increases the speed until the knife is nothing but a blur. Show off, I grumble. He chuckles, backing up so that Desma can make her way through the gate. She keeps moving, swaying rhythmically, and I turn to follow. We all know from experience that she can't just stop, or the colors will build up inside her, the pressure unbearable. She takes my hands and spins me into her dance, our feet stirring dust into the shimmering air. We pass Cerberus on our way out, and one head pops up, ears twitching. Desma's colors skitter over me with tiny teeth, nipping at my skin. Her rainbows jump to me, eager, and I absorb them so fast the magic leaves me breathless and floating. You soothe me, cat. She guides us along the rough stone wall as we travel down the back side of the amphitheater. You're a balm to my soul. I'm a bucket of water to your torch. She laughs at my tart response, colors pouring from her throat and sinking into me. It doesn't take long for Desma to stop glowing, and her power leaves me energized enough to forget the stifling heat. Rainbows fly from my fingertips, painting the evening shadows with splashes of color. I draw a picture of the Minotaur on the wall and then aim harmless ribbons of magic at friends who pass. Tad and Elisa launch into tumbling runs over the burned-out grass to avoid the beams. Zosimo and Yanis take my colorful volley head-on before staggering to the ground with imaginary wounds. Cat, you're a menace, Itos booms from behind me. Laughing, I whirl and hit him with everything I've got left. The magic can't do more than tickle, but he acts like he's on the glaciers again, pitting himself against the man-eating mare of Thrace. His face contorts, turning more menacing with every step. I eye his hulking form and the giant horsehide flapping behind him like dark wings and wish I'd braved the ice plains, defeated a monster, and made an offering like that mare's head to the gods. What did I do to deserve my magic, apart from survive? Itos wades through the color-thick air and then grabs me, crushing me in a bear hug. Who's laughing now? He rumbles somewhere above my head. Too tight, I gasp, the magic fizzling as my bones shift. Sorry. He lets go and I breathe again. His eyes, glacial blue like the ice plains, narrow when he gets a good look at me. Zeus, you look like you're 40. He taps a finger against my cosmetic-layered nose. Your face paints are so thick I can hardly see what's under there. That's the idea, I say with a cagey grin. His expression sobers. Who are you hiding from, Cat? Who are you? I clam up, humor draining from me like someone else's magic. Itos hasn't looked at me like this in years. Not since he stopped asking where I ran from and why I scream at night. I force a cocky smile. I'm Cat the Magnificent, soothsayer extraordinaire. He doesn't smile back, only letting me off the hook once he gives me a look that says he's not done fishing. Time to dazzle some Sintons, Cat the Magnificent, soothsayer extraordinaire. The tension I hate so much breaks when Desma pats my rump. Either those pants shrank or you're eating too many spice cakes again. I make a sound of disgust. Why is everyone ganging up on me? She grins. Because you're weird and nobody knows who you are. My pants are fine. Actually, they're verging on truly uncomfortable, but I'm not about to admit it now. Itas crosses his arms, frowning. They are too tight. If I see anyone looking at you for more than 5 seconds, I'll tear his bloody head off his bloody body. My right eyebrow creeps up. Then everything will be very bloody. Laugh all you want, he growls. Just don't get splashed. I make a sign to the gods on Olympus. Grant me patience. Seriously, Cat. Desma grabs my arm, unexpected urgency in her grip. Those face paints and that outfit make you look a lot older and more experienced than you are. Tread carefully in the crowd tonight. I roll my eyes. I have done this before. I know. She releases me as abruptly as she grabbed me. But things are different in Cinta now, especially in the South. These people have realized that muscle can overcome magic. Hoi polloi have been feeling feisty all spring and summer, and you wouldn't want to kill anyone by accident. Everything in me stills. What makes you think I can do that? Desma shrugs. Itas looks way too interested, so I shift the focus to him. You can kill with fire. I can kill with one finger, he scoffs, snapping for good measure. Fast, too. Desma's small hands land on her narrow hips. We're talking about magic, not obscenely over-muscled giants. Who are you calling obscene, rainbow woman? Itas's barrel chest heaves with indignation, thunderclouds gathering in his eyes. Stop! I cut off their bickering before they have a chance to warm up. The fates got everything backward with these two. A huge tattooed southerner with fire and flight, and a tiny demigoddess with nothing to show for her Olympian heritage except rare beauty and a colorful glow. What a pair. I wish they would finally sleep together and get all the repressed emotion out in the open. I have to go. My table's up. Itas winks. Careful out there. I shove him. It's like ramming my hand into a marble statue. Why does everyone suddenly think I need protection? Didn't you just decide I'm the menace who can kill by accident? So, you can? Desma asks. I shake my head. Of course not. I hate lying to my friends. A boy with a berry ice in his hand and red dripping down his chin passes me 3 times before he finally stops. I point to the chair across from me. Sit. Looking skittish, he lands on the edge of the seat. Can you see my future? He asks. Maybe. Never commit to something you probably can't do. I can try to have tea with Zeus. That doesn't mean I'll succeed. His expression turns belligerent. Does that mean you can't? Let's make a deal. I lean forward, lowering my voice. If you don't think I do a good job, you don't have to pay me. Hazel eyes sharpen, and he nods. Say it, I prompt. It's a deal. I sit back, satisfied. What do you want to know? He shifts uncomfortably, his face boyish and awkward now, but promising to break hearts in a few years, scrunches up. I wait, trying to look patient until his question finally pops out. Will I ever have magic? I stifle a sigh. You're either born with magic or you aren't. Magoi or hoi polloi. It seems cruel to dash his hopes too fast, though. Give me your hand. Trusting, he holds out his right hand. I wipe my slippery palm on my leather pants, which does nothing, and then take his hand in mine. His is sticky with berry ice juice, and our hot skin fuses. Palm reading is an ancient ritual, one that holds no bearing on anything whatsoever. You can't read a damn thing from the lines on someone's hand. But if the boy has even a tiny glacial shard of the ice plains inside him, I'll feel it. His power will want to come to me the same way mortals reach for the gods. There's nothing. He's warm, sticky, and smells like calla berries. His hand holds no power, although that doesn't mean magic is forever out of his reach. I hesitate before sending him on a dangerous path. Why do you want magic? His cheeks color. I'll never be as smart and strong as the tribal warlords. If I don't have magic, I won't have anything. That's not true. He has a brain. He seems healthy. He can do anything he wants. The boy believes what he's saying, though, or else my magic would react to the lie. Are you brave? I ask. He looks surprised. I try to be. Do you love your mother? He nods, his brow creasing at my question. Say it out loud, I insist. I love my mother. Is your family good to you? He starts to nod, and I raise a warning finger with my free hand. I have to hear it. There's magic in spoken language. It's binding. There's a reason people ask for someone else's word. Every sentence a person utters can be a promise or a betrayal. They're good to me, he answers. A loving family. How novel. If you saw a child being beaten, would you walk away or would you intervene? His eyes widen. But what could I do? That doesn't answer the question. A hard edge creeps into my voice and he pales. Note to self, don't scare children. His shoulders straighten. I would intervene. I brace for a ripping in my soul. Surprisingly, none comes. He's told me the truth, which makes him worthy of my advice. He's also courageous and has a family that will support him, which means he might actually survive it. The gods favor kindness and selflessness. Some do, at least, and despicable people like Cousin Arkin get chomped. Ha! Under the right circumstances, goodness and honesty can be rewarded. The boy looks confused. I have to be good and ask the gods for magic? I sit back, releasing his hand. Yes, but you can't just go to the temples, pray, and say, please, please. It doesn't work that way. You have to prove yourself. When you're older, wiser, and much stronger, choose either the ice plains or the lake oracles. You mean go north? His freckled nose wrinkles in distaste. That's where the magic is. Here we're so far from Olympus that it's weak and diluted in the people who possess any at all. Even Magoi have trouble this far south. It's harder for most of us to wield our power. Most? I wink conspiratorially. Most. The boy chews on his berry-stained lip with teeth that are white and straight. Which should I choose? He's so earnest that something in my chest tightens. I'm pointing him toward vicious magical creatures or oracle fish the size of dragons. What if I'm sending him to his death? You have to be very strong to survive the ice plains. The oracles are capricious, but usually the safer bet. He nods, storing the information away. I should charge 2 coppers for this kind of thing, especially in southern Cinta. There's more ignorance of magic and history here than anywhere else in Thaleria. Which lake? He asks. Make that 3 coppers, maybe even 4. That's your choice, and it depends on which god you want protecting you. I pitch forward and then say in a low voice, "But if you're anywhere near Fisa and you see Poseidon's 3-tentacled trout, tell it Catalia says hello." I draw back, alarmed. What in the underworld? I don't blurt things out. I don't just hand over information about myself that I've never told my friends, including my full name. The boy's eyes go as round as clay pots. "You've been to an oracle?" he says far too loudly. My stomach lurches while I wonder when I stopped being in control of my own mouth. Damn meddling gods! What do they want with this kid? Or worse, with me? I reluctantly nod. "And came out the right end, not the back," I clarify. I don't even want to think about being digested by a giant fish. Oracles will look you in the eye, poke around in your head, and then taste you. If you're lucky, they'll help you. If you're not worthy, they'll swallow you whole. He pales. Eat people? Even oracles need to eat. I have a cousin who found that out the hard way. The boy's jaw practically hits my table. Oh, he deserved it, I assure him. Mother knew Arkin and I were rivals and informed me with her usual cruelty and disappointment that I should have taken care of him before the oracle did. Kill or be killed, the family motto. "You're amazing," the boy sounds breathless. I laugh, sort of. Everyone thinks so. He grins at my obvious humility and starts digging around in his pocket for a copper. "Keep it," I tell him. "Buy yourself another berry ice and bring one back for me." It's so hot I'm tempted to let one melt down the back of my neck, but I'm sticky enough as it is. "Thanks," he grins even wider. I hope the information I've revealed about myself remains between us. His smile is charming, and I don't want another enemy. "How old are you?" 13, he answers proudly. It's only a small deception. Pain still rips my soul. Flames sear me from the inside, igniting in my core and lashing out to char my bones. I lock my body down, holding still until the burning passes. "You're 11. I say coolly. "Why would you lie?" His face falls and he stares at his feet. "I wanted to impress you." Lies never impress. I try not to grit my teeth and scare him. "Remember that when you see the oracle, or you might come out the wrong end." He nods without looking up. Sweat breaks out on my upper lip. A bead of moisture slips down my spine. Between the southern climate and the boy's lie, someone's going to have to peel me out of my pants. I hope Desma's up for the job. "What's your name?" I ask. "Jason." He's still hanging his head. "Go get me that berry ice, Jason of Cinta. I'm melting in this heat." He flashes me a relieved smile and then dashes off. I lean back in my chair, fanning myself and longing for the cool north, a view of the ice plains, and a way to take back certain parts of what I just said. At least the kid doesn't realize it's important. Poseidon and Fisa are worlds away to a southern Sintin boy. Catalia doesn't mean anything to him. I'm just starting to convince myself that my unprecedented slip-up wasn't so colossal when a deep voice rumbles behind me, making me start. "The gods don't favor kindness and selflessness. They favor strength and courage." Chapter 2. The low voice washes over me like the incoming tide on a dark night, chilling despite the heat. I turn, my heart leaping into my throat. The warlord who was staring at me earlier steps closer, his long fingers nearly brushing my shoulder as he points to the banner proclaiming me a soothsayer. You planted an idea. You didn't tell him his future. These conversations are supposed to be confidential, I snap, springing to my feet. Oh, gods, how much did he hear? The boy asked if he'd have magic, and you never told him if he would. My jaw unhinges. How dare the brute listen in? I gave him a way to get magic. That's better than answering a yes or no question. So, will he get it? I have no idea. That depends on the oracle. It depends on Jason. That's none of your business. You went to an oracle. Which one? I feel the blood drain from my face. That's none of your business either. His eyes narrow and he stares down that hawkish nose at me. What did you whisper to the boy? My heart stutters. That's none of your business, the warlord finishes dryly. If looks could kill, I'd be dead. I don't respond well to threats, even ocular ones, and my spine shoots straighter than Poseidon's trident. If you're trying to intimidate me, then don't bother. It won't work. His full lips curve into a cool smile. In my experience, I can intimidate anyone. I huff, incredulous. Do you want my services? If you do, sit down. Otherwise, go away. You're scaring people off with that look. His expression darkens. What look? That one. I wag my finger in his face. The one that says I'm big, I'm bad, and I can chew you up, spit out your guts, and use your bones for toothpicks. The warlord's face blanks with surprise. You'd think I just morphed into the Hydra and grew some extra heads. One of his 4 men, an auburn-haired axe-wielder to his left, can't repress a snort and gets the back of the warlord's fist in the gut for it. Not too hard, but hard enough that the end of the laugh comes out as a wheeze. I glare at the semicircle of large, muscular men now cutting me off from the noise and bustle of the rest of the circus fair. My table is at my back, they're at my front, and I can't walk away even if I want to. Take your violence elsewhere. This is a peaceful table. Peaceful? Me? Ha. A fragile flower. The warlord mocks. Magnetic gray eyes looking me up and down in a way that makes my temperature rise. He studies me intently, and a little too long, and wilting in the heat. I scowl, repressing the urge to wipe my sweaty palms on his white tunic. He's too clean for a tribal warlord. He doesn't even smell bad, and his slightly wild, jet-black hair is shiny, curling softly around his neck. There's not a drop of perspiration on him, which infuriates me. I contemplate the sword with its 2-handed hilt poking up over his shoulder from the leather harness on his back. Pretty sure I can't even lift the monstrosity. Good thing I have other strengths. The sharp pinch of magic stings my skin, and I turn. Etos is watching. Either sit down and get a question answered, or that man over there, I point to my painted friend, is going to pop your skull like a cherry in a crow's beak. The warlord's teeth flash in the way of wolves before they pounce. You think he can? I know he can. The idiot actually chuckles. He wouldn't know what hit him. I snort. He'd incinerate you. He could try. His tone is utterly unconcerned. I grit my teeth. Typical warlord. Huge ego, huge sword, huge ass. Figuratively. The rest looks just right. Go. I point away from my table. No one insults my friends. His eyebrows lift. Go? Do you need me to say it in sign language? I make a rude hand gesture that universally conveys my meaning. Setting his jaw, the warlord circles my table. I turn too. His men follow, and the semicircle of muscle moves to the other side, guarding the warlord's back and leaving mine once again open to the circus fair and a dozen very powerful people who will come running if I need them. The warlord sits in the chair the boy used, dwarfing it. "You're awfully small to be making threats," he remarks casually. "It was more of a message," I reply, still standing. His gray eyes turning steely, he rises halfway, plants his hands on the table, and leans forward until we're practically nose to nose. "Send that message again, and I'll teach you how to make a real threat and carry through on it." My scalp tingles. I have to give him credit. The warlord does menace with a capital M. But I grew up on a steady diet of terror, and I know true malice when I see it. This isn't it. This is banter to people like us. Baring my teeth in what could hardly be called a smile, I throw his words back at him. "You could try." "Don't tempt me," he growls softly. "Trying to scare me? Glad it's working." I laugh, although maybe I shouldn't. He does look miffed all of a sudden. In magical fights, I can absorb other Magoy's powers and then turn their own abilities back on them. If I have to fight a hoi polloi, I need to be faster, stronger, or smarter, or else I'd better have some useful magic stored up. Right now I don't have anything. I doubt I'm faster, and I know I'm not stronger than the warlord. As for brains, the jury's still out. At least I have my sense of humor. Deciding to test his, I glance up at the night sky and then cringe like something terrifying is coming straight for us. As if on cue, the warlord surges to his feet, drawing his sword and looking spectacularly ferocious. His free arm sweeps out over the table, pushing me roughly back. I stumble, see red, and then gear up to fight back when I realize he's trying to protect me. Under the heat of his hand, something in my chest contracts with a sharp twist. His piercing eyes look up, around, everywhere, vigilantly scanning the amphitheater for threats. There's nothing, of course, and his arm drops. "Don't scrunch up your eyebrows like that," I scold, a little out of breath for no good reason. "You'll give that pretty face wrinkles." He's not pretty. He's far too masculine for that, with his intense gray eyes and powerful body. A fresh scar cuts diagonally through his right eyebrow. Along with his wide mouth and hooked nose, it gives him a piratical look that does strange things to my insides. When he swings his gaze back to me, I have no idea what to make of his expression. The auburn-haired man is turning red from trying to hold in a belly laugh, so I cringe again and cover my head with my hands. "What are you doing?" The warlord sits again, resting his sword across his lap. "The gods might punish your gargantuan ego, oh scary one. I'm trying to avoid the lightning bolts." The axe-wielder guffaws, and then takes a hasty step back. "Is this how you treat all your customers?" the warlord asks. My surprise must be obvious. So far, no question has been asked, and no money has been exchanged. I wouldn't call you a customer. You're more of an eavesdropper and a bully. "Good gods," the axe-wielder booms. "She has bigger balls than I do." Humor flashes in the warlord's silver-hued eyes. "Balls don't necessarily come with brains." "Mine do." If my smile were any more syrupy, my teeth would rot. He arches a dark eyebrow, as if daring me to show him the goods. I'm not sure whether to laugh or run. In the face of indecision, I turn to the auburn-haired warrior. Want your fortune read? Half price. Sure. He adjusts the axe on his shoulder, catching the torchlight and sending a sudden glare into my eyes. I move to the side. Being blind is too much like being in the dark, never good. I have a question, the warlord interrupts. Curiosity sparks. Finally! I let out a beleaguered sigh and flop back into my chair. It's probably safe to sit down again. While the warlord is far from harmless, I'm not getting the impression he's out to harm me. I was beginning to think we'd be here all night. He levels a flat stare at me that would wither a person who hadn't been tortured, beaten within an inch of her life, and nearly murdered 6 times in her own bed before the age of 15. Around me, big mouths are attached to dead bodies, he says. I sigh, shaking my head. What kind of person goes around threatening death? And by that I mean, besides most of the people I grew up with. He leans forward again, one eye closing in a quick and unexpected wink that takes the dangerous edge off his words. The kind who can. Butterflies tickle my insides. You either have an Olympian-sized sense of self-importance, or you're overcompensating for a lack of confidence. The warlord's gray eyes crinkle at the corners, and his lips jump up for the briefest of smiles, taking his face from striking to far too appealing in less than a heartbeat. Peace, he offers, his deep voice sincere. I bite my lip, taming the reciprocal smile I can't quite help, and pretend to think about it. Fine, but don't go releasing any white doves yet. He chuckles, the warm, appreciative sound sending a wave of heat through me that has nothing to do with the southern climate. My words come out surprisingly husky when I ask for his question. Sitting back, he indicates the 4 men around him. Are my companions loyal to me? And just like that, I am uncomfortable again. His question smacks of another life, one where people tortured me for truths. Soothsayers predict the future. I force an even tone despite my suddenly thumping heart. He rephrases the question, never taking his eyes off me. Will my men remain loyal to me? I try not to squirm, not liking his revision much better. The warlord frowns at my hesitation. What's more important than loyalty? He asks. There's a hardness to his tone, and his question strikes a nerve. Have I been disloyal? Does running away make me a traitor or smart? Who cares? I'd rather be disloyal than dead. My eyes dart to the men behind him. All 4? All 4. He nods to his crew. I swallow my misgivings. The warlord doesn't know me. He doesn't know what I'm capable of. 4 coppers, then. 1 for each. He puts the coins on the table, and I pocket the money, turning to the axe wielder first. What's more important? Your warlord's life or your own? My warlord's. There's no hesitation, no soul-ripping. You have to choose between this savage, I sink a lot of sneer into my voice just for the fun of it, or your wife. Who do you choose? I have no wife. But if you did? If I choose to marry, my wife and children will come first. No searing flames, no melting bones, no pelting truths to outweigh the lie. I let my eyes glaze over and place my hands on my crystal ball, pretending to do soothsayer-like things for an appropriate amount of time. I should probably make up a chant, but I can't bring myself to do it. "Your man is loyal," I finally announce, "but I don't advise using his future family against him." "I'll have a family?" The axe-wielder's face splits into a wide grin. "Yes, lovely wife, several strong children," I lie. Or maybe I don't. How in the underworld should I know? The warlord's unwavering stare has me shifting uncomfortably in my chair. "Step back, Flynn," he commands. "Carver, you're next." A dark-haired man approaches, moving forward with a confident stride. He's about my age, lean and tall, and looks like he'd be mean in a fight. He's the type of sinewy swordsman that can move like a shadow and strike before you blink. I know his kind. He's the kind you want watching your back, not sneaking up on it. There is a resemblance to the warlord in his facial features, black hair and gray eyes, but the similarities end there. The warlord outweighs him by about 60 pounds, and is probably 10 years older. The man, Carver, smiles at me. There is a disarming, rather friendly gleam in his eyes, but I have no doubt his easy smile could turn sharp with menace. "Is loyalty important to you?" I ask. "Yes." I point to the warlord. "Would you follow this man into a fight?" Carver nods. "Say it," I prompt. "I would. I have. And I would again." I glance at the warlord. His expression is unreadable, but his eyes feel like a cyclops' foot on my face. I ask for Carver's hand, feeling awkward. Even if palm reading is a hoax, his rough skin still tells a story of battles and blood. "Would you die for this man and his cause?" "Yes." A simple, one-word, truthful answer. I stare at Carver's long, powerful, calloused fingers. What is the warlord's cause? From what I heard, the new royal family outlawed warring among the Sinton tribes. They're all supposed to get along now that one of theirs has taken over. I repress a smirk. Good luck with that. "I would bleed for him. I would die for him." Carver's truth is so strong that it carries a word. Brother. Shocked, I drop his hand like a poisonous snake. I almost never hear an echo from truths. The word still bouncing around inside me, I say, "Your brother is loyal, but I think you already knew that." I scowl at the warlord. What's that supposed to mean? "I never said he was my brother." Damn it! Who stole my filters tonight? "You look the same." "Not that much." I wave my hands above my table. "Soothsayer, remember? I know stuff." He tilts his head, looking hard at my eyes. He keeps up his scrutiny until unease ripples through me, making me squirm. The warlord breaks eye contact. "Basil," he calls out flatly, motioning another man forward. A blond man takes Carver's place. He's handsome without being remarkable, strong without being overwhelming. He blends in. I guess that's what he's good for. Warlord, Flynn, and the fifth man don't blend. They're too big, too powerful. They demand attention. Carver doesn't blend either. He's lean and angular with wily eyes. Basil is just blah, as far as I can tell. Basil moves to the right, Away from the warlord and closer to the fifth warrior, who has watchful blue eyes and a colossal mace that could probably crush 3 skulls at once. Basil's movement is minute, and I only notice because I've trained myself to look for body language that will help me fool people into thinking I'm not a fraud. Great. The warlord's question suddenly makes sense. This is a party to out Basil. Too bad I'm invited. Basil, is it? I ask even though I already know. I'm just stalling the inevitable. The man nods. I take a deep breath and lock my muscles, bracing for a false answer. Where do your loyalties lie? Basil looks smug. Like most Southerners, he has no idea of the power of magic and words. If he did, he'd be running away. Fire explodes in me at his deceitful answer. Agonizing, bones fry, organs roast. I try not to blanch as truths ignite along with his lie, scorching my insides like red-hot coals. In a sudden burst of movement, the warlord disarms Basil and grabs him by the throat. Who do you work for? I'm loyal, Basil squeaks, looking as stunned as I feel. His lie blasts me again. I saw the look on her face. The warlord squeezes Basil's neck until the other man gasps for air. You're a liar. He saw my pain. I'm more worried about that than I am about anything else. I controlled my reaction. I always do. How does some hoi polloi warlord know what a little flinch means anyway? Basil plunges his hand into his pocket and pulls out a thin glass vial filled with gray powder that glitters silvery in the torchlight and impresses the magic out of me. He draws back a gloved hand, ready to smash the poison into the warlord's face. I leap over the table, taking its black wool covering and my fake crystal ball with me, and latch on to Basil's arm. It takes all my weight to keep his hand from moving. Back off, I warn the warlord. It's Medusa's dust. It'll turn you to stone. He uncurls his hand from around Basil's neck and steps back, leaving me dangling like an idiot from the traitor's wrist. How do you know that? His question sharp, the warlord shifts his focus to me, and I think maybe I should have let him die. Poison expert. Sort of. I blow a damp curl out of my eye. The only thing keeping Basil from shaking me off is Carver's very long and very lethal sword at his back. We're surrounded by big men with scary weapons, and no one's doing anything. Someone cut off his arm or kill him. If I let go, he'll throw dust all over the place. Flynn hefts his axe. That would be suicide. Thank you, Flynn. I roll my eyes in the auburn-haired man's direction. Do you really think he cares? Flynn shrugs. He's dead anyway. Exactly, so get on with it. Before I can say as much, Basil twists his arm with me still holding on and somehow smashes the vial against my neck. My eyes shoot wide as Medusa's dust burrows deep into my skin, the powder as hungry as a swamp leech. The onslaught of magic shatters my equilibrium, and I stumble back against my table, gasping for air, giddy and slightly outside of myself. His face turning terrible, the warlord roars and lunges for me. Don't touch me, I cry, evading. As soon as the magic works its way into my system, the poison will infect anyone who touches me. I don't know how long that takes. It's fast for a normal person, longer for me. My limbs get heavy quickly. More slowly, my skin hardens, turning gray. I'm not worried. Medusa's dust is magic-based. My body will chomp the poison like lamb steak for dinner. force enough toxic berries down my throat, or stick a few adders in my bed, and I'll die like anyone else. But magic won't kill me. The warlord watches my skin lose all color, his eyes somber, his jaw tight, and his hands clenched at his sides. Something in his gaze shocks me. I don't ask why he cares, although I almost tell him that in a few minutes I'll be pink and soft and poison-free again. But that's not something he needs to know. I turn to Basil. He's smirking, obviously glad he took that pesky soothsayer down with him. Thanks for the present. I offer him a smile fit for the bloodthirsty maniac I was meant to be. Here's one for you. I grab his wrists with both hands, just above the gloves that protected him from the poison. Medusa's dust races up his arms. He hardens, freezing solid on a gasp, his mouth half open and his eyes wide with terror. I let go disappointed. That was fast. The warlord stares at me, his expression almost comically thunderstruck. Why aren't you dead? I throw him a saucy look. You think I'm that easy to kill? Relief floods his face. He grins, and a tiny lightning bolt zings down my spine. She's the one, he announces to his men. I want her. Whoa. What? Who? Me? What for? His warriors close in. I throw out my arms, creating a poisonous perimeter. Back off, or you'll end up like Basil. Is there a problem, cat? Etos's blue face towers above their heads. The warlord looks small in comparison, despite standing over 6 feet. I shake my head. Tell Selena we have a new gargoyle. She likes that kind of thing. I slide a look toward Basil, trying to ignore his petrified expression and crooked teeth. His nostrils are flared, like he's still trying to suck in air. After sparing the human statue a quick glance, Etos arches his eyebrows at me, picks it up, and then carries it away. Desna and he were right. I might accidentally kill someone tonight. Or not so accidentally. Annoyance flits across the warlord's face. I've been trying to flush him out for days. Now I have no one to interrogate. Some Tarvin woman wants your head in exchange for Basil's brother's life. Shock vibrates through me. The words slipped out without my consent. I swear to the gods, I hadn't even formed the thought before they were out there, hovering damningly between us. Who in the underworld is in control of my mouth tonight, because it is not me? The warlord's lips part, not in surprise, but in some kind of satisfied expression I don't understand and don't like. My gut clenching, I turn my hands palms up and shrug. Soothsayer, remember? You're exactly what I think you are, aren't you? The woman who divines the truth through falsehood? The most coveted diplomatic weapon in the realms? The Kingmaker? I back my still toxic self away, careful not to bump into anyone. I feel like the gods are peeing on me from Mount Olympus. I was happy here. The circus was my family. There's one of you every 200 years. The warlord stalks me through the crowd, his long strides devouring the space between us. Kingdoms rise and fall for you, because of you. His intense gray eyes are readable enough now. He's thinking of ways to contain me, to catch and use me. He'll expose me. He'll put me in a cage and make me sing like a siren. Strike that. He'll try to make me sing like a siren. Touch me and I'll kill you. His mouth flattens. You could try. If it means getting away, I'll expose another talent in front of all these people. It doesn't come to that, thank the gods. I slip backward through the performer's gate, and Cerberus steps between us, blocking the warlord's path and making him draw up short. The hound's enormous fangs glint in the torchlight, drops of venomous saliva hissing when they hit the ground. 3 low, ominous growls shiver through the dark passageway as I quickly exit the amphitheater. Hades has a thing for Selena, and his watchdog guards her circus instead of the gates to the underworld. Cerberus will hold the warlord back. Too bad he'll keep Jason and my berry ice away too. Chapter 3. I wish I didn't have to move on. Thank you for taking me in. Iko Yenya. I say the word for family out loud as I write it in the ancient language of the gods, hoping someone in the circus can read it and knows the power and promise it holds. Etos doesn't have that kind of schooling. Desma and Selena might, and I trust them to use the magic only if they have to. Etos would die for me. Desma would die for me. Vasily and Selena might too, and probably a dozen others. If they call me, there isn't a threat in the 3 realms that will keep me from coming back to them. Before I came to the circus, there was only one person I wouldn't have been willing to kill, if it came to that, or let die for me. Now there are more than I have fingers and toes, and it makes me weak. Family. It irks that a word so contaminated in my mind contains such power. I gave it power and gifted it to my friends. I would kill myself before letting it cross my lips for any of my remaining blood relations. My few belongings are packed in the old brown satchel I stole off a sleeping merchant on the Feason coastal road 8 years ago. Some clothes and a pair of old boots, a cloak, 3 throwing daggers, a few hair ties, a comb, and my stage cosmetics. Everything I possess. I strap the circus's bedroll and blanket to the ties at the bottom of my bag. I don't think Selena will mind. It's hardly theft at this point. Straightening, I think about my next step. When Poseidon gave me my gifts, he also gave me his obsession. The frigid northern lakes and the Feason Ocean are both about 3 weeks out of my reach. As usual, that means settling for a Sinton stream. It's still water, even if it's warm. I'll stop at the creek, somehow get out of my pants, clean up, cool down, and then, I don't know. Nothing will ever change, no matter where I go. I'll still live in fear, the black crow of dread circling my head. The circus was different. With Selena and Cerberus here, I almost felt safe. Safe until that dratted warlord decided to stick his big hooked nose into my life. Growling in frustration, I look around my tent for the last time. No one will see me leave. Where I'm concerned, stealth reaches an entirely new level. The warlord's taken this from me. Home and family mean something to most people. I never understood what it was until Selena took me in, and Etos and Desma decided I was theirs. They're mine, too. Leaving them is like cutting off a limb. Deep breath in, long breath out. Cats don't cry. My tent flap snaps open, and the warlord fills the doorway, a mass of shadow and steel. I freeze, stunned. Disbelief leaves a sour taste in my mouth. How did you get back here? He steps inside, crosses his arms, and leans casually against the tent post. The torch pops, sending a flicker of firelight over him that illuminates his inky hair and sun-bronzed skin. The wavering glow highlights the hard muscles rippling under his rolled-up sleeves, tapering down to corded forearms, thick wrists, and powerful hands. Hands that could break me in two. His teeth flash, wolfish, confident. I have my ways. My mouth falls open, and a shiver scrambles down my spine. I'm rarely at a loss for words. You took my copper and didn't evaluate my last man. He nods to his final companion. Kato, you're up. The last man ambles forward, casual, followed by Carver and Flynn. They're all so relaxed. What's wrong with these people? Don't they know the world is falling down around my ears? The man called Kato stops a few feet from me. I take him in with a glance. He's big, blonde, and almost impossibly handsome, with startling cobalt eyes. The mace he carries tells me he'd rather bludgeon than slice. I get that. There's something satisfying about whacking people over the head. Backing up, I dig around in my pocket, which is not easy, and pull out one of the warlord's coppers. Here's your coin, now get out. I throw the copper at him. He catches it on reflex and then tosses it back, hitting me in the chest. I glare at him, fuming. I'm loyal, Kato volunteers cheerfully. He looks like he's always happy. There are smile lines etched into the tanned skin around his mouth and eyes, and perfect teeth like his are just made to be shown off with a grin. I scowl at the blonde warrior now, reluctantly noting that he's a rather perfect specimen of a man while giving him a heaping dose of the evil eye. There's no soul-ripping this time, and everyone knows it. Apparently satisfied, the warlord steps closer. Now that that's settled, you're coming with me. I snort, stepping back. Never in a billion suns. Not even if Zeus showed up as a swan and tried to peck me in your direction. I wouldn't go with you even if my other option was Hades dragging me to the underworld for an eternal threesome with Persephone. The warlord pierces me with a hard stare. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Or no way, I retort. He lunges for me. The tent is small and he's shockingly fast. His hands close around my upper arms and satisfaction flares in his eyes. Not poisonous anymore? A shame! I stomp on his foot, crushing with the heel of my boot. He laughs. Bastard. I disappear. I'm still there, just invisible, and he lets go. They always do. The warlord lets out a sound somewhere between a snarl and a grunt and stares at his empty hands. It never occurs to people to just hold on. I inch away, silent. 4 men block the door. They shed their casualness like it's a second skin, becoming battle-ready in an instant, alert, the air around them charged with tension. Guard the door, the warlord rumbles. She's still here. Gods damn it! I glance around. There's no escaping under the tent. The material is tight and flush to the ground. Etos drove the spikes in for me, and it'll take Etos's muscles to get them out again. There's a knife in my belt. I could slice the canvas, but by the time there's an opening I could fit through, the warlord would be on top of me. My only option is to draw them away from the door. If Flynn and his giant axe would move about a foot to the right, I could probably slip through. The silence in the tent is absolute. I don't even hear them breathing. Then the warlord turns and looks straight at me. Impossible. Still one moment, he pounces the next, grabbing me. I'm so shocked I lose my concentration and pop back into sight. One big hand is clutching the better part of both breasts, and the other is clamped over my ear, his fingers digging into my braid. I suck in a sharp breath and pound on his wrist, trying to dislodge his hand from my chest, shaken by how large the warlord is and how ungodly hot his hands are on me, a firestorm of muscle, sinew, and bone. His eyes flaring, he adjusts his grip, banding hard fingers around my left arm. I fly at him with my right fist and punch him in the neck. He jerks, taking the blow on the muscular column instead of the sensitive front. I draw back for another hit, but he plucks my fist out of the air and then forces it down, easily shackling both wrists in one hand. He uses his other hand to disarm me, slipping the knife from my belt and into his own. I nearly cringe at my own stupidity. 8 years with the circus has made me soft. I had a knife, and I didn't even think of stabbing him when he couldn't see it coming. Snarling, I bang my forehead into his jaw. A muscle feathers along the warlord's cheek. Grasping my upper arms, he lifts me clear off my feet. That is not a good idea. He's conveniently put his nose within reach. I drive my head toward it, but he dodges, growling a curse as my nose slams into his cheekbone. Pain makes my eyes water. Gasping my next breath, I go still, dreading the gush of blood. When there isn't any, I screech like a harpy and kick him in the shins. With eyes like thunder, he sets me down, spins me in his arms, and then crushes my back against his chest. Settle down, soothsayer. Settle down, settle down. Could you see me? I wheeze, his heavy arm compressing my rib cage. No, but I knew where you were. The warlord sniffs loudly and then exhales, his hot breath tickling my ear. You stink. Lovely. Who are you? He turns me back around, keeping hold of my arms. Beta Cinta. I go numb with shock for the split second before fear surges through me in a paralyzing rush. This is the warlord who put his sister on the throne? This is the hoi polloi who somehow overcame the previous royal family's magic? This is the man now second in command of all of Cinta? No wonder he got past Cerberus. All he had to do was order someone to bring him back here. He owns us all. He could have Desma arrested, Etos executed, Tad, Elisa, Vasily, and all my other friends tortured until they begged for mercy, Selena deprived of her life's work. No explanation necessary. He's Beta Cinta. The better question is, who are you? He studies my face. Feasin. I can see that even through all the paint. I almost say I'm Beta Fisa just to see his eyes bug out, but that joke wouldn't really be funny for anyone. Cat, I answer tightly. I don't deny being Feasin. My olive skin, light green elongated eyes, dark hair, and long, straight nose give me away. It doesn't matter. A lot of people are Feasin. Just Cat. He cocks his head. I don't believe you. I stare at him, an inferno of hatred in my eyes. Beta Cinta's mouth flattens into a hard line as he nods to Kato. The Adonis-like blonde takes a rope from Beta Cinta's belt and then ties one end loosely around my waist and the other around Beta Cinta's. The second we're attached, the warlord lets go. I start working on the knot, and no one tries to stop me. It's more of a bow. There's nothing to it, so why won't it budge? An enchanted rope. Beta Cinta's smug announcement has my eyes widening in astonishment. Only I can untie it. My mind rebels. You don't have that kind of magic. He doesn't have any magic. You'd be surprised at the treasures one can find in the bowels of a despot's castle. Actually, I wouldn't. But the Medusa's dust, I sputter a curse. I saved your life. Obviously one of my stupider ideas. I used to be good at this stuff. If people could have gotten the better of me this easily when I was a kid, I'd be dead. You think you saved my life, but I appreciate the gesture, which is why you're still conscious. I gasp and swing at him again. He catches my fist before it can connect, crushing it slightly. Control your temper, he advises, releasing my hand with a soft shove. There are some things about my blood even I can't deny. Temper is one of them. I'll show you temper, you oversized, egomaniacal, murdering son of a cyclops. I ram my foot into his groin. Beta Cinta doubles over with an explosion of breath. I'd do it again, but I'd rather run. I swipe my knife from his belt, bring the blade down hard on the rope, and plow my way toward the door. A second later, I'm on my ass. The rope is perfectly intact, and 3 men are looking down at me, identical smirks needing to be wiped off their faces. Permanently. Flynn's foot lands on my wrist, stomping just hard enough to make me let go of the knife. Beta Cinta uncurls himself, glaring at me while he picks up my blade and slips it into his boot. I change tactics and start sucking the magic out of the rope. Power nips at my skin and seeps into me, but the rope retains its enchantment. I keep sucking, and it keeps giving. A perpetual supply of magic. Gods damn it! I pound both hands on the ground and howl. Up, Beta Cinta orders. I twist and lash out at him with my feet. He jumps to avoid my sweeping kick, and fury erupts in me. I'm fast and well-trained, but he's always a step ahead. Part of me is awed by his speed and agility. Most of me wants to grab Kato's mace and thump Beta Cinta over the head with it. Repeatedly. He fooled me at the fair, this man with the quick smile and midnight hair. I thought the warlord was just another warlord. I flushed at his interest and jumped into his dance of teasing threats. I had fun. Now, looking at him reminds me of something much stronger than fleeting attraction. There's nothing in this world or the underworld I hate more than royals. I'd rather let Cerberus slobber me to death with poisonous drool than go anywhere with you. His jaw muscles flexing, Beta Cinta pulls on the rope until I'm forced to either scramble to my feet or get dragged to his. Come, and I won't have your friends arrested one by one while you watch. I feel myself pale. There's no lie in his words. He's not bluffing. So this is it, exactly what Mother was trying to teach me. To pound and torture into me. Love is weakness, an exploitable flaw. My surroundings fade, and I feel her sharp-nailed fingers digging into my chin as she turns my face and forces me to watch my older brother gut my nursemaid, the only woman who ever held me. Mother beat me when I cried, gave me a puppy the next day, and then, 10 months later, just when I loved that dog more than anything except for my sister, started the lesson all over again. I blink, and Beta Cinta's handsome, treacherous face comes back into focus. Poseidon, protect me. I pick up my satchel, swing it over my shoulder, and don't look back. Chapter 4. Home. Gone. Friends. Gone. Captured by a ruthless hoi polloi warrior who's going to use me to keep the kingdom he stole. Can life get any worse? Let me think. I'm tied to the warlord atop his huge horse. I stink, and my skin-tight pants are driving me insane. We ride through the night, the enchanted rope keeping me from jumping off the horse. By dawn, I'm sore and exhausted, my whole body limp with fatigue. My nose still hurts, and my bottom half, which hasn't been in contact with a horse in years, is aching fiercely. But I keep yawning, and my eyelids feel like someone's hung marble statues from them. Rage and anxiety usually keep me nice and alert. Right now, they can't even keep me awake. I slump against the warlord's back as the sun rises on our right, my last conscious thought that I hope my caked-on cosmetics leave a grimy faceprint on his clean white shirt. I only wake up because someone is fiddling with the rope. Cracking open an eye, I see lean, tall Carver retying it so that Beta Cinta and I are not only strapped together at the waist, but under the armpits as well. I didn't even feel Beta Cinta untie the rope to begin with, and scowl at the lost opportunity. I could have turned invisible and bolted from the horse. Carver pulls the knot tight, tugging me hard against his brother's back. You sleep like the dead. Cotto and Flynn are already betting on when you'll fall off. I give him the evil eye, and Carver chuckles, flashing that easy smile. Does he think this is funny? By noon, the sun is high and hot, beating down on my dark hair and crimson-clad back. My leather pants are officially one of the worst things in my life right now, and that's saying a lot. I still manage to go back to sleep. I haven't slept like this in years, maybe in my entire life. I may be strapped to a man I hate, but he would probably do a lot to keep me alive. He might even be good at it. Ironically, I feel almost safe. I'm going to escape. After I sleep. The afternoon heat is unbearable enough to wake me up for good and make me want to claw off my skin. Beta Cinta is throwing off more than his fair share of heat as well, and all I can think about is dumping buckets of icy water over us both. I keep sane by thinking about the north, the cold, the fiery glow of sunshine through a curtain of ice, and the soft chill of snowflakes frosting my skin. But all that does is fill the hollowness inside me with an even deeper ache. Longing for things I can't have is useless, just like wishing for freedom and a life no one wants to steal out from under me. Stifling a sigh, I blink against the dry summer brightness and look around. Dust, dust, and more dust. Fabulous. My stomach wakes up with a low rumble. Don't you people eat? We ate. You slept through it. Beta Cinta's deep voice vibrates through my ribcage, and I wiggle back as far as the rope will allow. I have to get down. He glances over his shoulder at me. Now? I have to, you know. There's a slight pause. Of course he knows. There are woods and a stream up ahead. We'll stop there. I squint and can barely make out the greenery on the horizon. It's miles away. What does he think I'm made of? I have to pee now. Wordlessly, he reins in his mount, loosening the rope to give me about 4 feet to work with. I slide to the ground and land on wobbly legs, bracing myself against the horse's steaming flank. I glare up at him. You have to get down or untie the rope. Moving with easy, masculine grace, Beta Cinta swings down, still irritatingly fresh except for the sweaty faceprint on his back. Ha! Some privacy? I grind out. He arches one eyebrow. You'd think I'd just asked him to catch Pegasus and fly him to the moon. There's no privacy anyway, not even a bush to squat behind. Just sunburned plains, heat haze, dust, and tumble bumbles. Shrugging, I turn invisible, taking the rope and the warlord along with me. His men shout in alarm. "It's all right," Beta Cinta calls. "I'm still here." He can't see me, though. Right now, he can't even see himself. Anything attached to me turns invisible right along with me. Clothes, ropes, warlords. It's a great way to scare the life out of someone. They think they've died and become a realm-walking spirit. Nobody wants to end up like that. The second we pop back into sight, Beta Cinta mounts his big brown beast and reaches down for me. I'm so stiff, I can't get back on the horse. None of my muscles comply with my brain, and he has to haul me up like a sack of grain. "Go easy, Griffin," Flynn rumbles on our left. "She's not used to riding." I almost throw him a grateful glance, but then turn it into a scowl, which is easy since I'm squinting into the sun, and Flynn's shock of auburn hair is so shiny it's practically a weapon in its own right. Beta Cinta ignores Flynn's advice in favor of getting to the woods and shade faster, setting a pace that makes me wish my seat bones were even better padded than they already are. I sink my nails into his sides, half to hold on, half to maim him, but he doesn't even react. Griffin. I turn the name over in my head, reluctantly curious. A griffin is an exceptionally rare creature, a mix of lion and eagle, king of beasts and king of birds. His parents must have been the pretentious sort. Then again, he did take over Cinta. He finally slows to a walk, I think for my sake, even though we're not yet to the forest. My stomach growls, louder this time, and he fishes around in his saddlebag, handing me something wrapped in grape leaves. It's smelly and not quite firm. Goat cheese. Gag. Got any bread to dilute this? Dilute? Beta Cinta sounds like he's laughing. There's definitely a smirk in his voice. Kato's blue eyes dance with humor as he hits me with a dazzling smile that's almost as bright and sunny as his hair. Griffin ate it all. I huff. There's no need to be so merry about it. Did you abduct me just to starve me? I was hungry, you were sleeping, and you're hardly being starved, Beta Cinta says. It's hard to argue with that around a mouthful of cheese. I swallow and ask, why Beta? Why crown your sister Alpha when you're the one who did all the work? It doesn't seem like he's going to answer, so I take another bite of cheese and keep eating until I devour the entire chunk. It turns out goat cheese is edible if you're really hungry. We're almost to the edge of the woods when he finally speaks. When I was a boy, royal soldiers used to tear through our tribe, searching our homes for twice the taxes we owed, at times abusing our women, and often taking our men for their endless wars. We collected nothing of value because it would be stolen, and thatched our roofs with simple Ellipses grass because half the village would be burned to the ground. We'd cut down fields of the stuff for weaving and thatching. It's supple yet strong and abundant. We'd rebuild over and over again, making everything we could from that bloody grass. He turns and I see him in profile, his sharp gaze scanning the meadow rolling right up to the forest. He's probably noting the abundance of Ellipses grass. The tough, long stalks are the only thing that really grows here unless there's shade, a natural water source, or irrigation. It's all over the north, too, but greener and softer there, like the springtime grass here before it dries and yellows from the heat. One day, my father decided he was done with blind subjugation. He challenged for leadership, won the tribe, and then did the same from village to village until he'd unified a swath of people and land across southern Cinta. Before the royals even noticed, he created an army right under their noses. The next time soldiers came, they only took the taxes we owed. They left our men and women alone, and they didn't light up a single home. He pauses to hand me his water gourd, drinking after me before continuing. I know what one decision, one person can change. But I form and execute plans I don't second-guess, and I rarely call myself into question. That's not all Cinta needs. Our goal isn't just to dominate, like previous royal families. It's to rule. Reality douses the spark of interest flickering inside of me. It's only been a few months. What will his attitude be once the power and wealth sink in? Will the beta position still satisfy him? And, if it lasts that long, what will his future children's attitudes be once they start vying for the throne? From what I've heard, Alpha Cinta is unwed and too old to bear children anyway. That means Beta Cinta will succeed his sister on the throne, likely sooner rather than later, and then his offspring will come after him. Probably in every sense of the words. How terribly noble. Egeria's warm, he says, ignoring my sarcasm. She smiles at people. She has ideas for healing centers and schools. She knows how to comfort widows and orphans. She compensates for what I lack. Humanity? I ask snidely, not really meaning it, despite my own unfortunate circumstances. He shrugs, in a way. I snort, not having expected him to agree. If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. I know what an utter lack of humanity looks and feels like. If he had no humanity, he would have taken the throne for himself. He wouldn't be interested in showing his sister's softer face to Cinta, or in ruling instead of dominating. And I'd be unconscious over his horse's rump. That doesn't mean I like him any better. I'm not trying to scare you, Cat. So what are you doing? Explaining. Like all the realms, Cinta was being beaten into the ground by bloodthirsty, selfish royals. Things had to change. I don't lack humanity. I just do what needs to be done. I frown at the back of Beta Cinta's tanned neck, noticing a smattering of freckles across it. I could almost agree with that if what needs to be done hadn't included abducting me. The ancient forest rises like a sentinel wall, its trees gnarled and old, its canopy thick and high overhead, providing instant relief from the heat. I tilt my head back, breathing the shady air deep into my lungs. Please say we're stopping, I mutter on the exhale. Up ahead, Beta Cinta answers, by the stream. For a second, the thought of water, rejuvenating, curative water, distracts me from everything else. How long will we stop? Until tomorrow. We need to hunt. Thank the gods, I groan. Carver, Flynn, and Cato smother laughs, and I narrow my eyes at them. You won't be laughing with my knives in your hearts. They chuckle outright as if I were joking. Flynn stretches his upper body, adjusting his axe. She talks big, but she's made of custard. Fluffy and full of cream? Cato wiggles blonde eyebrows at me. Carver grins. Think she's sweet, too? My eyes spit fire. Bite me, you'll find out. They burst out laughing, the deep, booming sounds driving the birds from the nearby trees. A tremor even ripples up Beta Cinta's back, and I have the almost uncontrollable urge to sink my teeth into him. It takes forever to reach a clearing suitable for making camp. There's enough shade that the grass is still fragrant and green, and the air smells fresh, like foliage and fertile soil. Beta Sinta's horse starts grazing before he even dismounts, swinging his leg over the big animal's neck and sliding easily to the ground. There's not enough slack in the rope, and it snaps taut, jerking me to the left and chafing my hips. I stiffly regain my balance, grumbling a curse that would make Etos proud. Beta Sinta looks up, unexpected humor softening his eyes to a warm silver gray. "What are you still doing up there? I thought you couldn't wait to get off the horse." A teasing smile lifts one corner of his mouth, and my heart thumps hard in my chest. Stupid heart. I swivel my head and stare straight ahead. It's either that or kick him in the teeth. I'm seriously considering the kicking option when he reaches up, plucks me off the horse, and sets me down, holding onto my waist while I get my feet under me. My hands land on his biceps for balance, and I gain a whole new appreciation for his battle-hardened physique. The steely strength coiled under my fingers makes me wonder what kind of magic I'll need to come across to overpower him, what I'll have to expose him to in order to get away. Not that I care. His grip on my waist tightens, and a tremor unfurls through me at the subtle pressure of each warm, blunt fingertip. Eyes hooded, darkening, he murmurs, "You'll recover." Traitorous heat rises in my belly and fans out across my chest. Dazzle me with your sympathy. Oh, wait, you don't have any. Big bad Beta Sinta has to hide behind his sister so he won't scare widows and orphans. How many widows and orphans did you make with your war? Was it worth it, Beta Sinta? How long do you think you'll rule? His previously warm gaze turns cool and flinty as his hands fall away, leaving my whole midsection suddenly cold. Longer, now that I have you. His words hit me like a punch, driving the air from my lungs. I'd rather die than spend the rest of my life as an information slave, getting fried by diplomats' deceit and sycophants' lies. I back up a step, shaking my head. You can't use me. I won't let you. The tightness in his expression eases. It's not a question of getting used, Cat. We'll work together. You'll see. My mouth gapes. I have no idea what to say to that bit of insanity. Hoi polloi have never ruled in Thaleria. Don't you think I know I need Magoi on my side? At my side? He asks. Magoi are a powerful minority in Sinta. They could be catastrophic for us if they ever decide to turn against us, especially with the northern nobles supporting them. My family and I managed to recruit a few Magoi advisors who actually seemed more interested in the realm than in the blood flowing through our veins. But that's not enough. I need more than that. He looks at me intently, leaning slightly forward. His hands curl at his sides, almost as if he's resisting touching me again. That's why I went searching across Sinta for Magoi. But no one felt right. Not until you. You felt exactly right. His voice deepens in pitch, smoothing over me like a velvety secret I shouldn't want to know. My breathing shallows, strange sensations dart through me, and I stupidly echo, "Exactly right?" He nods. I need someone in my inner circle. Someone who will make other Magoi think twice about rebelling. Someone who might even make them wonder what I have to offer. Someone powerful and trustworthy. I blink, stunned by his apparent blind faith in me. You don't know anything about me. I know you're the Kingmaker. And I also know you didn't hesitate to put yourself in danger to protect a southern Sinton hoi polloi stranger and his men. Bollocks, 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 why did I do that? Stupid Medusa's dust, stupid Basil, stupid me. Beta Sinta's eyebrows draw together in a sudden frown. Don't do that again. I snort. Don't worry, I won't. He nods, like I didn't just splash him with the acid in my voice. Come. The conversation about upending my entire life for his political gain evidently over, he tugs on the rope. I have two options: put one foot in front of the other, or get dragged around. I put one foot in front of the other. Once the horses are seen to, Beta Sinta sends Cato and Carver hunting and tells Flynn to guard the camp. Flynn has been carrying my satchel, and I grit my teeth while Beta Sinta goes through it, tossing my stuff around like he owns it. He sniffs my citrus soap, takes out the throwing knives and hands them to Flynn, goes through the pockets of my different pairs of pants, and then lobs the bag at me. Time to get rid of your stink. I glare at him. Charming. Warlords don't need charm. Maybe not, but royals do. He leads me to the stream and looks at me expectantly. It turns into an epic staring match, and I finally throw my hands up in frustration, despising myself for cracking first. You can't possibly think I'm going to strip naked and bathe in front of you. Turn invisible. I won't even make it to the water with 4 feet of rope. True. He pulls his tunic over his head, revealing a sculpted torso, powerful and scattered with scars. Most of them are small, but there's a big one under his left arm, snaking around his ribcage from the back. The skin is jagged and raised, a shade lighter than the rest of his sun-browned hide. No healer mended that. I'll bathe too. My eyes lock on the hard ridges of his abdomen. He's not serious. His belt drops to the grass. He is. He starts sliding his pants down his hips, and I vanish in a panic, taking Beta Sinta into invisibility with me. His clothes reappear in a neat pile to my left, just before his voice rumbles out of thin air. Tug on the rope when you're ready, and don't forget the soap. With my heart racing like a herd of centaurs, I need a moment to recover the power of speech. Use your own soap. Yours smells better. My jaw drops, not that he can see. Of all the weird and uncomfortable situations I've ever been in, this one tops the list. I'm about to get naked with a hoi polloi Beta Sinta. Mother would have a fit, which almost makes being here worth it. That in mind, I unbuckle my belt and pull off my tunic. My boots follow, but I can't for the life of me get out of my pants. Not sure what else to do, I throw my tunic back over my head and we reappear. Beta Sinta is a lot closer than I expected, and he whirls, his elbow colliding with my chin. Cat! He reaches out to steady me as pain rockets through my jaw. One warm hand curls around my shoulder. The other tilts my face up, inspecting the hit. Are you hurt? I bat his hand away. Of course I'm hurt, but one bash in the face isn't the worst I've had. He frowns. What's wrong? What isn't? I flush hot and red and focus on his chest. It's a pretty spectacular chest. I refuse to look lower. I close my eyes and mumble. I can't get my pants off. There's a beat of silence. Then he laughs, really laughs, and my eyes fly to his face. I ball up my fist, wondering what he'd do if I hit him in the chin. Still chuckling, Beta Sinta says, "Don't look so furious, I'll help." Stop laughing, I demand through clenched teeth. Surprisingly, he makes an effort. His lips press together, but his eyes stay bright, leaving an intriguing mix of humor and hardness on his face. I take a deep breath and reluctantly uncurl my fist. Right now, Beta Cinta is the lesser of two evils. His eyes drop to my chin again. You handled that hit well, like a man. Is that supposed to be a compliment? The last thing I want is to be hairy and stupid. He grins, surprising me. Not everyone knows how to take a hit. Personal experience? I don't respond. I'm not about to spill my life's story. Beta Cinta shakes his head. Cat, this doesn't have to be. Don't bother. I hold up my hand, cutting him off. I close my eyes again since I don't want an eyeful, and then sit, leaning back on my elbows. The second I sense him reaching for me, I turn us invisible. How am I supposed to help you if I can't see you? He asks. I'm right in front of you, I mutter. Do it by feel. He grumbles something that sounds like stubborn soothsayer before one hand lands heavily on my stomach, just below my breasts. His fingers slide toward my hips, bumping over the rope. Shivers skate across my skin. I feel warmth through my tunic and then calluses as he pushes the material aside. Tension locks me in place. Having Beta Cinta's hand on me is strange and disturbing. I'm repulsed. Definitely repulsed. His other hand joins the first, sending a jolt of heat through me. I press my lips together, wholly unsettled. It takes a few hard tugs before I'm finally free. I'm going to burn those, I groan in relief. Don't. His disembodied voice carries a rough edge. I like them. His tone nearly scares the magic out of me. The last thing I need is to get distracted, lose my invisibility, and end up sprawled naked on the ground with Beta Cinta. I blink, banishing the image. All the more reason to burn them. I'm not your enemy, Cat. I scramble back as far as the rope will let me. Everyone is my enemy. Silence. I guess he has nothing to say to that. I throw off my tunic, pick up my soap, and tug on the rope. The stream is revitalizing, despite not being as cold as I'd like, and the water helps wash away the memory of a hard, hot hand sliding down my belly, of rough fingers on my hips, dipping under my... Stop! Flushing, I scrub every inch of myself, feeling like I can finally breathe again without my layers of cosmetics, and yet dreading being seen without them. When I grudgingly give the soap to Beta Cinta, it's an awkward exchange in which we grope for each other's hands and touch way too much skin. While he's washing, I float, the rope keeping me close. That's not helpful, he gripes, giving the rope a hard tug. I zip through the current, stream water washing over my face. Too bad, I sputter, letting myself drift back downstream. Aren't you cold? Cold? I almost laugh. I grew up swimming in the snowmelt from the ice plains. This is a thermal bath to me. His pause makes me realize what I just gave away. Filters, Cat. Filters. They don't seem to exist around him. Even Southerners know the most powerful Magoi come from that far north, and from Fisa to boot. Let's go, Beta Cinta eventually says, climbing the bank and dragging me with him. I don't have a drying cloth. Use your tunic. He must sweep his hand toward my clothes, because his fingers accidentally brush my lower back. He inhales sharply, and I jump forward, shocked and confused by the strange sensation of lightning webbing out under my skin from the point of contact. I'm suddenly way too hot, with a pounding heart, and wondering what the not altogether unpleasant but very real zapping is all about. Tingling from head to toe, I release a slow breath, hating that it shudders on the way out. My tunic's too dirty. Then use mine, he offers gruffly. Biting my lip, I scoop up his tunic and gingerly pat myself dry. The masculine scent of salt and sunshine teases my nose and imprints on my skin, lingering when I wish it wouldn't. When I'm done, I toss the shirt down, aiming for a spot where the grass is thin. As luck would have it, the tunic reappears, sweaty faceprint up. Beta Cinta sees it for the first time and curses. Ha! His tunic disappears again along with the rest of his clothing. Ridiculously warm, I take my time combing and braiding my hair, trying to soak up the relative coolness of the evening air. Beta Cinta curses softly under his breath. What in the underworld is taking you so long? I don't answer and get dressed slowly, knowing it'll irk him. I also can't believe he's about to see me without my face paints on. Finally, I can't stall anymore. Here I come, and you too, I add, doing my best to sound like I'm sucking on a lemon. We pop back into sight, and he looks me over with disconcerting thoroughness, something hot and alarming in his gaze. I blush, and the warmth in my cheeks makes me want to hit him, or kick dirt in his face. What? He flashes me a lopsided grin, brief and tinged with surprise. You're a lot younger than I thought. My face is clean, unmasked, and my sable hair is drawn back in a simple braid tied with a leather cord and swinging halfway down my back. I'm wearing loose brown traveling pants, soft leather boots, and a light green sleeveless tunic that does nothing to hide the scars on my arms. I wonder if Beta Cinta knows what they are. I haven't been this exposed outside the circus's protection in 8 years. And it terrifies me almost as much as the heated look in Beta Cinta's eyes. Awareness thunders through me, unwelcome. The longer he stares at me with that smoldering intensity, the wilder the tiny sizzling flames licking through my lower abdomen become. After a moment of utter stillness, when I'm shockingly conscious of my own rampaging heartbeat, he turns and walks away. With Beta Cinta's back to me, I remember to breathe again. Brutally forcing my inner turmoil into the do not open ever compartment of my brain, I follow, dragging my feet to make him shorten his stride every time the rope cuts into his hips. Carver, Flynn, and Cato stare at me when we arrive back at the camp. "Who are you, and what have you done with Kat?" Flynn jokes. I throw him a sour look. "She's out chasing mice." Carver looks at me, and then at his brother. The silent communication that passes between the two men sets my nerves on edge. When I escape, I need a new disguise. 40 and curvy just got busted. Well, 40 anyway. Last night, surrounded by friends and the glow of the circus torches, I thought the warlord couldn't intimidate me. I thought I was safe, hidden. It turns out I'm an idiot. Chapter 5. I've never had the best sense of direction, but even I know we've passed the same egg-shaped boulder twice on the 3rd day after my abduction. Why are we going in circles? I ask. The rope is as short as ever. There are about 3 inches between Beta Cinta's back and my front, and he's so bloody hot. Sitting this close to him makes me want to dump snow over his head. We're being followed. My heart jolts in my chest. Are Itas and Selena coming for me? I doubt it. They read my note. They would think about it, fight about it, but in the end, they would leave me be. How do you know? I ask. I saw smoke from a campfire twice in the last 2 days. Maybe it's a coincidence. That's why we're going in circles, to find out if they're really following. I hope they are, I announce. Why's that? He doesn't sound even mildly concerned. Because then there'll be a fight. If I'm lucky, someone will kill you, and I can finally untie this stupid rope. I have to eat next to him, sleep next to him, bathe next to him, pee and other stuff next to him. It's horrible and humiliating. It's a worse punishment than Prometheus getting his liver eaten every day by a giant eagle. Poseidon, why are you doing this to me? If I have to wake up with my nose in Beta Sinta's chest one more time, I think I'll scream. I've fed you, I haven't harmed you, and I haven't asked you to do anything in particular. Your situation could be far worse, he argues. With whoever might be following us, it could be. First of all, abduction is a major strike against you. Second, they won't necessarily catch me. Third, you hit me in the face. His back tenses. That was unintentional. It still happened. You hit me often enough, he mutters. Good idea. I grind my fist into his kidney, feeling no remorse. He snatched me from the circus and threatened the people I love. He deserves that, and worse. Gray eyes glint at me over his shoulder. Beta Sinta's voice turns a little too calm for comfort. Cat. Your Highness? My tone is a sweet and sour masterpiece. Have a care. His eyes narrow, and he takes his time turning back around. After we set up camp earlier than usual, Beta Sinta unties himself for the first time and links me to Carver. Unease grips my stomach in the strangest way. What are you doing? I demand. They're following us. See the smoke? He points at something that looks like a cloud. I'm going to investigate. Alone? He smiles faintly, angling his body toward mine. His warmth burns a flush into my cheeks. Worried about me? He asks. What? No, I hope you die. His smile fades. Straightening abruptly, he tells Carver, you know what to do. Carver nods and claps his brother on the back. After acknowledging Kato and Flynn, Beta Sinta prowls away without a backward glance. The send-off is pretty minimal, if you ask me. What are you supposed to do? I ask when Beta Sinta is out of earshot. Carver tugs me toward the campfire, and I drag my feet. Southerners always want to be where it's hot. If he doesn't come back, I'll take you to Sinta City myself, to Egeria. If he doesn't come back, he's dead, and his rope won't work unless someone else claims it. That someone will be me, and I'll be long gone before we reach Sinta City. I watch Beta Sinta disappear on foot up a rocky hillside scattered with scrub. Good riddance. You don't mean that, Flynn says. I cross my arms, frowning. Yes, I do. Why? Kato asks. His golden hair glows almost celestial white in the strong beams of the setting sun, and I have to squint to look at him. He's been decent to you. If decent means abducting me and keeping me tied up, then I guess he's been decent by your standards. Carver moves, forgetting I'm attached, and I lurch, falling to my hands and knees. A stone digs into my palm, and I hiss a breath between my teeth. grating a curse, I grab the rope and give it a hard enough yank to make Carver stumble. I hate this bloody rope. None of these people have magic. There isn't a dribble of power to steal. Nothing to get me out of here. Flynn is instantly by my side, reaching down to help me up. I shove his mammoth hands away. Don't touch me, I hate you all. He looks sympathetic, which makes me want to throw him under a Cyclops' boot. That's not true. I glare at him. I have no freedom, no privacy, and now I don't even get to have my own mind? Don't tell me how I feel. Flynn sets his axe down with a sigh. You hate Griffin, even though you shouldn't, and the rest of us are just lumped in because that's easiest for you. I roll my eyes as I contemplate making a lunge for the axe. I would if I thought I could lift it. Spare me your psychological ramblings. Do you want a bath? Carver asks, his question cutting straight through our argument and ending it. We're 50 feet from a stream with a tempting clear pool. I'm hot and dusty, and I desperately want to jump in. Swimming is in my blood. I'm a fish in Poseidon's sea. I plant my hands on my hips. No. He shrugs. It's just that you and Griffin keep going off for long baths. My mouth drops open. What in the underworld is he implying? He doesn't give me any choice. Apparently, I stink. Kato leans over and sniffs me, his cobalt eyes dancing with humor. You don't smell that bad. That bad? That's because I bathe. Carver glances at the water, then back at me. The rope hangs loosely on his narrow waist. Except for tonight? He has the nerve to look like he might laugh, so I level the same cold look at him that I used to give my siblings. It's the ice plains will melt away and the underworld will freeze over before I give 1 inch to you look. Carver arches dark eyebrows, looking annoyingly like a certain warlord whose ass I'd like to kick from here to a harpy's nest. Suit yourself. A bitter smile curves my lips. Always. It's a good thing my own lies don't burn me. I hate stinking. I hate it with the passion of the gods. I regret my stubbornness before dinner, and even more after when I'm forced to lie down next to Carver, who smells even worse than I do. Kato is on watch, Flynn is already snoring, Beta Cinta is off in the brush, and Carver doesn't feel right. His body isn't solid enough. He doesn't smell of citrus soap and sunshine. He's just not the same. As much as I hate to admit it, I was getting used to his brother. Sleep takes a long time coming, and then is fitful, troubled by memories that resurface in dreams. Anxiety bubbles in my stomach, acidic and sharp. The churning has me fumbling in the dark, tumbling in the undertow, getting dragged out to places I don't want to be. The first scorching blast sinks into my belly, and I snap awake with a startled cry. He only attacks at night when I'm asleep and can't see. I don't know how he gets past the locks on my door. But it's him, always the same one. He wouldn't dare come after me when I'm ready and alert. I'm too good with a knife. His magic rips through me. Fiery needles pierce my skin, burning deep into the heart of me. I arch off the bed, throbbing, and scream until my throat turns raw, blind with pain, red with fury. He lets up, and I just barely suppress a whimper. He's not strong enough to keep going. If his magic were mine, I could go for hours, slowly cooking him until the last breath left his body. He's not me. For every 5 minutes of torture, he needs 1 to recover. That's when fists fly. I block, curling into a ball until either I can strike back without leaving myself too open, or Thanos comes to pull him off me. He hovers over me, fingers digging into my shoulders and pushing me down. His hands on my blistered skin are excruciating, but I thrash to loosen his hold, shrieking for all I'm worth, and then hammer a fist into his throat. My knuckles connect with flesh, and everything suddenly feels too real. My eyes fly open, and Carver is doubled over me, grabbing his neck. His eyes are bulging, and the breath he finally manages to drag into his airway rattles in his throat. Seeing him, I go limp with relief. A shudder tangles in my chest. I'm not there. "What in the underworld was that?" he rasps, rubbing the cat-sized fist mark already shadowing his skin. I glance at my shaking hands, expecting to see red bubbles and slashes, blood turned to lava in my veins. They look normal, but I know the truth. They're stained. "Nightmare," I croak. Carver sits back on his heels. He shoves a hand through his hair, frowning. "You were twisting and howling like a damned lunatic. Scariest thing I've ever seen." I clamp my mouth shut. If I open it, I might scream. Drawn by the commotion, Cato and Flynn exchange a look. Flynn drags his bedroll closer until I'm pinned between Carver and him, and Cato sits down near my head, using one of my knives to carve a likeness of Athena into a chunk of fragrant cedar wood. I should tell them all to go away. I really should. I unlock my jaw, and something else comes out. "Why Athena?" "Wisdom and war," Cato answers. "What every man needs." "Not home and family?" I ask. He grins. "Not a young man. A hearth and a wife are for later, when the battles are won." "Haven't you won? Cinta is yours." "Cinta is Egeria's," Cato says. "There are battles yet to come." His cryptic words send a chill down my spine. Is Tarva next? Fisa? What makes you think she'll rule any better than the royals before? Capricious, violent, cruel, bestowing favors only to take them away. You'll understand when you meet her. That'll never happen. I'll escape soon. I have to. "That was more than just a nightmare. Who hurt you?" Flynn asks. He sounds angry, and his genuine concern leaves me feeling raw and exposed. I press my lips together and stare up at the night sky. I have a better question. Why haven't I had my daily dose of nightmares since Beta Cinta abducted me? That is, until tonight. The next morning, Beta Cinta still hasn't returned. No one seems particularly worried, and they don't break camp. I grit my teeth and hint that I might want a bath. Even Poseidon is telling me I stink. Carver grins. "So, how does this work?" "How do you think? We both turn invisible. The rest is pretty much self-explanatory." Chuckling at my crankiness, he wiggles his eyebrows at Cato and Flynn, who joke about wanting their turn at an invisible swim. I roll my eyes and make a rude hand gesture. Then we disappear before they can retaliate. On the bank, I strip and grab my soap. "You ready?" "Naked as the day I was born," Carver answers, sounding far too proud. I tug on the rope and lead him into the stream. The pool on the east bank is perfect, 4 feet deep with a sandy bottom and a light current. "Too bad I can't see you," Carver says. "What?" I feel my cheeks heat. "Why?" "That would be more fun." He answers matter-of-factly. I can't help laughing. "Splash." "What for?" "So I know where you are." The water sloshes about 3 feet from me, and I hurl the soap at him. Carver lets out a satisfying grunt. "Don't flirt with me." "Why not?" He sounds completely innocent, the rascal. "Because I'll kill you." "You could try," he says, imitating his brother's deeper voice. I snort, smothering another laugh. Is that the new royal family's motto? Very plebeian, perfect for your lot. "What's wrong with plebeian?" Carver asks. "I'd rather be us than them." He means Magoi nobles and royals. "So would I answer truthfully. I dive under and blow bubbles. Carver must see them because he hits me with a huge splash when I come up. Sputtering, I splash him back, or at least I think I do. Sometime in the middle of a full-on water fight, I realize I'm having fun. I shouldn't be enjoying this, but I can't help it. And being strapped to Carver is so much better than being attached to Beta Cinta. That's all weirdness and tension. "You win," Carver cries, a shiver in his voice. I'm turning blue. "How do you know? You're invisible." "I can feel it. Trust me." "Trust you? Not likely." "You Southerners are so faint-hearted." Water droplets appear out of nowhere, splattering all around me. "Shake your hair over there," I yell, flicking water back. He must jump away because the rope snaps taut, yanks me, and I face-plant into the stream. I right myself, cursing colorfully between coughs. Carver laughs. "I'm surprised Griffin hasn't drowned you yet. I keep forgetting you're attached." I think back over the last few days as we climb the bank. Beta Cinta is surprisingly conscious of the rope, almost never jerking me around. Frowning, I gather my hair and start wringing the water from it. I need a drying cloth and more soap. "Ask Griffin," Carver says. I huff. "Forget it." I finger comb my tangled curls, air drying the rest of me before dressing. I leave my feet bare. "You ready?" "I'm always ready." I let go of our invisibility, and Carver is still completely naked, his clothes clutched in one hand. "That's not ready," I cry, slapping my hand over my eyes. "You're an idiot." "But an impressive idiot." "No!" I screech. "Oh, gods! Now I have to replace my eyeballs." He laughs, his clothes rustling. "You asked if I was ready, not if I was dressed. But it's safe now." "I don't believe you." I keep my hand where it is, even though I'm tempted to split my fingers and take a peek. "Then walk blind." Carver moves forward, the rope pulling me along. A moment later, I take my hand down and walk straight into Beta Cinta, bouncing off his formidable frame. He grabs my arms to steady me, lifting a little at the same time. I end up on my toes, tipping into him, my hands flat against his chest. Startled, I tilt my head back and find him looking down at me, his thundercloud eyes shaded by thick, dark lashes. His eyes flare a heated silver, something shockingly possessive roaring to life in his hooded gaze. Heat sizzles through me, coiling deep in my belly. My lips part on a silent gasp, and his eyes drop to my mouth. Stark hunger hardens his striking features, and an unexpected thrill skims down my spine. The low sound that rumbles out of him is raw, primal, and utterly male. He looks ready to slam his mouth down on mine. Instinctively, my eyes lock on his mouth. He has the kind of generous lips that look like they would be hard and soft at the same time, that would demand and coax and set nerves on fire and melt resolve. He drags me closer, and my heart leaps wildly in response. Stupid, stupid heart. Breathe, he murmurs. My eyes widen and I suck in a huge breath because it's either that or pass out. He chuckles. Bastard. Scowling, I push off, getting nowhere because Beta Cinta doesn't let go. You. I must manage to look as scornful as I sound because he stiffens, finally releasing me. I drop, landing hard on my bare heels, the strangest chill rattling through me at our sudden separation. His eyes go from blazing quicksilver to frosty granite. Having fun? Not anymore. Cat, Carver warns, dragging his tunic over his head. What? I snap. You're neither a guest nor a friend, Beta Cinta grates out. Speak respectfully. If you don't like my big mouth, then let me go. Beta Cinta's eyes narrow on his brother before swinging back to me. His gaze is dark and unnervingly intense. A muscle pops in his jaw. I have no idea what he's so mad about. I'm the one getting dragged around Cinta by a magic rope. I bend down and jerk on my boots. No? Then just kill me and get it over with. I have no intention of killing you. My temper ignites. You want to use me. You ripped me from my home because you think it's your right. Beta Cinta can do anything he wants, ruin anybody's life he wants. Royals. I spit. You're no different from the rest of them, Sintin, Tarvin, or Feason. It's not like that, Carver interjects. You'll have a good life. I turn a blistering look on him, only vaguely registering that I detect no lies in either of their words. A good life? Living in fear? A captive? Waiting for someone to steal me, torture me, murder me? Beta Cinta's eyes drop to the scars on my arms, comprehension flitting across his otherwise stony visage. So that's what happened to you. My chest erupts, 1,000 moments of terror and pain suspending my heartbeat and stopping my breath. I reel back, the bitter tang of residual fear splashing in my throat. And at the circus? He asks softly. My eyes feel like they take up half my face. I swallow, but my mouth is so dry it hurts. There, nobody knew. Most of the irritation vanishes from his expression. You can relax, Cat. I'm not planning on flying a Kingmaker banner from the castle gate. His voice is level, reasonable, almost soothing. It makes me want to explode, or vomit, or both. It starts with 4 people, I say hotly, waving my hand toward our camp. And turns into 400. It won't. He reaches out, gently closing his fingers over mine. I'm so shocked by the intimate touch and the sheer warmth of his skin that it takes a moment to rip my hand away. I give it a sharp tug and he lets go. You don't know that. Beta Cinta unties the rope from Carver and straps me back to him. I feel like a bloody dog, on a leash, with a God's damn owner. Apparently the argument is over. He even gets to decide that. Son of a Cyclops! It takes all my minimal self-control not to start kicking him in the shins. I've already heard from Cato and Flynn. Anything to add? Beta Cinta is looking at the bruise on Carver's neck. The others obviously told him about my nightmare. Did they also tell him how they surrounded me like a flock of oversized mother hens? Carver grins, rubbing his neck. She packs a mean punch. Beta Sinta doesn't smile back. Maybe you slept too close. Chapter 6. Beta Sinta points southeast. At least I think it's southeast. 6 males. Tarvin. They're definitely following us. Tarvin? Flynn scratches the auburn stubble on his jaw. What could they want? Everyone looks at me. I shake my head. No way. I haven't attracted attention in years. No wonder my guard was so low when Beta Sinta showed up at the circus. 4 to 6. Carver's long fingers glide over the hilt of his sword, flexing. We can handle those odds. One's a giant, Beta Sinta says darkly. They must have brought him down from the north. Silence. Don't you people know anything? Giants are easy. Sort of. 4 sets of eyes turn to me again, and I wonder why I opened my big mouth. We joke about Itas being a giant, but he's really just a very large man. Real giants are stupid and slow, but with such thick hides, they're hard to cut through. Accomplished warriors have been pummeled to death simply because they couldn't get their swords in deep enough. Aim for the eyes. If it can't see, it falls to its knees, panicked. It's a reflex. Then you have to get to its head. The vertebrae make good climbing holds, and giants are lumpy to begin with. I grimace, remembering gristle, fat-pocked muscle, and tough, weathered skin. Chop through the spine at the base of the skull, where the skin is thinnest, and so is the bone. Hope sparks in their eyes, and I sigh, disgusted with myself. Flynn's axe will do. How do you know how to fight a giant? Kato looks impressed. Satisfaction swells in my chest. I can't help it. I like impressing people twice my size. I shrug. Maybe I'm lying, so you'll all get killed. There's no reaction, not even a raised eyebrow. How come they never get riled up? It's not normal. Kato turns back to Beta Sinta. How much time do we have? A few hours, he answers, at most. So do we ride and make them chase us, or do we wait for them to come? Carver's hand is still twitching near his sword. He's like me with my knives, and I feel a surprising surge of kinship. What's wrong with me? I must be coming down with something like empathy. Gah! We wait. We'll be fresher that way, and there's a cave just to the north. We can hide the horses and gear in there. Beta Sinta jerks his head toward me. And Cat. You are not tying me up in a cave. Flinty eyes swing my way. I can't have you attached to me while I fight. Untie me then. He snorts, and I roll my eyes. 2 hours, then the cave, Beta Sinta says. Enjoy the sunlight. I can fight. Help even the odds. He shakes his head. You'll turn on us. You don't even know if they're enemies. Sternness overcomes his features, startling me with how different it makes his face. Everyone's an enemy. Learn that from me? My frosty, snide tone shocks even me, turning my voice disturbingly like Mother's. I swallow the panic rising in my throat. What if the olive really doesn't fall far from the tree? Beta Sinta levels his hard look at me. I don't need a petulant soothsayer to teach me what every conqueror already knows. Frustrated beyond belief, I'm tied to a big, fat rock in a stuffy cave that smells like horse dung. At least I have 4 feet of rope. Shouts and clashing metal eventually disturb the murky silence. I hate not knowing what's going on. I could help, especially if the Tarvins have magic. Not that I want to help, but I can put a dagger into a giant's eye from 40 feet away, and I doubt any of the Sintons can do that. Restless, I pluck at the frayed edge of my boot. They're fighting a giant, a creature from the ice plains, a monster. I've seen one in its prime. It was colossal, and as ugly gets. Mother glances down the hill, the chill wind tossing her hair and slapping pink across her cheeks. It'll either rape you or eat you, possibly both, so I suggest finding a way to kill it quickly. Icy snow stings my face and hands. Looking down the frozen slope into the gaping hole of the giant's lair, I shake even though I'm not terribly cold. Any other advice? She arches one perfectly sculpted eyebrow, imperious. Do you have any other advice, Mother? I correct. A thin, hard smile curves her lips before she grabs my shoulders and shoves. At least she left me my knives. I blinded the giant on instinct, paralyzed it with a well-placed jab, and then sawed its head off with a throwing knife. I was 11, and there was nothing quick about it. At least all the gore kept me warm. And Mother got what she wanted. She tested me, and she covered me in blood. The knowledge of what to do came out of nowhere that day, guiding me. The Sintons won't have that. It's not written in their bones. Anxious, I force my hands to my sides before I tear my boot apart. Outside, something stomps hard enough to shake the ground. Dirt and pebbles cascade from the cave's dark ceiling, and I duck, covering my head with my arms. Did they listen to me about the giant? I was telling the truth. My gut churns as I pull on the knot Beta Sinta tied, blind to the battle outside, listening to deep bellows, clashing metal, and growls and snorts and pounding. Anything could be happening out there, a victory, a massacre. This could mean my escape, and why that thought makes me feel like there's blood on my hands is anyone's guess. Finally, I can't take it anymore, and I wrap the rope around both hands and pull on the rock with all my might. It slides a few inches across the dirt. I pull again and again, slowly moving toward the mouth of the cave until I'm panting and sweating and quietly cursing up a storm. At last, I can lean far enough out to see the battle. With practiced efficiency, I count heads. Auburn, blonde, 2 dark as midnight. 3 Tarvins are left. Then there's the giant. It's hard to miss. Breathing heavily, I swing my gaze back to Beta Sinta. He's locked in combat with 2 of the remaining Tarvins. Carver is taking on the other, while Cato and Flynn dodge the giant's club, trying to get close enough to blind it. Flynn throws a knife at its head, but his aim is off. Cato shouts something and tosses another knife to Flynn, who's closer. Flynn tries again, just as Cato moves in and distracts the creature with a hard strike to its lumpy calf. They're coordinated and working together as a team, but they won't get far if they can't blind the giant and bring it to its knees. Its skin is just too tough. As if drawn by an irresistible force, my eyes find Beta Sinta again, taking in every powerful sweep of his sword, agile step, and cunning feint. He's impressive, to say the least. So are the Tarvins. These are no ordinary bandits. They have the kind of skills that only come with years of training and real-life practice. Just looking at their weapons and the way they fight, I know a spectacular amount of gold went into buying their services and sending them after Beta Sinta and his men. But Beta Cinta is still better with a sword. So is Carver. They won't stay outnumbered for long. Seconds later, Beta Cinta brings down one of his opponents with a hard slice across the man's middle. He doesn't even slow down as he whirls to face the other, blood flying out from the tip of his blade. There's no emotion on his face, only focus and steely resolve. My breath catches, chilling determination, efficiency. This is the man who conquered Cinta, the warlord who could be king. On Beta Cinta's left, Carver gains the upper hand in his fight, driving his adversary back and out of my line of sight. Beta Cinta and the remaining Tarvin follow the same path, their swords clashing in a blur. The giant moves after them, probably magically bound to the mercenaries in some way, and Cato and Flynn disappear as well, still trying to blind the monster with knives. My hands already raw from before, I haul on the rope again to move farther out of the cave. The heavy rock won't budge, and I turn to find it wedged fast between two other stones. Damn it! I can't see anymore. I wrestle with the big rock, curse at it, go back and try to lift it and get nowhere. Time seems to slow down, and the wait to know what's happening becomes interminable. The sound of fighting gradually fades. Pacing in front of the wedged rock, I watch the entrance to the cave. Then, strangely hesitant, I tug on Beta Cinta's knot again. When it doesn't give, an odd feeling stirs inside of me. I'm not relieved. Definitely not relieved. A few minutes later, all 4 men walk in, blocking the light from the cave's narrow entrance. They look surprised to find me so close to the exit. My chest deflates as I exhale the breath I was holding. Really? None of you died? Don't sound so disappointed, Flynn chides, grinning like a fool. And thanks for the advice. He nods to me, but I don't nod back. A blind Cyclops throws better than Flynn, Cato teases. He lost 6 daggers, including yours, going for the giant's eyes before he finally got one. One? Who got the other? Who cares? Mine? I turn to look outside. I have to find them. It's a mess out there. We'll buy more knives, Beta Cinta says, pointedly adding, for Flynn. No! They're mine and I want them back. Vasily gave them to me. I threw my Feason knives down a sinkhole in Tarva 4 years ago. I was trying to let go. It didn't work, of course. I give him my death glare until Beta Cinta finally agrees to look for my knives before we leave. How do you know so much about giants? He asks. His gray eyes tell me he's wondering what else I know, how much information he can get out of me. I should really stop giving it away for free. I wave my arms around. Soothsayer, remember? I know stuff. His grin surprises me. Straight white teeth flash in the shadows, and a bolt of lightning thunders down my spine, splashing warmth along my nerves. I blink and turn away, off balance and alarmingly hot. Give me my knives back, and I'll teach Flynn to throw something other than his axe. I offer peevishly, my insides in a knot and my fingers itching for a blade. Beta Cinta unties the rope from the rock and reties it around his waist. We'll see. At least it's not a flat-out denial. Surprised, I glance up, my uncooperative eyes snagging on the shadowed planes, angular jaw and aquiline nose of his arresting profile. He leaves the cave and I follow, my stomach doing an annoying little flip when he catches my hand and helps me over the brambles at the entrance. I didn't need help, and he knows it. My hand still tingling from his warmth, even after he lets go, I ask, "What did the Tarvins want?" He shrugs. "They didn't stop to talk, so neither did we." Mercenaries are notoriously tight-lipped. He nods, and I can't help thinking they'd only come after a small hoi polloi group with a hired giant to assure the kill. I'm sure they weren't here for me, so I have to wonder who's after Beta Sinta's blood, and who has the coin to buy it. We ride north for the next several days, our pace sedate because of the pounding summer heat, our path dictated mainly by sources of water and shade. Beta Sinta gives me my knives back for target practice with Cato and Flynn. It's a moderate show of trust, and I almost wish he hadn't done it, because I can't seem to despise him as much since the day he handed over my blades. I could have stabbed him right then. I thought about it, I really did. But some part of me just didn't want to. I don't know why, since Beta Sinta drives me insane. He's always there, infuriating and practically on top of me. And I hate the fact that I'm getting so used to him. Weighing the knife in my hand, I judge the distance to Beta Sinta and think hard about what I'm willing to do to escape. I never miss. He's alone right now, sitting with his elbow on one knee and his chin propped in his hand. A breeze lifts his hair, exposing the broad, masculine lines of his tanned and somewhat weathered face. There's a crease between his eyebrows, and his preoccupied expression gives me the strangest urge to ditch throwing practice and ask him what's wrong. Ignoring that bit of lunacy, I turn back to the target, a silver birch with a knot in the trunk 6 feet up. I take aim and hit the knot. Vasily has a knife-throwing act. There's no one faster with a blade. He throws 10 knives at his wife in 10 seconds. He's never hit her once. Flynn grunts, eyeing the birch. "Sounds like a lethal son of a cyclops. He taught you?" For the last 3 evenings, we've been attached at the hip, literally, and Flynn hasn't gotten much better. It must have been sheer luck that he helped blind the giant, or an intervention from the gods. That thought raises too many questions, so I shut it down. I was good with a knife before, but Vasily made me better. It's about balance and anticipation. Feel where your target is. Figure out how it's moving. "Trees don't move," Flynn grumbles. "They do if there's wind." He gives me a cross look, throws and misses, cursing when his knife scrapes a chunk of bark off the side of the tree and then crashes to the ground. Only let go when the tip points directly at the target. And don't rush, I say for the 15th time. It's hard not to rush when a giant is swinging a 10-foot-long spiked club at you. I roll my eyes. You got too close. I couldn't hit it otherwise. He rakes his hand through his hair, spiking it into an even wilder mess. I bat Flynn's hand down. You're going to turn yourself bald. Don't rush doesn't mean you can't move or fight. Just relax, and don't rush the release. Wait until it feels right. His mouth flattening, he concentrates and throws again. The knife sticks a good 2 feet below the knot and a little to the right. Flynn shouts in triumph. "Good," I say. "You got him in the stomach. Belly wounds are the worst." He glances at me. "Speaking from experience?" I arch a brow, as if I'd let some idiot impale me. Flynn makes a strangled sound. "What?" I ask. "You're right, Cat." Coming up next to me, Cato seems terribly serious all of a sudden. "Don't let just anyone impale you. Only someone special." My mouth falls open. It's possible to turn calaberry red, and if the heat in my face is any indication, I do. They're ridiculously pleased with themselves, grinning like sirens with sailors on the horizon. I shake my head, but the corners of my mouth jump up in an involuntary response that has nothing to do with my having fun, because I'm not. At all. Concentrate, I snap, turning back to the target. If I had a whip, I'd crack it. Or maybe not. They'd have too much to say about that. Chuckling, Kato picks up a knife, draws back, and then throws. The hilt bounces off the base of the tree, and his lips purse in annoyance. This is harder than it looks. That's one of the lighter knives, a floater. It's not as stable, and the target is too far for it. Try this one. I hand him a heavier blade and then guide his hand around the hilt as if he were holding a hammer. Remember, stiff wrist, or you can't control the rotations. His blue eyes narrowing on the target, Kato takes a deep breath, getting a feel for the knife in his hand. When he throws, he hits the bottom of the knot and lets out an ear-shattering whoop. I can't help smiling, a huge, idiotic, smeared across my entire face smile. 3 days ago, neither of them could hit a tree. Beta Cinta wanders over, ruining my mood. It's good that you're teaching them, Cat. You're good at that. At teaching or at throwing? Instead of looking at him, I release one of my daggers, burying it to the hilt in the center of the knot. It's so close to my other knife that the two vibrate against each other in a metallic song. Both, he answers. And I'm supposed to care what you think? His jaw works like he's grinding his teeth or chewing up an irritated response. I'm glad you're working with them, he says evenly. It was a compliment. I put my hand over my heart, inhaling dramatically. That makes abducting me and threatening my friends so much better. A frustrated sound rasps in Beta Cinta's throat. You never let up, do you? I glare at him, my voice cold enough to sprout icicles. Why would I? I'm neither a guest nor a friend. A muscle bounces in his cheek. He takes a knife from his belt, buries it in the birch next to my two, and then walks away. I huff. At least he doesn't need throwing lessons. Why didn't he blind the giant? He got the other eye, Flynn shrugs. And I needed the practice. You shouldn't goad him, you know. I snort. It's the only fun I have. Flynn sighs, a gusty sound full of censure. You helped us with the giant. You're teaching Kato and me to throw. You've told us things about magic and the North, things we never would have known. You're part of this team now, and half the time you even act like it, whether you mean to or not. It's not a bad place to be. We watch each other's backs. I watch my own back. I always have. It's better to have friends doing it, Flynn says. I have friends. They're at the circus. His lips mash together. He can't argue with that. You're not a guest. That's true. Whether you're a friend, though, Cat, that's up to you. My whole body goes still. My heart rate accelerates. Flynn is extending an olive branch. I can practically see it in his hand. I can also think of about 100 nasty things to say, but they just won't shove past the lump in my throat. Gods, I'm such an idiot. We worked hard and fought bloody battles to be where we are, Kato says. People will be jealous of how you just danced into the inner circle. I didn't dance here. I was dragged. He hands me a knife, grinning. I keep forgetting that. Even if it's a joke, his lie still ignites an inferno in my bones. Pain roars through me and I shudder. Hiding it seems pointless now. Sorry, Kato murmurs, frowning at the blast of internal fire he knows he inadvertently caused. I shake off the burn and throw the knife, hitting the target again. You're an asset, Flynn continues, sweeping his big hand toward the knot with my blade's dead center. Good for more than just your magic. He's pointing to the target, but I get the feeling he's talking about knowledge as well as knives. And you won't believe the riches and luxuries in the castle. You'll think you've died and gone to the Elysian Fields instead of the underworld. Flynn's deep, animated voice reminds me of a rumble of thunder in the north. Something about him puts me in mind of home. The good parts, even though he's a southerner to the core. Maybe it's his size. Everything is big in the north. Big lakes, big mountains, big oracles, big magic. You can have a room filled with gold furniture, the finest linens, gowns, and feather pillows. He chuckles. You can lounge around drinking wine and eating sugared fruit all day long. I look up at him, confused. What makes Flynn think I'll be in the castle when both he and Kato have talked about living in the barracks? Anyway, locked up is locked up, even if it's in a gilded cage. The Elysian Fields are reserved for those favored by the gods, and I refuse to be a drunk with rotten teeth. Flynn laughs, smiling broadly before his expression turns unnervingly serious. You'll be protected. Protected? My eyebrows nearly shoot off my head. Who will protect me from Beta Sinta? Flynn's eyebrows nearly shoot off his head. Oh, never mind, I mutter. I'll protect myself. He frowns, shaking his shaggy, auburn-haired head. You haven't realized it yet, but you're part of Griffin's team. He won't let anything happen to you. A disconcerting wave of warmth rolls through me. He's the problem. And for the rest, he can't control everything. Don't tell him that, Carver says, ambling over. Carver hasn't shown any interest in target practice. He's been polishing his sword until the long blade gleams like frost on a frigid dawn. Don't tell him what? Beta Sinta asks, startling me. The man moves like a shadow, despite his size. I turn and scowl at him. That I'm not an actor in your Sintan tragedy. He gives me his hard stare, widens his stance, and crosses his arms. Apparently he's here to stay. If you're loyal to Griffin, Flynn says soberly, he'll be loyal to you. And what's more important than loyalty? My tone mocks Beta Sinta's at the circus fair. Well, Beta Sinta asks, what is? Freedom. Choice. I face the target and throw, hitting the knot again. There are no more knives, so Carver sheaths his sword and goes to retrieve the daggers, returning 3 to Flynn, 3 to Kato, and Beta Sinta's to him. I don't get to play this time. Maybe Carver's afraid I'll stab his brother. What are freedom and choice without honor? Beta Sinta demands. What honor is there in keeping me against my will? What honor is there in letting go of an important weapon just because she complains all the time? He practically snarls. I don't complain all the time. His eyes flash silver. You do. My jaw drops, but before I can respond, Kato jumps in. His voice rises, mimicking mine. I hate this rope. I want bread. There's no more fruit. It's too bloody hot. Let me go. That doesn't sound anything like me. I punch Kato in the arm, hard. And I do hate this rope, and I want bread and fruit. You people eat meat at every meal, even for breakfast. It's not normal. And don't get me started on all that goat cheese. I make a face because I just can't help it. Cat, you know things. Things about Magoi and royals. Things about giants and oracles and dragons from the north. things we know next to nothing about. Plus, there's your Kingmaker power. You're very valuable to us. Beta Cinta flicks his hand toward the birch. And you're not bad with a knife. Not bad? Not bad? I cross my arms, sullen. It all comes down to how much use I can be. That's what it comes down to for everyone. How much use we can be. Beta Cinta comes toward me until I have to tilt my chin up to look at him or step back, which I refuse to do. His gray eyes are stormy, and a tremor runs through me. It isn't fear, and it makes me want to squirm. I conquered a kingdom and found a treasure. His voice turns gravelly. Low, I won't let you go. Not now. Not ever. A fluttering stirs deep in my chest. Something new. Something strange. I beat it down and turn, nodding to Flynn to get his daggers ready. Yeah, I get it. You won't let me go. I guess I'll just have to escape. So why is some small part of me considering helping these people? Cinta has been both a home and a refuge. I've watched Cintan faces split wide with wonder and delight. I've given advice and seen what's in 1,000 hearts. Most of it's not bad. I've been protected by Selena, by loyal friends, by Cerberus guarding our gates, by Poseidon when he feels like it. Most Cintans have no magic and no refuge, and the Magoi royals were like gods. They maimed, struck, killed, and rewarded at their fancy. Cintans didn't necessarily live badly, but they lived in fear. The takeover has been a source of new hope. For the first time, a hoi polloi family is in charge, and the majority of Cintans think that will be better for them. I can't help thinking they're right, and it's making me sloppy. I keep letting things slip, as if my mouth and my brain aren't connected anymore. Last night, I told the men all about dragons. The Pheasan royals have Cerberus, a terrifying she-dragon, whose favorite pastime is to chomp mortals. They don't use her to take over Tarva only because Tarva has Scylla, the she-dragon's sister. They're both magic-bound to protect their realms, but the two won't fight each other. Generations ago, dragon use turned into a giant stalemate with lots of huffing and fiery puffing, but no army eating. Most people don't even remember the dragons are still there. Cinta had Echidna, the third sister, to ward off the other two. As soon as royal magic wasn't containing her anymore, anyone with an ounce of sense and some knowledge of Thalirian history knows Echidna must have flown off to the ice plains. Before, everyone had a dragon. Now, Cinta is the only realm without. How do you fight a dragon? Beta Cinta's voice is deep and right in my ear. I have 2 feet of rope and not enough space. With another dragon. How do you get a dragon? With magic. He looks at me, but I don't look back. My eyes follow the sparks popping from the campfire. His tone grows clipped. And if you don't have magic, then you don't have a dragon. My wandering mind snaps back to birches, daggers, and Cintan warriors. Find me fruit and bread, and I'll consider being less of a pain. And no more goat cheese. Beta Cinta looks at me for a long time, and then walks away. Okay, then. I turn back to Flynn. His auburn hair catches the last few rays of dappled sunshine sneaking through the canopy of leaves, framing his strong, square face in a red-gold glow. He looks pleased and claps me on the back like I'm part of the team. He hits me so hard I nearly fall on my face. I don't want to like him. I don't want to like any of them. I don't want to be part of their team. I might be able to drive a dragon. Gah! Where did that come from? Carver, Flynn, and Kato cheer loudly, drawing Beta Sinta's attention. He looks curious, and I turn my back on him, feeling vaguely ill. 20 minutes later, Flynn lands 2 daggers near the edge of the knot, and I can't help it. I jump up and down and clap. Chapter 7. I squint into the heat haze, wondering if I'm hallucinating. Is that a town? I was starting to think we'd go all the way to Sinta City without ever staying at an inn. Sleep in a bed with Beta Sinta? My stomach flips over at the thought, even though I've been sleeping next to him on the ground. Maybe he'd just tie me to the bed? What flashes through my mind makes wildfire splash across my cheeks when I should be seething. I am seething. Beta Sinta keeps me infuriatingly close, on horseback, at meals, in streams, at night. His scent is constantly in my nostrils, the heat of him always scorching my skin. Better. A market town. He turns, smiling at me, and the outside of his thigh brushes the inside of mine. My pulse picks up, and there's an excited leap in my chest. My unruly physical reaction to him makes me want to kick myself in the head, or kick him in the head. Why now? Not that I'm complaining. I can put a muzzle on my animosity for a few hours in exchange for a market town. You said you'd be less of a pain in exchange for fruit and bread, and no more goat cheese. I fight the smile tugging at my lips. I said I'd consider it. For more soap and a drying cloth, maybe you'll get us a dragon, he adds hopefully. Of course the others told him about that. They're worse than a bunch of gossiping fishwives. I can't even yawn without it being reported back to Beta Sinta within the hour. I'll need more than that for a dragon, and I don't even know if I can. You could try. I snort. That's not my motto. I can't see his face, but I know he's grinning. His high spirits make me want to grin back, which worries me. Does Beta Sinta think he's won? How did I even end up here? What were you doing at the circus only a few months after taking over Sinta? Didn't you have other things to do? He chuckles, a deep, vibrating sound that rumbles through my body. That fluttery feeling irritates my chest again. I told you, I need Magoi on my side. The circus is full of them, but from what I could see, they're not the usual, pretentious, prejudiced lot. True. And abduction seemed like a good idea? I asked first. More like ordered, and threatened my friends. He shrugs. I told you. I do what needs to be done. My hackles instantly rise. Who are you to decide what needs to be done? That's subjective by nature. No two people think alike. Someone has to decide. Without rulers, there's chaos. Damn it. That's true. We had rulers. There was order. There was oppression. Damn it. That's true, too. Hold on, he says. My hands automatically land on his waist while he urges his horse to jump a lightning line. The mark of Zeus stretches as far as the eye can see in both directions. A charred scar cutting across dust, stones, and yellowed grass. Proof that the gods are never far from Thaleria. Beta Sinta reins in, waiting for the others to catch up. Character, past, and environment all affect the choices we make. The trick is choosing a path and following it. Make a decision, and don't turn back. What if it's wrong? I don't know. He winks at me over his shoulder. It's never happened. I roll my eyes, torn between laughing and pulling my hair out. Since kidnapping clearly doesn't bother you, why me? I can't do anything. If I could, I'd be long gone. He turns again, his dark eyebrows raised. Does my rare and surly Kingmaker really need me to answer that? He teases. His? My pulse speeds up. Okay, fine. Besides that. He doesn't turn back around. His eyes travel an unhurried path over my face, and I can almost feel the heat in them on the curve of my cheek, and then on my mouth. His burning gaze snags on my braid, following it across my shoulder and over the swell of my breast. As his eyes dip, his lips part, and his fingers twitch on his thigh. My breathing turns shallow. Muscles I'm not usually aware of clench deep inside me, growing achy with tension and warmth. The heat simmering in my core quickly spirals through the rest of me, flushing my face with color. I hate that I react this way to him, and I hate that it shows. Scowling, I flick my braid over my shoulder. Beta Cinta blinks and turns back around. That was it, at the time. The Kingmaker. But you're a lot more than that, aren't you, Cat? The blood still climbing to my face plummets like Icarus falling to the sea. Gods, magic, and the prophecy I try so hard to ignore all collide in my stomach in an explosion of secrets and dread. Anxiety coats my tongue while an icy chill slides down my spine. The feeling is so familiar, and yet it freezes me solid every time. I take a deep breath and let it out as silently as I can. Not really. My voice comes out light and steady, even though I'm about 2 Hydra heads away from having a panic attack. I'm from the North. Knowledge of creatures and magic is normal for us. He grunts. Agreement? Skepticism? I can't tell. I bite my lip, wondering what he really knows. Why focus on me? Beta Cinta shrugs, rolling his muscular shoulders right in front of me. His lightweight tunic doesn't hide much. It's hard not to stare. I don't need more brute strength, he says. I won this war. There are politics to deal with now. Magoi nobles and Tarvin and Fesin royals. I need to know who's lying to me. I need to know the truth, so Cinta can avoid more war. The warlord wants peace, I scoff. Am I lying? I grit my teeth. No. Of all people, I should know. Power corrupts. Power corrupts the weak. Gods, I hate it when I agree with him. How did you even know what I can do? There's a slight pause. At first, without drawing attention to myself, I was trying to get a feel for the different Magoi at the circus, but I found myself always watching you instead. First outside Cinta City when the circus crossed back over from Tarva. Then I went to a few performances in Kaplos. When the circus moved south, I decided to follow. I knew there was something different about you, something special, but I couldn't figure out what. His words stunned me into silence. Beta Cinta watched me for weeks without my even realizing it? I'm not careless or oblivious. None of this makes sense. Not him focusing on me, and not my runaway mouth at the last circus fair. And since. Information is valuable, and I've been spewing it out like it's worth copper instead of gold. How did you figure it out? I finally ask. His pause is longer this time. Strangely enough, it was a dream. I dreamt I was swimming in a vast and stormy ocean in the dead of night. When I couldn't swim any longer, I sank to the bottom, and you were there. You lit up the dark like a lightning bolt, took my hands, and pulled me to the surface. You told me we could change everything, that you knew the truth. My heart seizes and then crashes violently against my ribs. An oracular dream. Beta Cinta was gifted with an oracular dream, Poseidon's oracular dream, and he doesn't even know it. Queasiness turns my insides upside down. Poseidon, why have you betrayed me? My mind races while my stomach ties itself in knots. What in the underworld is going on? Why is Poseidon even interested in Cinta? There's no ocean in the west. His oracles are on the other side of the realms, and magic has always been weakest here. The ice plains get diagonally bigger as you go east. Cinta has the narrowest strip. As the middle realm, Tarva has twice as much glacial territory, and Fisa in the east has even more. To core Olympians like Poseidon, these dusty hills, plains, and old forests are an afterthought. As much as I love Cinta, it's the runt of the realms. From there, I started thinking about old legends. He continues. I went to Mylos for the knowledge scrolls and found you, or the equivalent of you. The Kingmaker, the woman who hears the lie and knows the truth. Basil was the perfect test. I knew he wasn't who he said he was. I was constantly drawn to you. The dream told me I needed you. After I saw your reaction when Basil lied, I knew what to do. Constantly drawn to me. A weird spasm twists my chest. Focus. Snatch me with a magic rope? He laughs. Exactly. My hands, which for some reason keep ending up on his waist lately, curl into fists. Beta Cinta grabs one and holds on. Let go, I demand. No. My eyebrows snap together. Why not? Because your gut reaction is always to punch, and I don't like being tickled. Tickled? Tickled? Indignation swamps me. I'll show him a tickle. Before I can move, he drops the reins and captures my other hand, easily maneuvering both my hands into one of his. He picks the reins back up with the other. As usual, he gains the upper hand with disgustingly little effort, and I end up with both arms around him, my face buried in his back. Beta Cinta's crisp, masculine scent of citrus and sunshine fills my nose. Hard muscle ripples under my cheek. I'm frighteningly aware of all the places his broad, powerful body touches mine, and I shiver despite the heat. Let me go, I grind out. I said no. I open my mouth, teeth bared. If you bite me, I swear to the gods I'll dump you off this horse and make you walk. I close my mouth. The town is still miles away. I won't bite or punch. I grit my teeth. You're asking a lot. Am I? He drawls, tightening his grip on my wrists until I hiss. Ow! Fine. Or punch. His fingers loosen. Is that your binding word? My eyes widen. Beta Cinta says he needs me for information, but he already knows more about the ways of magic than is good for me. Fine. It's my binding word. It's like pulling my own teeth, but I'm desperate to stop hugging him. He's too hot and something. Ever, he stipulates. Something between a laugh and a snort explodes from me. Don't push your luck. A day, then, starting now. Fine. A day, I agree, fuming. He lets go of my wrists. I sit up so fast I almost tumble off the back of the horse. Beta Cinta's chuckle is almost as irritating as the jolt of magic that seals the deal. Hoi polloi can say one thing and do another, even if they shouldn't. They may feel guilt or regret or possibly nothing at all, but there are no physical consequences. I can't get away with that. An epic scowl on my face, I wiggle back, rubbing the finger marks on my wrists and thinking about Poseidon. Between Beta Cinta's oracular dream and my out-of-control mouth, there's no doubt the god is sticking his trident where it doesn't belong. When gods dabble in the affairs of men, anything can happen. It's definitely not something to ignore. If my godfather wants Beta Cinta and me together, he must have a very good reason for it. Or at least, I hope so. We stable the horses at Pan's Pavilion, a completely innocuous inn on the west side of town. Why Beta Cinta is entering a conquered city with so little fanfare is beyond me. What's the point of taking over a realm just to wander around like a nobody? He laughs when I ask. Laughs? What is wrong with these people? If anyone finds out who I am, we'll be thronged, he explains. Better to just be a nobody if we want to make it to Cinta City before winter. I guess that explains his avoidance of populated areas up until now. I roll my eyes. Oh, the woe of being adored. Beta Cinta grins. It's a hard life. I harumph. Too bad I made that vow not to hit him. It would be pretty satisfying to smack the smug look off his face right now. The five of us head straight to the market. The streets are narrow and shaded in the inn's vicinity, but the closer we get to the agora, the more they widen, letting the afternoon sun beat down. It's as merciless as Zeus on the top of my dark head. I can't help wondering where a glacial lake is when I need one, or a hat. The architecture changes near the heart of the city, becoming ornate. Temples dot the central neighborhood, a steady flow of people moving in and out of them for prayer. I insist on going into a sanctuary dedicated to Poseidon. There are only a few coppers in my pocket, along with the obol I wouldn't even consider giving up. That coin is for Karen, and it'll stay in my pocket until the day I need to pay the ferryman to row me across the Styx and into the land of the dead. Settling on my knees in front of a huge statue of the sea god, I bow my head, say a silent prayer of safekeeping for my friends at the circus, and then put 2 of my 3 coppers into the polished bronze bowl at Poseidon's feet. It's not much, and Poseidon's followers are many, but I hope my coppers will eventually find their way to providing for people who need them more than I do. Beta Cinta kneels beside me and takes a handful of silver coins from the pouch at his side, dropping them next to mine. My eyes practically pop out of my head at the sight of so much money. I usually give to Athena and her cult. He shrugs. But since we're here... Carver, Flynn, and Cato all kneel and give up a silver coin as well. After the holy man bestows a blessing on each of our bent heads, we head back out into the blinding sunlight. The heat sinks into my scalp, driving me crazy. Squinting and fanning myself, I look around at the stone buildings adorned with fluted marble columns and carvings of creatures and gods. What I see makes the geography of our convoluted travels finally click into place. This is Velos, I say. Beta Cinta glances at me, seeming surprised. You've been here? No, but Apollo and Artemis are everywhere, and Velans worship the twins. They're on nearly every facade in all their naked glory. Velos depends on game from the forest to the west. Along with the market, meat and leather are what make the city prosper. It's logical to worship the gods of archery and the hunt. How do you know so much about Velos? The circus travels a route farther to the west. Hours of schooling and a tutor with a whip? I've met people, heard things, I say offhandedly. Beta Sinta stops, his mouth flattening in obvious irritation. Help me, Cat. Or at least tell me the truth. I know when you're lying. Oh? My heart trips over its next beat. Your eyes get twitchy. My eyes do not get twitchy. This one gets narrower. He touches the tip of his finger to the corner of my right eye, and a little jolt zips through me. It's as if you're expecting the lie to hurt, but it doesn't because it's your own. I jerk my head away and start walking again. Thank you for telling me. I'll have to work on that. Cat, he growls, stalking after me. Everything would be so much easier if you let me go. Beta Sinta shakes his head. I can't. You're too valuable. Aren't you the lucky despot, the one who caught the Kingmaker? Forgive me for not being overjoyed about becoming your slave. Not a slave. He grabs my arm, swinging me back to him. One of us. Incredibly, he believes what he's saying, even if I don't. I wrench my arm from his grip, feeling each long finger like a brand on my skin. I wish my eyes could shoot flames, or my hands, or really any part of me would do. I'll never be one of you. Beta Sinta spears a hand through his black hair, tugging a little. You're too stubborn for your own good. I glare at him. He simply looks back, and his calm makes me want to hit something. Or someone. Our small group continues before stopping again in front of a row of colorful market stalls. A light breeze slips over my shoulder, and I turn into it, trying to cool down while Beta Sinta opens his leather pouch again and produces 4 silver coins. Flynn rubs his hands together, his eyes brightening. Payday. Flynn, Carver, and Kato each take a coin, leaving one in Beta Sinta's palm. Cat. He extends the coin to me. Your pay. Of all the things I imagined he might say, that wasn't one of them. I snap my jaw shut and turn away. I have my last copper. He doesn't insist, dropping the coin back into his pouch. I'll hold it for you. I know what you want. You complain about it often enough. I look up sharply and find his eyes brimming with humor. Is he teasing me? We approach the vendors, the enchanted rope tugging me along. I wonder what would happen if I sat down and refused to budge. Would I get dragged around on my ass? Tossed over one shoulder? The possibilities keep my feet moving. Beta Sinta buys enough apricots and oranges to last a week. 4 loaves of bread, normal, hard cheese, and green grapes. I want the red ones, but since I refused the money, I keep my mouth shut. He finds a soap seller next and takes forever sniffing the different scents. I roll my eyes. You're worse than a woman. Just take the yellow one. It's always the best. He picks it up and inhales. Lemon. Smells like you. I don't know if it's the way his voice turns rough, or how his thick, dark lashes dip, fanning his cheeks and shading his eyes, but my insides turn revoltingly mushy. And you, I sputter. My soap should have lasted another month. We'll take 2, he tells the vendor, paying and then continuing down the row of stalls. There is no we. Don't act like I have a say in any of this. Beta Sinta whirls, frustration darkening his eyes. You could have a say, and you could bloody well choose your own soap. I did. I told you to take the yellow one. And I did. Muttering a curse, he walks off so fast that the rope pulls, jerking me into someone. Or maybe the man stumbles into me. His eyes are unfocused, and he's listing to the left. Magic bites my skin. My body responds instantly. I feel the vortex. I let it expand, readying the whirlpool that'll pull the stranger's magic into me and make it my own. I reach out with a shudder. Aside from the steady, light nip of the rope, which I hardly feel anymore, I haven't been in contact with magic for nearly 2 weeks, and whatever is coursing through this man's veins is exciting and potent. I don't know what it is, but it might mean my escape. I grab his shoulders, feeling like a child in a kitchen full of cakes. I'm going to stuff myself until I burst. Chapter 8. Cat. Beta sounds far away. Cat, what are you doing? Laughing, floating, I release the man only when there's no magic left to take. Turning, I stumble into Beta. He catches my bare arms and I gasp, eyes like a storm, fingers so warm. You're pink, I giggle, the sound strange and unfamiliar to my ears. He frowns, and it makes me laugh. His face fades in and out of focus. Everything is hazy, rosy, and not quite upright. The world is buzzing. It's turned elastic and it vibrates at the edges. Dizzy, I lay my hand on Beta's chest for balance. His heart beats under my palm, and the steady rise and fall of his chest mesmerizes me. Up, down, up, down. It seems perfectly normal to time my breathing to match his. Poseidon's balls! What in the underworld did you do to me? I turn to the red-faced, raging man whose magic I took. A person's natural magic will come back in a matter of hours, but this feels like a spell. I blink him into focus, tilting my head so he's not sideways. He staggers and tremors rack his wiry frame. He's pink, too, and madder than the minotaur in his maze. Beta tenses under my hand. That dose was supposed to last all day, the man snarls. I paid good silver for it. Give it back, he thunders, lunging at me. Beta's arm snakes around my waist and he spins me out of the way. The man howls, but all I can do is laugh. Even when he draws a knife and waves it at me, a manic look in his eyes. An enraged sound rises in Beta's chest. His free hand shoots out and knocks the knife from the man's trembling grip. The next thing I know, Beta has the other man by the throat. It's impressive. Fast. One of Beta's arms is still wrapped around me, plastering me to his side. The other is extended in front of my nose. Powerful without unnecessary bulk, tanned, corded, chiseled. The whole arm is almost too appealing to resist. Muscles bunch and roll, and I have the hardest time not reaching up to squeeze his biceps. He tosses the man to the ground. Cato, Flynn, and Carver take up positions around us, looking wonderfully lethal. I clap and grin. I love a good fight, not that this one seems very fair, and then blink. Flynn either just grew 3 feet, or I'm hallucinating. Dose of what? The deadly undertone in Beta's voice makes the tiny hairs on the back of my neck rise. A shiver rattles me, and his grip around my waist tightens. When the man just gapes at us, prostrate, Beta draws a knife from his belt and throws it without a second's hesitation. It sticks not even an inch from the man's ear, slicing off a hunk of matted brown hair. The next one lands somewhere that hurts, Beta says in a low, furious voice. I wrinkle my nose. Brutal. Thundercloud eyes flash to mine. No one touches you. I chew on my lower lip, confused. You're touching me. His eyes dip to my mouth. I'm the exception. The breath stalls in my lungs. Everything inside me suddenly feels liquid and light. He reminds me of a pirate again, dark, sharp, fierce. I smile up at him, wondering if it would be all right to jump into his arms and bury my face in his neck. Our eyes meet. His are like molten silver, and my legs turn weak. I sway into him, and Beta Sinta's fingers convulse on my hip, tugging me closer. His eyes close for the space of a deep breath. When he opens them again, his jaw hardens, and he turns back to the man on the ground with a snarl. I'm waiting. I turn back too, narrow my eyes, and point an accusing finger. Answer or die. The man's face drains of what little color it had left, and I burst out laughing. Euphoria, he wheezes, struggling to sit up. Paid 5 silvers for it, and the little leech stole it with one touch. He spits in my direction. The gob lands about a foot from my boot. It's pink. The rumble in Beta Sinta's throat reminds me of a volcano about to erupt. This could get messy. I'm not in the mood for messy. You bumped into me. At least I think he did. I peel Beta Sinta's arm off me and walk away, finding it takes an unusual amount of effort to put one foot in front of the other. The rope pulls and I totter. Beta Sinta steadies me with a firm hand on my lower back, hesitating before following. I almost ask if he'd like to beat the man to a pulp before we move on, but really, this is Beta Sinta. There's no need to be polite. What about the addict? Carver asks in a low voice, handing Beta Sinta back the knife he threw. Leave him, Beta Sinta answers, sheathing the blade. He's at my elbow, his heat searing my arm. Make sure he's not following. The addict slips from my mind as soon as he's out of sight, growing hazy like everything else. Cheerful, carefree, I hum, floating up and down the market rows. There's something else I need. What? Can't remember. Don't really care. I stumble. Beta Sinta catches me, his hands circling my waist. You're high on euphoria. He's holding on to me. I think he's holding me up. His large hands skim up my ribs, steadying me. A strong dose, calibrated to a man twice your size. He gazes down at me, and I see my face reflected in the darkest part of his gray eyes. How did that happen? I motion for him to lower his head so I can whisper in his ear. His cheek brushes mine, and warmth rushes through me. I press into his jaw, curious about the feel of the 2 days' worth of beard on his skin. It prickles, but not unpleasantly. I can steal magic, I tell him. If you had any, I'd steal yours. He lifts his head, his eyes shadowed. I don't know what to make of his expression. I don't know what to make of anything. I've never felt this way before. Disconnected from myself, confused and happy. It's a relief not to be scared anymore. So freeing. I should do this more often. I'm having the time of my life. I can give it away, too. I direct some euphoria at Beta Sinta. It bounces back to me with a shudder, and I frown. You don't want any? Is he supposed to have a choice? I try again, and the same thing happens. There's something very strange about you. For some reason, that makes me laugh so hard I sound like a donkey. After I stop braying, it occurs to me that the problem might be me. I wiggle out of Beta Sinta's grasp and throw some magic at Kato. Kato grins and leans to the left. Everything's pink! He turns, loses his balance, and upends an entire display of boots, belts, and other leather goods. "For the gods' sakes," Beta Sinta mutters. He hands the furious vendor a silver coin for the inconvenience. "Flynn, take care of him, take him back to the inn. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid, knock anything else over, or kill anyone by accident." "Oh no," I cry, "we mustn't kill by accident. Only on purpose." "My sentiment exactly," Beta Sinta grumbles, taking my hand and pulling me down the street. He looks a lot like I might be on his kill list. I giggle. Carver follows. "Where are we going?" I dance a Feasin jig around Beta Sinta, making him turn in circles. The dust I kick up shimmers like ice crystals under a winter sun. I long for the cold, the kind of cold that makes your brain freeze. Where is my brain? I can't feel my head. My hands fly up and I dig through my braid, pulling it apart until I feel scalp. Oh, good. Still there. "We have one more thing to buy," Beta Sinta says. "I knew it!" I yell, clapping in triumph. "What?" "A drying cloth." That sounds boring. Something shiny catches my eye. I veer to the right, taking Beta Sinta with me. "A sword! I want a sword. Can I have a sword?" "You can't even lift a sword," he says, but he follows me along the vendor's table anyway. "I can. Watch me." I reach for the biggest, shiniest blade in the merchant's wares. It won't budge. That's odd. Someone must have glued it. I lean over the sword and keep going until my face lands on metal. Ow! I rub my nose and my finger comes away bloody. Seeing the red smear should worry me, but I can't remember why. Blood. Mother's voice haunts me from far away. Spill it, shed it, bathe in it, make people fear you. Laughter bubbles up inside me. I've never found Mother funny before. This euphoria stuff is great. Beta Sinta leans close to inspect my nose. He brushes hair out of my face with calloused fingers that are light and warm. On impulse, I lift my hands and trail my fingers over the dark stubble shadowing his cheeks. Scratchy. He stares down at me as he catches my hands and slowly lowers them, keeping my fingers trapped loosely in his. His thumbs skate over my knuckles, and a lovely flutter tickles my ribs. "The cut's nothing," he says, his voice unusually soft. A few heartbeats pass before he lets me go and turns to the vendor, nodding to a half-sized sword at the far end of the table. The merchant hands it to him, and Beta Sinta inspects the weapon, testing its weight and balance and making sure the blade is straight. "We'll take it," he finally says, "and your smallest sword belt with dagger loops." "You're buying me a sword? And a belt for my knives?" Thrilled, I leap on him like an octopus, clinging to him with arms and legs, so more like a quadrupus. Does that even exist? Gods, his skin is on fire. Beta Sinta's arms lock around me. Thunder rolls in my ears, and I cock my head, listening for more. He goes utterly still. Does he hear it too? Then he inhales so deeply that his chest expands, pressing into me. A dizzying sensation sweeps through me. Against my neck, his shuddering exhale stirs my hair and sends a rush of goosebumps down my spine. I shiver, giggling breathlessly. Ah, that tickles. With a strained chuckle, he untangles my limbs and sets me back on my feet, standing protectively over me. I can't help smiling up at him. He's such a contradiction, so arrogant and yet so reasonable. "The sword's really for me?" I ask. His hands linger on my waist, his splayed fingers pressing lightly into my sides. "You said you wanted one." My smile widens. "In that case, I want two. One for each hip." I can already imagine my swagger. He laughs, his expression a disconcerting mix of humor and indulgence. "Let's start with one," he says, pulling me a shade closer. I gaze up at him. My brain is fuzzy, my limbs are light, and no one has ever looked at me the way he does. The undisguised heat in his quicksilver eyes makes it hard to breathe. Beta pays for the sword. It's short, about 2.5 feet long, with a rounded guard shaped like a loosely woven basket of laurel leaves. "Can I have it?" I ask, bouncing next to him. "Can I? Can I, please?" "No." "Why not?" "You can have it when I can trust you." That sounds logical. "Okay." "Okay?" He arches dark eyebrows. "That's it?" "What's it?" There's a bee buzzing in my ear. I swat at it, laughing. It turns into a centaur and gallops away. "Did you see that?" I cry. "See what?" "The bee? The centaur bee, the pink one." Beta rolls his eyes, something I never thought he'd do, grabs my hand, and drags me through the market. Colors, sounds, and spicy scents swirl through the fog in my brain. I float through them. I have to dance. I dance and skip like the child I was never allowed to be. I'm happy. I fear nothing. I don't have to watch my back. There's a giant butterfly doing that. It lands on my shoulder, flaps powdery wings, and whispers, "I'll take care of you." I look up, beaming. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Beta says. "Not you." He frowns, and I laugh, dancing some more. When I fall, Carver helps me up. I smile and give him my best curtsy. It's really well done. There isn't a princess in the 3 realms that could do better. Carver bows back, and it's awful. I laugh until I snort. Mother would not approve. Beta lightly tugs my hand, and I stumble to the right, landing in a sea of drying cloths. They hang and flap, rainbow sails in the afternoon breeze. I jump, trying to touch the highest one while he plows through the stock on the table, looking for something in that efficient manner of his. "This one," he tells the merchant. It's mid-sized and a disgusting shade of yellow. "Is that for me?" He nods, and I scrunch up my nose. "Not that one. It looks like Cerberus threw up on it." I look around. "I want that one." It's bright red and 3 times too big. I love it. He throws the yellow cloth back on the table and buys the red. Done with the market, he tows me back toward the inn again. Suddenly light-headed, I plop down in the middle of the cobbled street, hearing Beta's grunt when the rope cuts into his hips. I squint up at him. "Serves you right. You could just untie me, or let me go." He smirks. "And miss all this fun?" I burst out laughing. A second later, he grins back. His smile is broad and makes my heart thump an irregular beat. His nose is a bit hooked, but that makes his face different, interesting. So does the scar. I can't remember why I don't like him. In fact, My head snaps around. I felt something. I want it. I jump up, my feet flying. "Where are you going?" Beta Sinta falls into stride next to me. Carver is on my other side, easily keeping pace. I don't answer because I don't know. Not until we turn a corner and race up the steps of a bathhouse. I barrel through the front doors, startling a couple on their way out. Their white robes are cinched with matching hammered gold belts. Shiny. I reach for the woman's belt. She slides away from me, and I let her go. There's something more important here. There's a side for women and a side for men. I don't care which is which, and I don't stop to find out. I turn right and run down the marble hallway. There are waves under my feet. Cool foam curls between my toes. I shriek with laughter as a satyr chases me, trying to pinch my cheeks. A tall, heavy door stops me in my tracks. I reach for the latch, but for some reason I keep missing it. "I get the feeling you've never been high before," Beta Sinta says, leaning around me to open the door. "Have you?" I ask. He shakes his head. His eyes dance with silver streaks. They glitter like far-off galaxies in the deep of night. I stare into the scatter of stars, falling, falling. "Looks like fun," Carver says, pulling me out of space. I turn to the wiry swordsman. "Want some? It's fabulous." "No thanks," Carver grins. "Offering anything else?" I giggle and blush. Then my smile turns into a pout. "Don't flirt." Carver does his best to look stricken, ignoring Beta Sinta's glare. "Why not?" "Don't you know? Poseidon sent your incredibly annoying brother to me with an oracular dream. Once-in-a-lifetime thing. Except for most people. Most people never have one. Anyway," I roll my eyes, "he probably thinks it means something." I snort. "I'd rather eat goat balls or goat shit." I frown, confused. "Or goat cheese!" I shout triumphantly. They stare at me. I could catch flies in their open mouths. I don't want any flies, even pink ones. "Oracular dream?" Beta Sinta says. "She's a wealth of information," Carver murmurs. "What? Never heard of one?" I shrug. "I'm hot." Remembering the water, I turn, trip over my own feet, and crash to the floor. Beta Sinta sits me upright. I run again, driven by blind need. Booted footsteps follow. The rope draws taut and then gives as we burst into a bathing chamber with 3 naked men. I laugh at their startled expressions and then yank my tunic over my head. Beta Sinta's eyes widen. "For the gods' sakes, cat!" I keep stripping, tossing my clothes into a messy heap. "Out!" he barks to the room. There must be something scary about him because all 3 men jump out of the pool and run, leaving puddles on the floor. They disappear and I turn back to Beta Sinta. He doesn't look that scary to me. I tilt my chin, inspecting him. His hair is the color of a starless night, shiny and curling softly around his neck. I reach up, playing with the silky strands. They look like ink splashed across my fingers. Smiling, I smooth stray locks away from his face and then pat his head. "Good Beta." There's a low rumble in his throat. "Woof!" I bark back. He grins. Then his eyes drop to my bare chest. His smile freezes, his nostrils flaring as his hands curl into fists. Heat explodes inside me along with 1,000 tiny wings. A flush sweeps up my neck, my nipples harden under his smoldering gaze, and I'm suddenly, intensely aware of my own breasts, the sway and the weight, the roundness of them. A muscle ticks in his jaw before his eyes drift down, taking in the rest of me. His expression reminds me of a starving man who just stumbled upon his next meal, focused, hungry, ready to pounce. Untie me or get in. My voice is husky. There's a butterfly colony inside me. Beta Sinta steps closer to shield me from Carver's view, ordering his brother out of the room. Carrying most of our purchases, Carver backs away with his usual bravado. I blow him a saucy kiss over Beta Sinta's shoulder, startled when a violent sound rattles in Beta Sinta's chest. Carver laughs his way out of the room, quickly. Warm air brushes my skin. All of it. It's Beta Sinta's heat. He's that close. I think I'm forgetting something important. Silver eyes meet mine. Give me your binding word you won't leave without me. All right. Say it. I roll my eyes and bow, adding a pompous hand flourish. I won't leave the bathing chamber without you, O imperious one. His mouth twitches, and I preen, oddly elated that I make him laugh. Beta Sinta unties the rope, which I think I should care more about. His fingers barely brush my waist, but the contact makes my breath catch and my belly tighten. Tiny flames lick my skin where he touches. I shouldn't like it, but I do. The moment the rope drops away, I take a deep breath, dive into the pool, and swim the entire length underwater. Bliss. I pop up laughing and then swim for what feels like hours. My hands and feet wrinkle like month-old grapes, but I keep swimming, Poseidon's ocean in my ears. Beta Sinta paces the length of the pool, shadowing me. I splash him and he frowns. I invite him in and he shakes his head. I don't know why he won't join me. I haven't had this much fun in, well, ever. Too bad he's such a grump. Sometime after dark, exhaustion hits me like a cyclops's fist. I go limp, my muscles used and tired and so heavy I can barely move. Nothing is pink, nothing is wonderful. I'm not dizzy or happy. And Beta Sinta watching me swim around naked isn't even remotely funny anymore. Gasping, I try to turn invisible, that important thing I was forgetting earlier, and can't. I'm too weak. I try again, but nothing happens. The blood drains from my face so fast I see spots. Beta Sinta's eyes sharpen. He takes a step forward, hesitates, and then stops, hovering on the edge of action. My face flames as humiliation sweeps me into dark places. I'd rather take 100 beatings than this. This is torture. My eyes sting, and I fight back tears. Cats don't cry, but this time I think I might. Years of dread crash down on me, and I shudder, wondering if I can just let myself drown to save the realms from the calamity of cat. Standing in the water, I hang my head, my dark hair floating around my shoulders like a peacock's fan at midnight. I can see my toes through the water. I can see everything. So can he. That's why addicts stay high, Beta Sinta says from the side of the pool. It's too awful when it ends. I sniff. I can't look at him. I won't. Come. He holds out the gaudy red drying cloth I chose. It's hideous and oversized. He averts his eyes while I crawl up the steps. My eyes hurt. There are shooting pains in my head. I'm shivering. I'm not cold, but I can't stop shaking. My teeth even chatter, which is an entirely new experience. Barely holding myself upright, I let Beta Sinta wrap the cloth around me. He pats me dry, his hands surprisingly gentle. His touch is efficient, not overly invasive, and, good gods, I can't believe I'm even thinking this, oddly comforting. I squeeze my eyes shut, for once hating myself more than I hate him. Why did you take it? He leans over me to wrap the cloth more snugly around me. Sooty lashes shield his eyes. Black hair sweeps forward, brushing my bare shoulder. A tremor runs through me, warmer this time. The magic wanted to be inside me. My voice is as weak as a wisp of smoke. It sounds like I feel. I couldn't control it. I didn't even try. It wasn't his magic. It was a spell. Beta Sinta straightens. Shadowy in the torchlight, his eyes are like the ocean at night, dark and deep. He's close, too close, but I don't have the strength to step back or even look away. It doesn't matter, I say listlessly. It's the same to me. He fiddles with the cloth again before tugging lightly on my elbow. Let's go, he says, his voice thicker than usual. I'm not sure I can. I locate my clothes, take one step, two, and then sink to the floor and curl up on my side, my cheek pressed to the cool marble. Beta Sinta gathers my things, then puts one arm under my knees and the other behind my back, picking me up like I weigh nothing. I can't find the energy to protest, and my head flops against his shoulder, soaking his tunic. I close my eyes, feeling the heat of my breath circle back to me from against his neck. You never smell bad, I mumble. Should I? It would make you mortal, like the rest of us. I am mortal. That's why I need your help. I finish wearily, forcing my leaden eyelids up. This isn't a game, Cat. Just leave me here, I moan. You can't carry me all the way back. He grunts like I should know better. And leave behind my most valued treasure. Despite my magical worth, I've never been anyone's most valued treasure. I won't be used. A smile curves his wide mouth. His lips are expressive and so close. Egeria will win you over. I doubt that. I yawn noisily, the tip of my nose accidentally brushing Beta Sinta's neck. Drawn to his warm, solid strength, I'm tempted to burrow closer. I'm about to give in when a stab of panic slices through me. Oh, gods! It's all over. 8 years of hiding, and now this. I didn't think it was possible to hate myself any more right now, but I was wrong. It won't get that far. You're wrong. You're wrong about a lot of things. I let that go. I have bigger problems. I bled on that sword and didn't dilute it. I didn't care at the time. It's true what they say. Drugs make you stupid. They'll track my blood. It's been hours. They're already on their way. He tenses and his voice turns into a knife's edge, hard and sharp. Who? I yawn again. Apparently, even the most terrifying people in the realms can't compete with bone-deep fatigue and drug withdrawal. "It's your fault you exposed me." His arms tighten, locking me against his chest. "I'll protect you." My eyes drift closed, darkness enveloping me like a shroud. Not for the first time. I wonder how long I'll live. Beta Sinta's heart thuds under my hand. "You could try," I whisper, fading into oblivion. Chapter 9. Conversation wakes me up. My head is pounding. I'm on a mattress, still wrapped in my drying cloth under a lightweight blanket, and my wrist is tied to the bed. I obey my first instinct and tug on the knot. When it doesn't move, I feign sleep and listen. The first thing I hear is Flynn's gruff voice asking who's after me. "That's what I'd like to know." Frustration colors Beta Sinta's answer. He's pacing, his long strides beating a steady rhythm on a wooden floor. "She told me everyone is her enemy. At the time, I thought she was exaggerating. But any royal or noble would kill to get their hands on the Kingmaker. She can steal magic, turn invisible. She might even be able to drive a dragon. The gods only know what else she can do. She's even handy with a knife." Handy? Handy? My eyes almost pop open out of indignation. Beta Sinta's footsteps stop next to the bed. Warm fingers brush mine. Who wouldn't want her? Something in his tone makes my stomach tumble. That horrible, mushy feeling hits me again. Carver joins the conversation, sounding broody. There's more here than we know. More to her. He exhales loudly. Can we protect her? I doubt it. "Can we hide her?" Flynn asks. Maybe. "We have to get her to Egeria," Beta Sinta says. Gah, her again. "Our first problem is who's coming now," Kato says. "We'll deal with the rest later." Good old Kato. He knows how to get rid of the dung and clear out the stench. Behind closed eyelids, I see broad shoulders, Adonis-like features, smiling blue eyes, and sunny blonde hair. In my mind, he's winking at me, his 3 knives planted in the knot of a tree. I showed him that. "I could ride hard and fast, bring back 1/3 of the army," Flynn offers. "No, they're protecting the castle." Beta Sinta's voice rings with finality, and I mentally roll my eyes. They're protecting the castle and his darling Egeria. We could find more Magoi and pay them for protection, Carver suggests. "That would only expose her more," Beta Sinta says, pacing again. Other footsteps join Beta Sinta's. The tread is heavier, less precise. "So what do we do?" Flynn asks. No one says anything for a while. Then Beta Sinta's voice rumbles above me, low and sure. "Stay together, like we always have. The 4 of us have never come across an enemy we couldn't best." A hollow feeling spreads through me. I could be lying on my circus cot, listening to Itas, Desma, Vasily, and Selena having the same conversation. But they've loved and protected me for years. Beta Sinta only wants me alive so he can use me. I want to live. At least one of our interests converges. I let out a sigh and start talking. "They'll start by sending armed men, at least 20, and some with magic. If that doesn't work, they'll resort to creatures. Centaurs, koboloi, that kind of thing, maybe even a dragon." I open my eyes. My head throbs, and the glow from the oil lamp feels like a dagger through my skull. By the way, I hope Lamia drains your blood and eats your hearts. Carver grins. Lamia only eats children. I huff. That's what you think. Welcome back. Flynn pats my foot through the blanket. I sit up with a groan and grab my head. The headache is a whole harpy's nest of fun, Cato says, his expression strained, his face paler than usual. Thanks for that. I scowl at him. Sarcasm is not favored by the gods. Do you see any gods here? He asks, spreading his hands wide. That's the whole point. You don't see them until they're firing lightning bolts at you. His lips twitch with a weak smile before his eyes squeeze shut and he drops his head, pinching the bridge of his nose. Great. I brought down Adonis with a hit of euphoria. I feel like a delinquent. Beta Cinta crouches by the bedside, eye level with me. How do you know what's coming? I look away, flushing. I can't help remembering his heated gaze on me in the pool, or the way his arms tightened around me before sleep robbed me of conscious thought. My eyes lowered, I pluck at the blanket. Experience, and just a hunch. I could be wrong. Are you ever wrong? He asks. Yes, unfortunately. His weight dips the mattress. Work with us, Cat. We'll help you. My eyes jerk back up. I wouldn't even be in danger if it weren't for you. At least not immediate danger. I'm not part of your team. When will you get that through your head? You'll have everything you need, Beta Cinta argues. Coin, shelter, protection. Does he really think that's all a person wants? I could sell myself to any number of Magoi nobles for that. Do you need protection? Sometimes. I don't need anyone. Is that my eye twitching? Beta Cinta watches me, his expression sober. That sounds like a lonely life. A familiar hole gapes wide inside my chest and I swallow, closing my eyes against the four of them. When I open my eyes again, they're still looking at me, and I can't seem to muster all that much hate. Well, Beta Cinta gets some, but it's not that dramatic, even in my own head. It feels like another defeat. He caught me, he kept me, and now I don't even truly despise him anymore. It's humiliating. I've already been humiliated enough for one day. I disappear. Cat! Beta Cinta calls. I don't know why I'm still attached to his bloody rope, which is attached to the bloody bed, which is now bloody invisible right along with me. I'm getting dressed. I push the blanket back and reach for my clothes. I manage well enough except for my tunic. I pull it over my head, slip my free arm through one sleeve, and then tug the rest of it down enough to cover most of me before reappearing. You have to untie the rope. Beta Cinta's eyes lock on me when I reappear, their burning intensity turning my temperature volcanic. His gaze keeps coming back to my hair. It's almost never loose, but now it's a wild mess falling to my waist in waves. Almost hesitantly, he reaches out, lightly touching a dark curl. You're too young to be so cynical. I shiver, growing horribly self-conscious. Being mostly covered just reminds me of being completely naked, and I blush uncontrollably. Even my toes turn red. As my color rises, Beta Cinta's mouth curves a little too smugly for my taste. He wraps hot fingers around my free wrist, slowly reaching across me to untie the rope with his other hand. As soon as I can, I punch my arm through my tunic, ignoring the traitorous tightening in my stomach and the god's awful fluttering in my chest. He tugs me off the bed and then gets Carver to tie us back together around the waist. I feel unsteady, and not because of the euphoria. Is that really necessary? I ask, glaring at the rope. You make it necessary, Beta Sinta responds. He's right. I'd be gone like an arrow from Artemis's bowstring if I could get away. Did you really think I'd hand over my loyalty just because you say you won't randomly massacre Sintins and your sister the Alpha is so nice? I thought you'd see reason, he says stiffly. Reason and I don't mix. I can tell, he mutters. My blood instantly boils. Everything about him sets me off, builds up pressure I don't know how to deal with. With no other conceivable outlet for my visceral reaction to him, I swing at Beta Sinta, my fist connecting with his gut. Pain explodes in a flash of blistering heat, fracturing my body into brittle shards. I crumple to the floor, my cry muffled by a clap of thunder so violent it rattles the inn. I scream. On fire, burning up, ripping apart. Lies are nothing compared to this. This is Olympus raining fire, scorching my skin, my eyes, my soul. I claw at my throat and chest where the burning is excruciating. The room echoes with a long wail. It's me. The wail is me. Beta Sinta grabs my hands and hauls me back up. You're hurting yourself. I fight him, kicking and screaming, thrashing like the Furies. Oh, gods, the Furies. What in the name of Zeus is wrong with her? Flynn demands, joining in the struggle to keep me still. I whip my head around. My skull splinters, leaving me half blind with pain. Get it out! Get it out! What, Cat? Flynn looks as panicked as I feel. It's the betrayal. Beta Sinta's hands are like manacles on my wrists. What betrayal? Flynn asks. She gave me her binding word she wouldn't punch me for a day. She broke it. I can't believe I swore a false oath. I've never broken a vow. Only Beta Sinta could make me mad enough to forget my binding word. I had no idea what the Furies would do to me, but I never imagined this. Frantic to tear myself apart, consumed by fire, screaming my head off. What about a lesser goddess slap on the wrist? An annoyed zap from the underworld? No one ever told me about this. I fight like a caged beast. I could rip the fire from my flesh if Beta Sinta would just let go. Carver grabs me around the waist and stops me from kicking his brother. I'd hardly call that a betrayal, he grates out, barely holding on to me. I'm wild, frantic. Pain rages inside me, blinding, jagged. Burning doesn't even begin to describe it. It's unbearable. She's practically made of magic, Beta Sinta snaps. What do you expect? But she punches you all the time, Flynn says, grunting when I elbow him in the ribs. And I'm supposed to let her? Beta Sinta snarls. What do you expect when you keep her tied up, tied to you? I'd had enough. She's had enough, Flynn thunders. Whose side are you on? Beta Sinta thunders back. Fix her, Flynn roars. I don't know how. Beta Sinta hauls me against his chest, pinning my arms down with his much heavier ones. I go limp, in too much pain to fight anymore. I'm sobbing now. I haven't sobbed in years. Tears stream down my face, salty and wet. What do I do? His voice urgent, Beta Sinta crushes me against him. The weight of his arms makes my bones ache. Tell me, and I will. Tell me. I can only guess. It's not something anyone ever talks about. When you make a vow, you don't break it. Period. Now I know why. It takes all my strength to scrape 2 words from my throat. Release. Vow. I release you from your vow. His breath rushes over my temple. I release you, cat. Be well again. Be well. Something inside me shifts. The vow dissolves instantly. The pain melts slowly, leaving me shaking. Beta Sinta's arms stay locked around me. Cat. My nose is buried in his chest. I leave it there, breathing raggedly. Breathing him. Are you all right? He asks. My skin stings where I scratched it, and I must have bled. But that doesn't matter right now. I peek at my hands, thinking they're charred black. They're not. They look normal except for the bloody fingernails, but they feel fried, like the rest of me. I'm alive. My throat hurts from screaming. My voice is a hoarse rasp. That's all you need. He blows out a long breath, stirring the hair at the top of my head. You do realize you're both stubborn and infuriating. I don't answer. Does he really expect me to agree? If I didn't need you so much, I'd have killed me by now, I supply. He chuckles. The sound vibrates through me, disturbing and much too intimate. Let you go, just to be rid of you. I lift my head enough to glare. As if it were a normal thing to do, Beta Sinta sweeps his hand up and down my spine in slow, soothing strokes. Come, eat something. You haven't eaten in hours, and we finally have food you like. Warmth follows the path of his hand, heating more than just my back. I feel it in the strangest places, coiling deep inside of me, spiraling through my belly, tingling along my ribs. Neither of us moves. I eventually gather the strength, or maybe the will, to push off and stumble away from him. I get this awful feeling the second I leave his arms. I want to be back in them. My eyes wide, I back away, a tangle of fear and emotion knotting in my chest. I'm used to being scared, but this time is different. This time, I'm afraid of myself. Beta Sinta changes his mind about going straight to Sinta City. We stay in Vilas for nearly a week and then wander the nearby countryside like vagabonds, waiting for something to happen. I keep saying we should run. Hiding is what I do. But he wants to find out who's chasing me, and I won't tell him. At this point, I'd be safer in Sinta City, in the castle. There's an army there. But he doesn't want to draw mysterious enemies into the heart of the realm, and he wants to protect his family and his perfect sister who smiles for widows and orphans, and has Sintins falling on the ground to kiss her feet. Gag. She won't last another month as Alpha. On the bright side, I get to have an opinion now. What do I want to eat? Do I need to get off the horse? Do I want 3 or 4 feet of rope? Which side do I sleep on? Fruit. I'm used to the horse. 4 feet, and on the left. Beta Sinta even offers to show me how to use the sword he bought me in Vilas. In his arrogance, he actually thought I'd need lessons. As soon as he hands me my blade, I nick his chin and draw blood. His eyes narrow as he wipes his chin on his sleeve. I thought you knew knives. I'm better with knives. I thrust again. He blocks this time, throwing me back so hard I almost fall over. I might have if not for the rope. It's awkward sparring like this, but I'm too happy to be doing something different to complain. That doesn't mean I can't use a sword. You fight dirty, he mutters. I grin. Is there any other way? He plays with me for a while. I hold my own because he's holding back. One swing with his true strength and I'd buckle instantly. Can't beat a girl, I taunt, knowing he won't hurt me. Not much, anyway. Has the big bad warlord gone all soft? Do you have a death wish? Beta Cinta stalks forward and nearly knocks the sword from my hand. The vibration rattles my bones from fingers to shoulder. I roll my eyes. I wish that would make my life, or lack thereof, so much easier. Flynn, Cato, and Carver chuckle on our right. I flick my braid over my shoulder and give them the evil eye. "Laugh all you want, ladies. You're next." "No thanks," Flynn says. "I wouldn't want to hurt you." "Poor Flynn," I sigh, "so scared." They laugh. Unfortunately, I do too. I drop my guard and Beta Cinta steps in, disarms me, and sweeps my legs out from under me. I crash to the ground, the wind knocked out of me. He follows me down, pinning me with a classic grappling move I saw coming from miles away but was too slow to do anything about. He ends up on top of me, his face mere inches from mine. The air flees my lungs again, but for entirely different reasons. I can't help wondering about the laugh lines around the corners of his eyes, or noticing how the outer rims of his irises are more silver than gray. He hasn't shaved in days, and the beard shadowing his cheeks looks almost long enough to be soft. The dark whiskers frame his wide mouth and highlight the sensual curve of his full lips I keep looking at. His hair falls forward, caging us. His eyes turn that stormy gray. They remind me of the ocean on a wild, windy dawn, just before the sun kisses the horizon. I bet if he looked at me a certain way... Dear gods, is he looking at me that way right now? I panic and slam my forehead into his nose. "Zeus's bollocks!" Beta Cinta bellows. Blood spews from his nose, drenching me. "That's disgusting," I sputter. "Get off!" His hooked nose is crooked now, too. Oops. "You're as heavy as a horse." I ram my palms into his shoulders, trying to dislodge him. I can feel every steely inch of him. That's way too much, and he's way too close. Something dangerous sparks in his eyes. "Concede I've won." "What? No, in your dreams, of the non-oracular kind." I jerk my head up again, the effort only half-hearted. He dodges, and my forehead glances off his scruffy cheek. His voice deepens to a growl. "Concede I've won." "Not a chance." He settles more heavily on top of me. I can hardly breathe. "Are you sure that's wise?" "Do you need me to say it in sign language?" I lift my head and bite him where his shoulder meets his neck. He tastes like salt, sun, and citrus. He tastes like he smells. My tongue apparently has a mind of its own because it snakes over his skin, tasting more. He stops breathing. He doesn't fight me. He doesn't even move. What in the name of Zeus am I doing? I release the bite and spit on the ground. "Gross," I cough out, trying my best to believe it. Beta Cinta lifts his head, anger and something else, something intense and shiver-inducing, flashing in his thundercloud gaze. I feel frozen in place and all jumbled up, belligerent, remorseful, excited, kind of worried. He rises, roughly hauling me to my feet. He attaches me to a tree and leaves me there while he washes the blood off his face and tries to straighten his nose. I'm covered in his blood too, but he doesn't seem to care. More or less alone for the first time in days, I find a spot without any rocks or roots and stretch out, making a big deal about how great it is to finally have my own space. Which it is. Sort of. Lacing my hands behind my head, I stare up at the leaves, a heavy feeling settling in my chest. I didn't mean to break his nose. An hour later, Beta Cinta brings me to the stream in silence. His nose is swollen, and both his eyes have dark bruises under them. Instead of turning invisible for a bath, I wash my face, neck, and hands, and then start chanting. He looks wary but doesn't try to stop me. When I'm done, I plunge my hand into the water and snatch the salamander I conjured out of the mud before it can swim away. I rinse it off and then shove it in Beta Sinta's face. "Here, eat this." "Why?" "It'll fix your nose." He eyes the wriggling creature with suspicion. "How?" "How do you think, with magic?"
"Are you a healer, too?"
"No, but I know some tricks. I've needed them." "Go on, eat, and no swallowing it whole. You have to chew. Crunch, crunch," I say, dangling it in front of his nose. He looks disgusted and a little cross-eyed because it's so close. I'm surprised when he opens his mouth. I toss the salamander into it, and Beta Sinta crunches down. He gags, his eyes watering at the vile taste, but he still chews and swallows. I grimace. "I can't believe you ate that."
"Why? You said I should."
He clears his throat, visibly nauseated. "Because it's revolting, and how do you know I didn't just poison you?"
"Did you?"
"No, but I could have." He shrugs, completely unconcerned. "By the way, you could have swallowed it whole." Now he looks annoyed. "Ha! And just so you know, never eat a blue amphibian. Most colors are fine, but blue is bad news." He touches his nose, wiggling it back and forth and then scrunching it a few times. There isn't a trace of damage left.
"I'll remember that if anyone ever tries to serve me a toad."
I make a face and roll my eyes. I've never seen anyone conjure a magic toad. Toads are mostly terrestrial anyway. I don't think they count.
"I'm not surprised. I just wanted to see you make a face and roll your eyes. It's adorable."
Adorable? My jaw hits the riverbank. No one's ever accused me of that before. Great! Now I can't make faces or roll my eyes. My life just got bleaker. So why do I feel like smiling? Gah! After dinner, Beta Sinta ties me to the tree again, apparently to have a conversation with Carver that I'm not allowed to hear. I don't mean to, but I fall asleep watching the moon hang in the sky. I wake up screaming, my knuckles flying toward Beta Sinta's throat. He catches my hand and holds it. My fist uncurls as where I am and who I'm with push the nightmare aside. Past shadows fade as he traces slow circles on the palm of my hand with the pad of his thumb. I'm not sure he even knows he's doing it, but it's suddenly all I can think about. That hot, rhythmic circle on my hand. The rough skin combined with the soothing touch heighten the shivery sensations building inside me. I don't pull back. I'd be disgusted with myself, except this sure beats reliving needles of fire and a fist the size of my face. Wordlessly, Beta Sinta reattaches us at the waist and then leads me over to his bedroll, spreading mine out on the left. I'm not sure he even knows he's doing it, but it's suddenly all I can think about. That hot, rhythmic circle on my hand. The rough skin combined with the soothing touch heighten the shivery sensations building inside me. I don't pull back. I'd be disgusted with myself, except this sure beats reliving needles of fire and a fist the size of my face. Wordlessly, Beta Sinta reattaches us at the waist and then leads me over to his bedroll, spreading mine out on the left. I lie down, staring into the darkness and rejecting the completely irrational feeling of relief being next to him brings.
"Who did that to you?"
he asks in a low, furious voice. I stiffen under my blanket. It doesn't matter.
"It matters to me."
My whole body goes still.
Why? Because I punish people who hurt women. My chest tightens painfully. It's a feeling I keep getting lately. I don't like it. I wasn't a woman then, I was just a girl. A savage sound rumbles in his throat. He sounds like the lion hybrid he's named for. Who? Like I said, it doesn't matter anymore. How can you say that? He turns to me, his eyebrows drawn into dark, angry slashes. Don't tell me you're the forgiving type. I snort. The person who gave me nightmares was punished a long time ago. Kill or be killed. That's the way of my world. I roll onto my side to face him. I'm still here. His mouth opens, but I cut him off. Drop it, Beta Cinta. His eyes are black in the moonlight. I can't tell what he's thinking. I have a name, he finally says. I stay silent. His name doesn't change anything, and Beta Cinta is what he is. He lifts up one elbow and props his head in his hand, clearly with no intention of dropping it. There were others, though. People who hurt you. It doesn't sound like a question. I wouldn't answer anyway. I roll over, turning my back on him and closing my eyes. A face fills my mind. Beautiful olive skin, dark hair, eyes as cold as ice. She laughs. You are me. Don't even pretend that you're not. I shiver so violently that Beta Cinta must see it. The scars on my arms burn. Chills run through the rest of me. I'm not her, not yet anyway. The problem is, I might be worse. It takes a long time for sleep to come. Close to dawn, I wake up way too hot, with a warlord plastered to my back. One heavy arm is draped across my waist, his big hand displayed possessively over my stomach, tucking me against him. My heart slams in my chest, and a frightening, warm sensation infuses that empty part of me. Something in the warmth flutters, cautious, like a nascent bird's wings, like a fledgling, though I don't know whether I'll crash or fly. Chapter 10. It takes 12 days for the attack to come, long enough for my enemies to cross Fisa, Tarva, and half of Cinta at a grueling pace. I was wrong about 20 men. She sends 30. I told you we should have run. Cato and Flynn adjust their weapons, mace and axe ready. Carver draws his sword, his eyes as sharp as his blade. 30-4, Beta Cinta says. I've seen better odds. I gape at his casual tone. He gets all worked up over my being snarky or not controlling my temper very well, at all. But this doesn't faze him? What is wrong with him? 30-5, I correct, itching for my knives. They're Fesin. I know. Their snow-white, standard undulating with blue waves brings on a mess of emotions. So? He turns in the saddle. Not interested in returning to your home realm? No. Really, no. 1,000 trolls worth of no. If I wanted to be in Fisa, I would be. He faces forward again and kicks his horse. I grab his waist, and we gallop for higher ground. I thought you weren't one of us, Beta Cinta calls over his shoulder. I'm not. Maybe you'll kill each other off and I'll get away. This could be your lucky day, he says somewhat grimly. It's not. I know it the second I see who's leading the Fesins. In all the realms, he's one of the few people who actually wants me dead, not just captured.
And here I thought she'd send someone to bring me back. I might have to reevaluate my worth. Beta Sinta stops and squints at the riders, focusing on their leader. Gods, what did you do? Eviscerate his mother? I laugh. It's high-pitched and completely inappropriate, but I can't help it. He's right about the way Otis is looking at me. Hate, hate, hate. It doesn't bother me. I'm pretty sure I hate him more. People don't think when they're angry. Beta Sinta grunts. You should know. My nostrils flare. I'm nothing like Otis. If I were, I'd still be in Fisa. This isn't the time for snide remarks. They're going to massacre us. They can try. I smile at that. It's more a baring of teeth. Beta Sinta glances at me. I thought there was no us. Did I just use the you word by accident? Untie me, I say, ignoring what I can't explain and don't want to think about. Give me my weapons. I don't trust you. You can't fight tied up like this, and neither can I. I feel him hesitate. Oh, for the gods' sakes, I give you my binding word I won't escape during the fight. That doesn't mean I can't escape later, and I'd rather stay with Beta Sinta for now than battle Otis like a sitting duck. At least the Sintons don't want me dead. Gray eyes lock on mine. You won't try to escape? I shake my head, unable to look away. No, I swear it. Ever. You won't try to escape me ever. Not as long as I live. My eyes widen and I gulp down a scathing retort. That's a lot to ask, I say roughly. I've a lot to lose, he answers just as roughly. My heartbeat pounds against my ribs. Otis or Beta Sinta? Fisa, possibly death, or this, whatever this is. It's out of my power if I'm captured. His expression hardens. Then I'd better not let that happen. I swallow the sick lump in my throat. As far as choices go, it's not the hardest I've faced. Poseidon set us on this course. Would my godfather steer me wrong? He sent Beta Sinta to me with an oracular dream. What am I supposed to do with him? Probably not let him die, or get killed myself. My lungs feel scratchy, and I have to rip the words from my throat, regretting them as soon as they're said. I won't try to escape you as long as you live. The vow takes hold with a jolt of magic, jarring me, scaring me. A look of pure triumph crosses Beta Sinta's face. I'll protect you, Cat. I swear it. My heart clenches violently in my chest. Don't make promises you can't keep. It displeases the gods. His deft fingers work fast, untying the knots. He stuffs the rope into his saddlebag, drags me onto his lap, and then plants his mouth on mine. The kiss sizzles through me, quick and rough and shocking me to my toes. My lips tingle from hardness and warmth. Heat explodes through the rest of me, racing under my skin like a storm on the wind. He pulls away, glaring at me. Whatever happens to the rest of us, you live. My pulse going wild, stunned. I shove him and sputter, gross! Sort of. Not really. Damn. Beta Sinta grins and dumps me off the horse. Go, turn invisible, and hide. My jaw goes slack. I'm not running away. His eyebrows slam down. You'll do as I say. Yeah, when has that ever My head whips around. Power stings my skin as an arrow whistles past, trailing Chimera's fire in its wake. My blood pulses, grabs the magic, and stops the arrow inches from Flynn's chest. Flynn of the belly laugh, Flynn who defended me, who fought for me when I was in pain. Fury paints the world red. I gather the scorching magic, flip the arrow around with a swipe of my hand, and then fling it back toward the bowman, ramming it through his eye. Gods, cat! Flynn breathes a sigh of relief. That would have burned me alive. Good thing I'm here, I say saucily. And modest, as usual, Beta Cinta mutters, even though he looks impressed. You're one to talk. Go, he growls. I hold out my hand. Give me my sword. My knives are somewhere in Flynn's bag. He does. He thinks I'm going to run. There's another bowman knocking an arrow. He's a little far away. I reach, got it. He lets fly, and the arrow spins crazily up and then back down again, splitting his skull. Ha! The Pheasants roar in fury. That's right, I've learned new tricks. They charge. Beta Cinta maneuvers his horse in front of me, blocking the first attack and bellowing at me to leave. Weapons flash. The Cintans form a solid wall of horse and muscle between my enemies and me. They're fierce and thrilling to watch, and for a moment, I almost think the Pheasants won't get through. But 4 against 30 never goes well, no matter who the 4 are. At first, I'm the only one on my feet. Hooves grind the earth, dust flies in my eyes, metal clashes, sparking, heating the air and dulling my ears. I'm not sure how long it takes to unhorse the Cintans, but they eventually end up on the ground. Apart from the dead bowman, no one has magic. Except Otis. I know what he's got, and I can't wait to give some back. A hole forms in my line of defense. Kato is down and bleeding from a long gash in his thigh. He rolls to avoid a downward thrust, kicks his attacker in the head with his good leg, and holds off another with his mace. I race toward him, reaching for a dagger that isn't there. Talia! I skid to a stop to face Otis. Stupid, but it's not as if he doesn't know it's me. He leaps through the hole left by Kato, who's now grappling with 3 men on the ground. Beta Cinta roars something I can't make out over the clash of swords. He's probably still trying to get rid of me. He wants me gone now? He hasn't let me out of his sight for a bloody month. She's mine, Otis snarls. Oh good, he wants me all to himself. You murdering little bitch, he spits. You'll pay for what you did. I scrunch up my face and make fake sobbing sounds. He didn't have it coming at all. Let's all stop fighting and cry. Did you enjoy slicing him open? Not one bit. Very satisfying, really bloody, but you know all about that, don't you? Otis smiles viciously. Weakness is never rewarded. Good thing I'm not weak. He smirks, gathering red-hot power in his hand and holding it there just to try to intimidate me. You know what I can do to you. Yes. I've done it before. Now I can do it back. There's such maniacal glee in his eyes that it scares me. Not because I fear him, but because I could have been him. The first lash comes too fast for me to defend myself. Long, thin, burning, the whip unfurls from his hand and strikes with the speed of a snake. I cry out, a red welt rising across my neck and chest. With the pain and pulsing heat come a jolt of power as Otis's fire magic fuses with my blood. I float on the wave of unfamiliar magic, readjusting. Then I grin, rather maniacally I imagine, and strike back. Otis yelps and touches his face. The slash runs diagonally across his right eye, scorching off the middle of his eyebrow. His magic-induced injury doesn't heal in a matter of seconds like mine does. Another benefit of Poseidon's gift. Just giving you a scar to match Beta Sinta's. I cock my head. I'm rather impressed with my aim. Otis's eyebrows, or what's left of them, snap together. Beta Sinta? He didn't even know who he was fighting, or that attacking the people with me would constitute a major act of war. He didn't care. Traitor! Blah, 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 I pretend to yawn. Cat, Beta Sinta bellows. He throws off 2 men, plants a dagger in the sternum of another, and then sweeps his leg around to bring a 4th one crashing to the ground. He created an opening for me. Run! Fierce, skilled, powerful, utterly commanding. Right now, he's hard to ignore. Good thing I've had practice. He wears the scar better, I say, turning back to Otis. It's much manlier on him. By the way, how's your mother? Otis bares his teeth, gathering magic in his palm again. Are you stupid? Now I remember. Yes. My sword raised in my left hand, I catch the whip of flame with my right one and then send it back. Instead of letting go, I strike 1, 2, 3 times. Otis screeches, red blossoming across his face, neck, and torso. Not much fun, is it? I keep striking until his tunic hangs in shreds. The skin beneath is raw and blistered, oozing blood. When he attacks again, his fire doesn't faze me. It only strengthens what I've already claimed. I laugh at the flicker of fear in his eyes. Using the same magic never means doing it with equal power. Otis knows I can skin him alive. This is for me! I slam the whip down on his head before redirecting it into a burning cage. I've never done it before, but I've watched Etos turn his fire into a living sphere hundreds of times. At first, it wobbles and is more egg-shaped than round. Then it encases Otis as I gradually draw it down toward his feet. He shouldn't be able to burst through. Only the creator of the sphere can break it. The magic originally came from him, though, so I'm not sure where that leaves us. In a gray area, to say the least. I detach myself from the flames as soon as Otis is contained and look around. Kato is up again and still fighting, but his mobility is undermined by the serious injury to his leg. Carver is next to him, his blade moving so fast that no one can get too close. He's intact, but tiring. Flynn is bloody, and his left arm is hanging uselessly at his side, but he's still swinging with his right. I don't see Beta Sinta anywhere, and the way my stomach drops makes me ill. Something crashes behind me, and I whirl. Beta Sinta is fighting like a madman and coming straight for me. Our eyes collide. He won't reach me, not before the Pheasants do. There are more than a dozen of them left, and there isn't a spark of magic among them, only swords, men, and muscle. And I don't have enough fire whip to overcome more than a few. I have 3 minutes, maybe 4, before they massacre the Sintons and are on top of me. Someone darts around Flynn's bad side and grabs my sword arm. I slam my other hand into his nose along with Otis's magic. I let too much out at once, and the last of the fire whip leaves me. The Pheasant's face melts under my palm, leaving my hand hot with gore. I wipe the sludge on my pants and turn in uneasy circles, waiting for the next attack. My heart pounds as our situation sinks in. There are too many Pheasants. The odds are impossible. The Sintons can't win. An idea takes hold. If Beta Sinta dies, I can go back to the circus. There will be no binding vow. No one who knows about me. I don't have to fight. I could turn invisible. When it's all over, I could slip away. The thought presses on my chest like a lead weight. Not stopping to question why, I push it aside and fall to my knees, raising my hands to Olympus. "Cat!" Beta Cinta roars. I glance over my shoulder, my eyes narrowed. "Get up! Fight!" His eyes are wild. His face is stark and splattered with blood. I squeeze my eyes shut and turn back around. I block him out. I block it all out. Clashing metal, roaring men, the stench of fear and blood, and the feel of dust turned to thick, reddish muck sucking at my knees. "Help me," I whisper, not knowing what will happen, if anything will happen. "Please." The world drops away. My stomach heaves as I tumble down a long tunnel and then land with an icy splash sinking deep into black water. My ears hurt and my lungs burn by the time I figure out which way is up and start kicking. I break the surface and gulp down air, slapping water out of my eyes. I'm adrift on a vast ocean. It's a dusk of shadows and gloom. The water is gray and churning where a storm brews on the horizon. Waves roll in, powerful, angry, dark. "Poseidon!" My godfather might not be listening. He might not care. I swim, looking frantically around. The waves are monstrous and there's no land in sight. I rise up on a swell and then plunge back down on a stomach-churning ride, salt spray stinging my eyes and nose. The rough surf suddenly splits, the slippery back of a giant sea serpent slicing the water only an arm's length away. I gasp and flail back. Its tail thumps my leg and I let out a shriek. I know exactly where I just landed. And Poseidon's ocean oracle isn't known for its tolerance. It's either going to help me or eat me. Right now, that's anyone's guess. The creature circles me, closing in. I spin in the water, its long, sinewy body creating an eddy that whips me around. Red, serpentine eyes with tall, narrow pupils study me, unblinking. There's a nudge in my head, insistent. My instincts scream to shield myself, but I can't, not now. Gritting my teeth, I force myself open and bare my mind to the oracle's scrutiny. It filters through my thoughts and memories, my dark deeds, my sacrifices, my fears. The long look it gives me reminds me of the lake oracle, taking its time to decide if I'm worthy. After what feels like an eternity, a forked tongue snakes out and licks my cheek. It's smooth and icy and leaves a trail of numbness across my face. I shiver, hoping I taste like mercy instead of dinner. Giant reptilian jaws unhinge and open wide, revealing two enormous fangs dripping seawater, saliva, and venom. The oracle's breath stinks like the bowels of the underworld. My heart sinks and I cringe. It's going to swallow me whole. I squeeze my...
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
my eyes shut and wait for the inevitable. It was arrogant and stupid to call on Poseidon like this. I'm surprised the gods even let me live this long, knowing what I'm destined to destroy. Take, the creature hisses. My eyes fly open. I gape at the huge head swaying above me, razor-tipped fangs only a foot from my face, a pink, slippery gullet pulsing behind them. Have I cheated death again? Hades must be allergic to me. My heart hammering, dizzy from spiraling, I hesitate only a second before reaching up and grabbing a curved fang in each hand. They come loose with a soft, sucking pop. Stunned by the magnitude of the gift, I start stammering my gratitude, but the oracle whips the water into a frenzy, circling so fast that its huge body becomes a blur. The foaming ocean surges, roaring in my ears and pelting my skin. Water crashes over me, muffling my scream as the funnel drags me deeper into its narrow abyss. My stomach heaves again, seconds before the world goes airless and black, and the whirlpool sucks me under. I land hard on my hands and knees, hacking briny water out of the back of my throat. The ocean is gone. The storm raging in my ears is replaced by the jarring metallic clang of battle. Soaked through, I stare at the venomous fangs heavy in each fist. I'm alive. Adrenaline hits me like a lightning bolt and snaps me into action. I stand, face Otis's cage, and then smash through the fiery prison with one punch. My skin blisters to the elbow in a flash of searing pain before healing as my body claims the magic again. Otis stares at me, wide-eyed, his mouth gaping. And this is for Eleni! I plunge a fang into Otis's heart. His face turns ashen. You're worse than the rest of us! His voice is a death croak. That makes two. My eyes narrow. Kill or be killed. Wouldn't Mother be proud? The light drains from his eyes. Green eyes, Pheason eyes. I pull the fang from his chest. It comes free with another soft, sucking pop as he slumps to the ground. I plunge into the battle, and a rhythm takes me. A rhythm driven by Poseidon, his oracle, and the fangs. Strike, duck, whirl, kick, lunge, roll, strike! Beta Sinta and the others fight their way toward me. Sometimes in the heat of battle, it's hard to distinguish friend from foe. I have no trouble with that today. Beta Sinta reaches me, and the moment we end up back to back, I don't worry about what's coming from my blind side anymore. I lunge forward, slicing a fang across a Pheason's chest. Flynn's axe whistles over my head while I'm still ducked down, and there's a spray of blood. I straighten and keep fighting, using the fangs like daggers. They're sharp and poisonous, but I don't have much reach, and both my enemies and their swords come alarmingly close. Someone hammers a kick into the side of my knee, and I gasp, buckling. From the ground, I see Carver and Kato furiously working their way through a tangle of men. Beta Sinta snarls something and gets in front of an enormous Pheason who springs at me from the left. He blocks a bone-jarring hit that would have cleaved me in two, but the blow is hard enough to knock Beta Sinta's sword from his hands. His eyes widen. Mine do too. The Pheason's face twists in triumph. I pivot on my hip and whip a fang up, throwing it like a knife. It sticks in his eye. Before the man falls, Beta Sinta grabs the fang from the Pheason's face and then backhands it into the chest of an enemy I didn't even see coming at me from behind. He just saved me. Twice. Get up! Beta Sinta snaps.
I lurch to my feet, my knee aching. Our backs touch again, and we circle, each with a fang gripped tightly in one fist. But it's over. Flynn rips his axe from a crushed chest. Carver wipes his sword clean on someone's blue tunic. There's no one left to kill. Between Beta Sinta's men and us, we've won. They're all dead. Pheasants lie at our feet, and I'm slippery with their blood. I blink and recognize some of the dead. I blink again and try to forget them. Kill or be killed. The fangs melt from our hands with a barely audible hiss, fading into nothingness. Poseidon's power seeps from me as well, leaving me limp and drained. Panting, I double over, bracing my hands on my thighs. Kato groans and slumps against Carver, his face turning pallid now that the blood rush of battle is draining from it. Flynn's left arm is broken and needs to be set. Beta Sinta is dripping blood, but it's not gushing from anywhere vital, and a lot of it isn't even his. I catch my breath, letting it sink in that I haven't lost anyone. I'm amazed and far too relieved for my own good. I stagger upright. That was fun. Sort of. Not really. They look at me like I'm a lunatic. Maybe I am. Days ago, I said we should get out of here and hide. Flynn recovers first. Who needs to run when you've got magic fangs and fire cages? He waves his good arm in circles, imitating me, I guess. Beta Sinta grabs my shoulders and glares at me. He looks like he's about to explode. He might want to shake me, or kiss me again, I can't tell. Given the choice, I'd rather a good shake. Definitely a good shake. When I tell you to run, you run. I roll my eyes and he shakes me so hard my teeth clack together. If I'd run, you'd all be dead. That's beside the point, he bellows. That is the point. His fingers dig into my shoulders. Growling a curse, he lets go and drags his bloody hands through his hair, slicking it back. How? How what? His eyes flash. A muscle bulges in his jaw. How in the name of the gods did you get magic fangs? He flings a hand toward the fallen. I refuse to look. I think what he's really asking is why I didn't do this before. Why I didn't call on the gods weeks ago and murder him and his men in their sleep. I suppose I could have if the gods were listening, and one in particular. But since Poseidon has taken Beta Sinta under his trident, I doubt he would give me the means to kill him. And I don't take murder lightly. Kill or be killed, okay. But so far, the Sintans haven't hurt me. Who cares? I shrug. The Kingmaker's alive and bound by an unbreakable vow. Hooray for you. Congratulations to the lucky tyrant. Cat, be reasonable. Reasonable? Reasonable. Don't ask me about magic and gods, and I won't ask you about warlord stuff. My tone lets him know just how insignificant warlord stuff is in comparison to magic and gods. Beta Sinta's gray eyes flicker with irritation. Ha! Sort of. Annoying him wasn't actually that satisfying. His hard look turns even flatter than usual. Goddaughter or lover? I swallow. For a southern Sintan hoi polloi warlord who doesn't know magic from a goat, he sure knows how to hit a cyclops in the eye every now and then. Why do you care? Something primal flares in his gaze. Either way, you're mine now. Nervous laughter bubbles out of me. Your arrogance never ceases to amaze me. You would defy a god for a kingmaker? He gave you to me. My heart stops. He did.
didn't he? God, Father, I answer with a shrug. No Olympian lovers for me. That primal look turns wholly possessive, doing unacceptable things to my insides. Before I can think about anything, and especially that quick, rough kiss, power bites the edges of my awareness. I turn toward the source and see a bowman nocking an arrow. Pheasants always have 3 bowmen. I can't believe I forgot. He must have come up the backside of the rise, and he's sighting the biggest target. Always take down the strongest first. He lets fly, and the arrow zooms toward us with unnatural speed, glowing chimera's fire in its wake. I reach, but the fight and the fangs have left me drained, and I can't grab the magic. Griffin! I twist and jump in front of him. Pain lances my back as the arrow slams me into Beta Cinta's chest. I clamp down on a cry and push off as hard as I can before I burst into flames. He stubbornly holds on, his face blank with shock. I cuff him in the ear, startling him into letting me go seconds before the inferno engulfs me. My scream splinters the air. Crimson heat swallows me whole, my back bows in agony, my skin blisters instantly. The blaze deafens me to my own howl as my world narrows to pain, intense, searing pain. Then the flames suddenly implode, sucked inside for later. I stagger and draw in a shuddering breath. My whole body shakes. My clothes are mostly gone, and my skin is revolting. An angry, charred mix of red and black. A violent tremor runs through me, excruciating. And then the healing process takes hold. The bowman is frantically chanting fire into another arrow. I can't let him get away after what he just saw, or let him kill someone. Somehow, I force a thread of chimera's fire from my depths and will it toward the Pheason. The magic is fast, a bright smear in the air. The Pheason burns, but unlike me, he doesn't rise from the ashes. And that's all that's left. His scream still rings in my ears, but I don't even see a bone. The tension keeping me upright disappears along with the bowman, and my knees turn to liquid. My breath comes in short, painful pants. My eyes are doing their best to roll back in my head. I blink rapidly, halfway to the ground when Beta Cinta grabs my restored arms, stopping my fall. I swivel like a puppet, trying to regain my footing. His eyes are huge. Of all this stupid, idiotic, imbecilic, reckless. I get it, I moan. Things to do. His fingers tighten painfully. Don't ever do something like that again. Anger makes me see red again. Why not? If I want to save someone, I will. What good is the Kingmaker without a king? He stumbles back, clearly as shocked as I am. I hadn't meant to, but I think I just pledged him my loyalty. I'm not Alpha, he says roughly. You should be. My yell is more of a gurgle. Frowning, I wipe the back of my hand across my mouth and it comes away bloody. I'm suddenly aware of a hot pulse of pain in my back and remember the arrow. Is that why it's so hard to breathe? Griffin? I sway forward and he catches me against his chest. It's like a rock, a bloody, sweaty, dirty rock. It feels good. I breathe shallowly, catching the faint scent of citrus through all the blood and dust before my legs give out. Cat? I grimace, my back throbbing. Can't breathe right. He sits and drapes me across his lap, his powerful hands moving incredibly gently over my back. It must have pierced a lung, Carver says, crouching next to us.
Beta Cinta curses, breaks the arrow shaft but doesn't pull out the head, and then curses some more. "You shouldn't have done that."
"Chimeras, fire," I wheeze. "Kills, really hurts."
Not to mention the arrow heading straight for his heart. Beta Cinta turns me in his arms. My eyes flutter closed, but not before I glimpse the haunted look on his face. I must have blacked out because he's suddenly on his horse, and Carver is lifting me up to him. One of Beta Cinta's tunics covers me from neck to knees. He must have sliced a hole in it for the broken arrow shaft because I don't feel it pulling.
"Burn the Pheason leader," I whisper. "Dilute my blood."
He gives the order without questioning me, splashing water over my mouth, hands, and back while Carver and Flynn do as I said. Kato is slumped over his horse, barely holding on to consciousness.
"Griffin?"
He leans down, putting his ear close to my mouth.
"The circus in Kaplos again."
We're closer to Velos, but the two cities are neighbors, and Kaplos can't be more than an hour from here.
"Selena, healer."
"You'll want to stay with them." His blood-stained fingers curl into the material covering my hip. The look on his face makes my heart twist. Actually, if I survive, I kind of want to stay with him. I really am an idiot.
"No choice,"
I rasp. His mouth flattens. His eyes flick up as he spurs his horse, heading west. The shock of sudden movement sends a burst of pain through my back, and I moan. Beta Cinta's arm tightens around my waist, and I burrow into his chest, holding on. Maybe I'll trust him to fight my monsters while I sleep. Maybe I don't have a choice. His voice is fierce in my ear.
"You're mine now, Cat. Don't you dare die on me."
Chapter 11. I wake up in a familiar tent. It smells like home.
"Selena?"
She leans over me, smiling. Her blonde braid slips forward and brushes my arm. It's glossy and sleek and so thick it's the size of a man's wrist. Her face is flawless, ageless. She could be 30, she could be 200. And her eyes are the color of a northern lake on a clear, windless day. Dark blue and so deep that when I look into them, I sometimes think I'm seeing another world. She gently brushes the hair back from my face, and I burst into tears. Selena arches delicate eyebrows a shade darker than her braid.
"That's a first."
"I missed you," I hiccup, embarrassed.
"I'm flattered. I didn't think you cried."
"I don't," I say, swiping at my tears. She sits back, bringing her thumb and index finger nearly together.
"I'm this close to perishing from curiosity."
I blink, surprised. Selena always seems to know everything, at least before anyone else does. That would not please Hades. She smiles a secret, satisfied smile that makes me wonder what it's like to be loved by a god, even one who already has a wife.
"The warlord isn't talking. I think out of a misguided effort to protect you. Information on my end has been scarce lately, so tell me, who is the man that carried you into my circus, roaring for me to save you?"
Her grin turns impish.
"Fix her now, or I swear to the gods that the Furies will rain death and destruction upon you, and there will be lightning bolts to pay."
I gasp. He didn't.
"He did."
Her extraordinary eyes dance with mirth, and I cough up an involuntary smile. It takes a certain dimension of balls to threaten Selena. She can be really scary in a mother hen meets warrior queen kind of way. The magic around her is palpable, awing, and frankly, a little disturbing. It's so intense. It's a good thing their goals converged, protecting me, or Beta Cinta might have been in trouble. "How long have I been here?" I ask. 2 days. You had to sleep it off. Me too. Selena hardly sleeps unless she does something incredibly taxing. If she needs rest, Hades brings her to the underworld, although I can't imagine she does much sleeping there. Troubled, I ask. "It was that close?" "Minutes close, and you still need your rest." Tiny goosebumps rise on my arms. I've always been aware of my own mortality. That doesn't make almost dying any easier. I cheated death again. Hades must really not want me. He's probably afraid I'll cause as much trouble in the underworld as I will in Thaleria. I frown, rubbing the chill from my skin. "He hasn't told you who he is?" Selena shakes her head. "Beta Cinta. The new and improved." I mean to sound sarcastic, but it doesn't really come out that way. Something flickers in her eyes, maybe a flash of annoyance. It's gone so fast I might have imagined it. "Definitely improved," she says. "Especially after I got through with him." Worry slams through me. Was he badly hurt? "Do you care?" I hesitate, alarmed by the intensity of my reaction. "I'm not sure." Selena lets out an elegant snort. "You're not very convincing, and no, he wasn't badly hurt. Cuts and slashes, some blood loss, nothing irreparable." Relief floods me, but the feeling is short-lived. "Did I bleed?" "Yes, but I burned the tunic and diluted everything else. Nothing traceable was here for more than a few minutes." Selena's never asked who I'm hiding from or why. She protects me regardless. "Thank you." She inclines her head so regally I feel like I should kneel or bow. "And the others?" I ask. "The lanky dark one was weary, but fine. Carver, I believe. And the jolly axe wielder needed his arm fixed, but he wasn't too damaged otherwise. A bit like your Beta Cinta." My heart has a miniature seizure. "He's not my Beta Cinta." She continues like I haven't spoken. "And the very handsome Cato nearly lost his leg. It took everything I had left in me after finishing with you to save it." Cato, of the smiling blue eyes and sunny hair. Of Athena, of wisdom and war. I can't believe he almost lost a leg. "They're all okay then?" I grin like an idiot. What is wrong with me? She rises from her chair, fluid and vaguely shimmering. Her grace is legendary. I'm agile and strong, but I'd rather move like sunbeams on water like Selena. In good health and arguing incessantly with Desma and Etos. Those two are under the impression the Cintans abducted you. She's asking a question. I owe her an answer. "They did, sort of." Her sculpted lips purse. "Help me understand a sort of abduction," Selena says, pouring me a cup of water. Well, it sounds stupid when you say it like that. My throat is parched, so I drink before answering. "He's Beta Cinta. He said he'd have you all arrested if I didn't come." "And you believed him?" It's a loaded question coming from Selena. I nod. After nearly a month with him, I also know he would have done it because he felt he had to, not because he wanted to. He needs a powerful Magoi to help him and his precious alpha sister, Egeria. Egeria is no alpha. She sounds more like a buttercup. Beta Cinta, on the other hand, he's alpha material. Fierce on the battlefield, bloody, focused, ruthless. Fair? Plus, he had a magic rope. Selena laughs, and the sound is like wind chimes on a spring breeze. You? Caught by a magic rope? I flush. Don't remind me. She clears her throat, taming more laughter, and asks, "Will you help him?" Selena may not know who I am, but I'm certain she knows what I am, the Kingmaker, even if we've never discussed it. My abilities can be valuable in diplomatic situations, I say carefully. He came here to save you. He looked like he cared. I shrug, glancing down. I'm a weapon he doesn't want to lose. I think there's more. My eyes snap back up. Don't infer something that isn't there. We're both monsters. Her dark blue gaze flicks over me, unnerving. Monsters still mate. I choke on my own spit and then cough. A faint smile curves her lips. Why didn't you just escape? The rope! That stupid, infuriating, enchanted rope that led me to make a binding vow to stay with Beta Cinta until his, or my, if it comes first, dying day. She looks incredulous. You couldn't find a way out? It was a bloody good rope. Sighing, she drops the subject and reaches for my hand. Of all the monsters chasing you, Cat, you could have been caught by worse. I look away from her. Colorful fabrics hang from the domed ceiling of Selena's tent. I stare at them, thinking she's right. I don't usually like to be touched, but I leave my hand where it is. No one has held my hand in years, except Beta Cinta. But that was different. He was dragging me around. Is that your pearl of wisdom for the day? I ask. No, this is. Listen to your heart. You think it's black. I don't know everything you've been through, but I know enough to understand that your past filled you with hostility and hate. But you still laugh, you still love, and you protect the people you care about. You're not who you think you are. You're better, and you're more. Her powerful, fathomless gaze holds mine, and a prickly feeling crawls up my nose toward my eyes. No matter what you think, your heart is still red and beating. She squeezes my fingers. Listen to it. I nod, resisting the urge to sniff. As soon as Selena leaves, Desma and Etos burst into the tent. Cat, you're awake! Desma falls on top of me, hugging me, the cot, everything. It would hurt if she didn't weigh less than I do. Etos looms over us, huge and blue. Don't you try that, I warn. He grins, and I reach up, drawing him down for a quick hug. Happiness bubbles inside me at seeing these two again. How are you? I ask, smiling. He pats my hand. Better, now that you're back. My smile falls, landing somewhere near my toes. I can't stay. You have to! Color erupts from Desma. Without thinking, I gather the magic she released. I let part of it go, and it shimmers around the tent, turning the warm air the color of jewels in the sun. You're not leaving with him, Etos growls. I think we all know who him is. I have to. I gave my binding word. That son of a Cyclops! Etos pounds his massive fist down on Selena's vacated chair. It shatters like a toy made of twigs. He made you promise before he brought you to Selena. I shake my head. I promised before I got hurt. His mouth snaps shut. I've left Etos speechless, definitely at first. Why? Desma asks. There was about to be a battle.
I was magically tied up. Actually, I was tied to him. Neither of us could fight like that.
So if he untied you, you promised to stay with him?
I nod, and Desma looks appalled by my stupidity.
You traded one shackle for another, much stronger one.
I know, I say, disgusted. I had a better chance of escaping the enchanted rope than my own binding word. But we're alive, right?
We? Desma asks pointedly.
My face heats. They're not that bad, and they might be better for the realm. Unless having a hoi polloi alpha makes Tarva and Fisa rain years of fire and monsters down on us.
What do they have to do with Cinta? Etos asks.
As I explain who the Sintons are, my two best friends turn an interesting shade of yellow. Etos looks a bit green, actually, given his blue tattoos.
So, a strapping warlord who is actually Beta Cinta takes one look at you and decides he has to have you? Desma asks. Strapping? Etos grumbles. Not as strapping as you, darling.
Desma smiles sweetly, and Etos looks mollified, lowering his head to kiss her soundly on the lips. My jaw goes slack. I've been waiting years for this. I go away for a month, and it happens without me? Life is not fair. I clear my throat, and Desma breaks the kiss, blushing. Apparently, I answer, my eyes bouncing back and forth between the two of them so fast it gives me vertigo.
But why? Why you?
Desma asks, still pink. Because I'm cute and funny? They stare at me.
No, really, Desma insists. Why you?
I sigh. He needs a Magoi with my skills. He thinks I can be helpful in diplomatic situations, alliances and treaties, things like that. Etos chokes on something.
You? Diplomatic?
I know, I throw my hands up. I guess he thinks insult first and kill after will be good for the realm. We all laugh, but it feels forced.
There's more to it, Desma prods.
I shake my head. He's hoi polloi. He needs Magoi. I'm a soothsayer.
You're more than that.
Etos doesn't ask. He states a fact. When I don't say anything, Desma asks,
how does Beta Cinta know you're more than that? Why work so hard to save you when he could just abduct himself another soothsayer?
She frowns, obviously hurt.
You didn't just tell him whatever else you are, did you?
Of course not, I say hotly. It was an oracular dream. I roll my eyes. Thanks a bunch, Poseidon. Silence. It lasts so long I get sleepy. Magical healing saps my energy like nothing else.
Poseidon?
Etos eventually echoes.
I yawn.
Because of him, Beta Cinta watched me, put two and two together, and found some old scroll confirming it all. Silence again. Then Desma asks,
will you ever tell us, Cat?
It's getting hard to focus. Fatigue turns the multicolored tent into a kaleidoscope. I don't know. It's not what I want to do with my life. It's what I ran away from. Blue lines pull tight around Etos's mouth.
But you'll do it for him.
I don't answer, and my eyelids sag. I wake up sometime late in the afternoon and then eat like a person 3 times my size. An embarrassing amount of roast chicken and an entire tray of spice cakes, which I'm guessing Desma left by my bedside, disappear in less than an hour. I feel stronger, but stickier than the cakes I just inhaled. A parade of visitors keeps me from leaving the tent for a bath.
Dozens of circus residents pop their heads in to see if I'm awake and to check on me. I get tired again fast, but I'm too happy to see everyone to say so. Tad and Elisa bring me a pot of honey from the beehive they carry around with them everywhere the circus goes. And Zosimo and Yanis tell me about the performances I missed while I was gone. Vasily and his wife gave me a new knife, clearly under the impression I need more blades. "In case you lose one in the warlord's gut," Vasily says with no expression whatsoever. Who, me? Do I look violent and prone to slaughter? Finally alone, I get up to tuck the knife into my satchel and discover just how weak I still am. I groan, taking baby steps across the tent. My legs wobble, feeling like dough that's been rolled out but not baked hard. Cato, Carver, and Flynn show up just as I'm crawling back onto the cot. Instead of collapsing like I want to, I sit, greeting them with a sour expression. "Didn't you all die?" Flynn smiles, his brown eyes alight with humor. "Almost." I grimace. "Maybe next time." Carver looks more serious. "You didn't let us die." I glance down and pluck at the sheet, uncomfortable with his gratitude. "You didn't let me die either." "That was mostly Griffin," he says. "He rode like a bat out of the underworld to get you here. We showed up with Cato while Selena was finishing with you." "Well," I say, ignoring the warmth spreading through my middle, "Kingmakers only come around every 200 years or so. When you've got one, it's best to keep her alive." Cato shakes his head, giving me a look that says I'm as stubborn as a cyclops. "It's not just that. You gave your word. You're part of Beta Team now. Griffin will keep you alive or die trying." I roll my eyes. This again? Beta Cinta wouldn't die for me. Sacrificing himself would defeat the purpose of, well, everything. He was overconfident outside of Vilas, even though I told him to run. He won't take a risk like that again. "This always," Flynn's tone is reproachful. "What's more important?" "Than loyalty?" I finish acerbically. All three men look at me like I'm a strange creature they have no idea what to do with. "Griffin will change your mind," Flynn announces. I snort. "He could try." Suddenly, we're all laughing, and it's not at all forced, which makes some part of me feel horribly guilty. 30-5. Carver shakes his head, smiling in disbelief. "Too bad no one was betting on those odds." The high, cloud-capped peak of Mount Olympus rushes to my mind's eye. Maybe the gods were. And that's why they intervened? Cato swirls around the tent, imitating me fighting the Pheasons with a venomous fang in each fist. He's a whirlwind of blonde hair, blue eyes, and hard muscle. He's fast, every movement coiled with strength and power, even though I can tell his leg is still bothering him. "Where'd you learn to swing a fang like that?" he asks, grinning. I wave a hand in the air. "Here and there." "No, really?" Cato sinks into a chair, his color high for such simple exertion. "How'd you do it?" I arch a superior brow. "Didn't you hear? I'm amazing." "And modest, too," Flynn snickers. I grin. "I've been taking lessons from his oh-so-scary, arrogant highness." Manly laughter fills the tent. I laugh too, hoping Beta Cinta's ears are burning. Sitting next to me, Carver asks, "Most people are scared enough of Griffin. Why aren't you?" I motion everyone forward by crooking my finger. They lean in, anticipation on their handsome faces. Performing is an art, and I've picked up a few tricks. I make them wait, and then whisper,
Because I'm scarier.
They burst out laughing. They think I'm kidding. You're arrogant and hot-headed, Flynn says. So? Griffin is arrogant and level-headed. He'll beat you every time. I scowl. He's also bigger, stronger, and faster. He's not stupid either, even if our knowledge backgrounds aren't the same. Worse, magic bounces off him. I saw it in Velos, even though I was too high on euphoria to care. Oh my gods! I smack my forehead with the palm of my hand. The Chimera's fire wouldn't have burned him. I am such an idiot. No wonder he ate my magic salamander without a twitch of doubt. Selena healed him. I healed him. But harmful magic must simply not work on him. I frown. I've never heard of that. Carver shakes his head, confirming my thoughts. But an arrow will still put a hole in him, just like you. That's how he got into the castle and cut down the Sinton Royals? Their magic couldn't touch him, and he was just plain better than any of them with a sword? Carver nods, and my mouth pinches into a disgusted pucker. The realization is hard to swallow. Beta Cinta would best me in a fight, no matter what magic I had stored up. I blow out a long breath and try to look on the bright side. He can best a lot of my enemies, too. As if my thoughts conjured him, Beta Cinta pushes the tent flap aside and storms in, eyeing the four of us with a hard glint in his eyes. Seeing him is like a really strange punch in the gut, winding me, but not entirely unpleasant either. His chin dips. I heard you were awake, Talia. I mutter a curse that makes Flynn blush. Cato, Carver, and Flynn leave so fast I practically feel a breeze. So much for having my back. At least they leave the tent flap tied back and the door wide open. Beta Cinta arches dark eyebrows, looking expectant. Not wanting to have this conversation sitting down, I stand too quickly and bright spots streak across my vision. I'm awake, I confirm, although it's kind of obvious. So? Beta Cinta crosses his arms. So tell me what's going on. Talk to me, like you did in Velos. I wasn't myself, I say stiffly. True, you were fun. My face contorts into a scowl of epic proportions. I take an angry step toward him and stumble, completely off balance. He's there in an instant, his hands on my waist, the heat of his skin blazing between us. My pulse surges. You're weak, his tone sharpens. I thought she fixed you. I wiggle away from the hands scorching holes through the sides of my tunic. You don't have to sound so mad about it. Selena did what she could. He frowns. Talk to me, Cat. Why Talia? Who were they? I shake my head. I can't. Magnetic gray eyes capture mine. You can trust me. I scoff. So says the kidnapper. He just stares at me like he fully expects me to start talking. Gods, he's infuriating. It'll be a cold day in the underworld before I trust you. Or a moderately cool one. Well, a day with a stiff breeze anyway. Gah! I back up until my legs bump against my cot, oddly chilled after being so close to him. How are you feeling, Talia? I glare at him. That's not my name. According to the Feason, it is. You know, the one yelling, "She's mine," with bloody murder in his eyes. My heart slams hard against my ribs. He must have mistaken me for someone else. Beta Cinta's stare turns flat with disbelief. For days, you told me they were coming for you. Oh, right. I shrug.
His eyes flash silver.
Who was he?
I don't know. Pheasants are insane. Get used to it. I grin maniacally, but it fails to have any effect on him.
The two of you had a chat while the rest of us were fighting to the death. You don't do that with someone you don't know.
Beta Cinta couldn't have heard what we were saying. There was too much noise and confusion for that. I always get to know people before I kill them. It's much more satisfying that way. There, that sounded sufficiently insane. His eyebrows slam down.
Don't make me ask again,
he says, sounding like he's grinding stones between his teeth. I turn and fold my blanket, just in case my eye really does twitch when I lie. My ex-lover, it didn't end well. He's been out to kill me ever since. Beta Cinta's hands land on my shoulders, heavy and hot. I jolt and then stiffen. He turns me around, making my head spin. I barely keep my feet from tangling up in each other.
I thought you were done lying to me.
He drops his arms, but stays disturbingly close.
You know when people lie to you. They can't get away with the smallest falsehood. You, on the other hand, can lie all you want.
So
I can't protect you if you won't tell me the truth.
He actually growls at me, loud.
I want to protect you, Cat.
I blink. Want. Not need. The word strikes me hard, like a dagger trying to pierce the tight knot of muscle beating far too rapidly in my chest. My lips part and then press together again. I can't deal with this. I'm woozy. My stomach feels like lead, and it's all too much. A sudden horrible thought occurs to me. Can you see me when I'm invisible? He shakes his head, seamlessly reining in his temper to answer me.
I only reject magic that harms.
Thank the gods. My eyes narrow. That's convenient.
It is, he agrees.
I should have let you take the arrow.
You should have.
His eyes bore into mine, demanding answers.
Why didn't you?
Good question. An evening breeze comes through the open doorway, tossing his longish hair around. His eyes are the color of thunderclouds, both luminous and dark, striking against his sun-bronzed skin. There's steadiness in them, and my nerves settle. For some reason, the strength and deadliness he keeps so easily leashed make him the most compelling man I've ever met. I envy his self-control. Temporary insanity, I shrug. A moment of complete idiocy. I must have forgotten who you are. He looks disappointed, and something tugs inside of me. His eyes stray to the scars on my arms, lingering on the fresh one Selena had to make to keep me alive.
Regardless, don't ever do something like that again. Now answer the questions, Talia.
I turn mute on him.
I'm good at that.
Beta Cinta waits for what must seem like a reasonable amount of time to him and then grates out.
He hurt you, and you won't even tell me who he was.
Hurt me? I laugh, the maniacal in it a little too real. My filters snap. Or maybe some deeper part of me does. Secrecy isn't the only reason I don't talk about my past. I don't talk about the things that have happened to me because acknowledging them plunges me into nightmares and sucks the light from the world. Hurting me is keeping me in a cage for 8 months. Not a single change of clothes, not a bath, not a pillow, not a bloody second of privacy. Only enough bread and water to survive, and spitting fire and lies at me just to see me writhe. Beta Cinta's face turns thunderous.
The Pheason did that to you?
The Pheason royals! An edge of hysteria is creeping into my voice. I hear it. I hate it. I can't do anything about it. They're the ones who call me Talia. It was Beta Fisa I killed. Gamma, actually, but that hardly matters now. Don't ever call me that. Ever. Big, warm hands rise to my cheeks. Long fingers curl around the nape of my neck, their hold on me light, yet firm. He tilts my face up, saying in a low, calming voice, "I won't. It's all right. You're Cat. Just Cat." "It's not all right," I explode, grabbing his wrists. I don't know if it's to hold on to him or to push him away. I do a little of both. "They won't rest until I'm theirs again, or dead." My legs start to shake, making the rest of me tremble. "They'll never take me alive. Never." A note of frantic conviction hangs in the air between us. It's thick, like fear. Beta Sinta makes a soothing sound and slides his fingers into my hair, smoothing them over the back of my head and sending all sorts of misguided sensations spiraling around my body. Leaning down, he lightly drops his forehead against mine. "I won't let anything happen to you." He sounds so sure. I resist the temptation to lean into him, to find shelter in his arms, my internal battle complicated by the knowledge that he wouldn't push me away. He's still cradling my head, gently massaging. We're breathing each other's air. Awareness rushes through me, heat swirls in my veins, and my stomach tumbles wildly. My eyes close, and my hands slip from his wrists. The left one drops, limp. The right one hovers and then presses against his chest. Under it, his heart thumps hard and then beats faster. I open my eyes and stare at my fingers, wondering what they're doing there, touching him, absorbing his warmth. "Never promise things you can't deliver," I whisper. "I can try," he whispers back, and I hate myself because I smile. Tension drains from me, leaving me far too aware of his height and strength, of his subtle scent, and of the fact that this man kissed me. He lifts his head and strokes my jaw, the touch feather-light despite the power in his hands and the calluses on his fingers. "Tell me about the Feason royals. The more I know, the better I can defend you. I can defend myself." He smiles. It's lopsided and more heart-stopping than I care to admit. "Is that how you got caught by a warlord with a magic rope?" he teases. Scowling, I shove hard against his chest where my hand is still resting. "Tell me about the Feasons," he says again, voluntarily stepping back. I shiver. "Later." I glance around Selena's tent. There are names I don't want lingering in the air. He nods in understanding. "Soon, then." I nod back. There's no escaping it. He's too damn stubborn. Watching me, Beta Sinta backs toward the tent opening. I can still feel his fingers on my skin, rough and masculine, and I have to quell the urge to touch where he touched. It's unsettling. I bite my lip. "Cat?" There's enough warmth in his voice to send my heartbeat into dangerous territory. "Yes?" "You do a good job of defending yourself." I nod. I've been taught well. I'm the favored child. "Of Poseidon?" Not answering, I turn and swirl my fingertips in the basin of water by my bedside, watching the pattern I make form and fade. Yes, well, of him, too. Chapter 12. We spend 3 more days recovering. The Sintons camp outside the circus grounds, but I sleep in my old tent. Temporary homecomings are bittersweet. Sometimes it's better not to go back at all than to have to leave again.
I don't have a choice, though, binding vow or not. Otis may have failed, but Alpha Fisa won't give up. Andromeda knows I'm in Cinta now. She's still coming for me, and next time she'll send something worse. My friends gather behind us as we prepare to leave, throwing dirty looks at my Cintan companions. Only Selena's brow remains unruffled, as if she knows something the rest of us don't. Before we ride out, she breaks rank and strides toward me. "This is for you, from Hades." She drops a small charm into the palm of my hand. It's a gold figurine of Cerberus. The hound has 6 ruby eyes, a set for each of its 3 heads. I can't hide my astonishment. Why is Hades interested in me? "Only use it if you have to." She closes my fingers around the warm metal, not answering my question. "How does it work?" "He didn't say." I look at her, incredulous. "You didn't ask?" "I was busy doing other things." I snort. "That's helpful." Her blue eyes sparkle. "It was for me." I shut down my imagination before it paints too vivid a picture. "Do you at least know what it does?" Selena shakes her head. "Really? Nothing?" I ask. She pats my cheek. End of discussion. Beta Cinta reaches down for me and helps me clamber up the side of his gigantic horse. I take a deep breath as we then turn to leave. I don't look back. I don't want to see a huge blue man with his arm around a weeping rainbow and a woman who shimmers like the sun. I don't want to see dozens of people I care about, or Cerberus's terrifying, ugly, furry heads, because if I do, the already painful ache inside me might turn into something I can't bear. Beta Cinta tries to talk to me, but I stay silent, afraid words won't make it past the thickness in my throat. After 30 minutes of riding in silence, we turn west, skirting the farms outside the city instead of heading north. "We're staying in Kaplos?" I ask, confused. He shakes his head, his midnight hair sliding along his neck and curling slightly around his ears. I find myself looking a little too hard at the back of his tanned neck. The spray of freckles across it is kind of appealing. "We're going to a horse breeder I know." "Oh?" The horses all seem fine to me. "Why? Don't you want a horse?" Actually, it never even occurred to me. Now that you mention it, it would be fabulous to get away from you and... What's your horse's name? All this time, and I never thought to ask. "Horse." I roll my eyes. "That's original." "Brown horse," he amends. It's hard not to laugh. "Much better, but I can't afford a horse." "I'll take it out of your wage." "Then I can't afford to eat." "Don't worry about it, Cat." "I don't want you buying me a horse." My voice comes out sharper than intended, but I don't want to be dependent or beholden or anything, really. "Then ride with me." I weigh my options. I'd rather starve and have a horse. He doesn't argue. Maybe he saw how many spice cakes I consumed over the last few days and thinks cutting back would do me good. The farm we stop at is only a mid-sized affair, but I can tell just from the upkeep of the fences that we'll find high-quality animals here. "Take your pick," Beta Cinta says after the breeder gives us a demonstration of 5 horses he thinks would suit me. I glance at him, surprised. I thought he'd choose for me. I don't know anything about horses. The last time I had a choice, I was too young to care about anything other than pretty or not pretty. He slides me a long look. I never volunteer information about my past, so I'm surprised when he doesn't press for more. He points to a chestnut whose reddish coat gleams in the sun.
He's the right size and fairly placid. Why do I need placid? He hits me with his hard stare. Because then at least one of you will stay calm. Calm is boring, I retort. His white teeth flash and his gray eyes crinkle at the corners. Absolutely, he agrees, looking at me with undisguised heat in his eyes. My stomach flips over in a way that makes me want to throw up for a variety of reasons, but significantly lessens the urge to argue. I take a deep breath. The chestnut, then? Or that gray? He nods to a horse the color of dirty snow with 4 black socks and a dark muzzle. He's fast. Faster than the chestnut? Beta Cinta nods. But the chestnut can run, too. He's powerful enough. He? What about a girl horse? He shakes his head. You don't want a mare. Why not? He angles his head toward mine, his eyes still smiling. I don't think my eyes are even capable of smiling. Females are temperamental, he says with a roguish grin. My eyes narrow, and I give him a hearty shove. Playfully, he shoves me back. I land on my ass. For the gods' sakes, I mutter. Beta Cinta looks surprised. You fall over too easily. Excuse me for being half your size. Next time, I'll remember that, he says, extending his hand to me. Next time? Next time? I pop up and launch myself at him. I'm not quite sure why. Flynn, who's on my other side, catches me in midair. We're a team, Cat, remember? No fighting. Roped with muscle, Flynn's arm covers my entire midsection. I go limp, blowing sweat-dampened curls out of my eyes. All these stupid rules of camaraderie. Gag. Beta Cinta grins at me. Flynn sets me down. So, which horse do you want? Beta Cinta asks, as if I hadn't just tried to get into a brawl with him for no apparent reason. He's just so... Arrgh! The chestnut, I answer sourly. At least one of us will stay calm. I like having my own horse, and traveling with the Cintons without being tied up is actually kind of fun. Something I would die 1,000 horrific deaths before ever admitting to them. Carver thinks my sword technique could use work, so he offers to spar with me. Having seen him wield a blade, I can't say no. We circle, weapons raised. Kato is off hunting, Flynn is on watch, and Beta Cinta is polishing his sword, keeping an eye on us. My attacks are child's play for Carver. He's so fluid with a blade that I start to wonder if there's something magical about his ability, some magic I can't steal or even feel. After an hour of practicing, I'm tired and sweaty, and I haven't landed a single hit. Frustrated, I spin out of a deadlock before Carver disarms me or pushes me to the ground again. Before I can turn back around, he spanks me with the flat of his sword. It stings, and I howl. Rubbing my backside, I demand, "Do all men have a thing for spanking?" Carver wiggles his eyebrows. Most women, too. I huff, although I have heard... Ever been spanked before? He asks. Don't be cheeky. For some reason, a conjured-up image of Beta Cinta trying to smack my naked bottom while I half-heartedly scramble away flits through my much-too-active imagination. Warmth billows up inside me, singeing my face. You have, Carver grins. Not answering. Nope. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Beta Cinta look up. There are different kinds of spanking, Carver goes on, his tone getting friskier by the second. I press my lips together to keep from smiling. Enlighten me.
He shakes his head, looking as if I've just confessed to a colossal tragedy.
That must mean you haven't been spanked enough.
I'm pretty sure spanking is a metaphor now.
No, I agree sadly, playing along. Not nearly enough.
Before I know it, he's on my other side, slapping my ass with his sword again. I let out a screech that would make a harpy proud, swing and slice air. Laughing, Carver dances to my right and feints, tricking me into stepping the wrong way, and then hits me again.
I could help you with that. Just say the word.
He's flirting again. What a pest. My rear end is a strange mix of numbness and heat. I refuse to be smacked again, so I drop my guard, lower my eyelashes enough to distract, and turn my voice a shade breathy, stepping right into Carver.
With an offer like that, how can I refuse?
He gapes at me. Clearly my reciprocating was the last thing he expected. I whip a dagger from my belt and plant it at his groin, pricking just enough to make him yelp. Carver freezes. I cant my head, saying coolly, I haven't been spanked much because I do the spanking. Beta Cinta laughs, startling the birds in the branches above. Carver, he says, she just handed you your balls. Carver grins.
That's all right, as long as I get to keep them.
I can't help it. I laugh. Carver takes advantage of my distraction and sweeps my feet out from under me. I land on my side, a rock digging into my hip. He leans over, maybe to help me up, but I twist and kick him in the jaw. Not too hard, but hard enough. He reels back and I jump to my feet, raising my sword. We spar again until he disarms me, sending my weapon spiraling across the clearing. In a blink, his blade is at my heart. I leap away with a series of backflips and then pick up my sword again, ready. Carver's eyebrows fly up.
Where'd you learn that?
The circus, when Elisa was pregnant. I used to fill in for her on the tumbling routines. Instead of trying to engage me again, Carver sheaths his blade, signaling an end to our practice. He approaches, giving me a bold once-over.
I like a woman of many talents.
I think you just like women. He gets an odd look on his face, a flash of vulnerability, gone so fast I might have imagined it.
All shapes and sizes, he magnanimously admits.
I roll my eyes, and he throws a sinewy arm across my shoulders, hauling me against his sweaty side.
You use a sword well enough, but that'll only get you so far, especially because you're tiny and weak.
Frowning, I pinch him really hard.
Stick to knives, he says, twisting out of my grip. Do some magic. Only engage in one-on-one combat if you're sure you can win.
In other words, my sword is for show. Sheathing it, I throw his arm off me. I want to get better with a blade.
He shrugs. You have other skills.
Men don't understand discretion. My goal is to survive on my weakest abilities. That saves other talents for when I really need them and doesn't reveal important skills to any idiot who might be watching. Carver laughs.
You and discreet don't belong in the same sentence.
I pinch him again. His response is to grab me and wrestle me to the ground. I'm pinned in 5 seconds flat. I know because he counts. A shadow looms over us.
Go for your swim, cat.
Beta Cinta doesn't look amused anymore now that Carver is lying on top of me.
Then I have questions.
I scowl. He gave me 3 days, which is actually more than I expected. My mood souring, I toss him a dirty look, wiggle out from under an extremely uncooperative Carver, and then head for the stream. At least I get to bathe alone. Dry and dressed, I amble back to the clearing, in no hurry to answer Beta Sinta's questions. Kato came back with 2 rabbits, and I caught a fish. It kept bumping into my legs, so I snagged it, thinking it must be a gift from Poseidon. Kato guts the fish and skins the rabbits, and then whittles something with his knife, while Flynn does the cooking. Carver patrols the perimeter, staying relatively close. I look through my satchel, taking inventory of my possessions and trying to hit Carver with calla berries from the bush next to me every time he comes near. Beta Sinta must get tired of waiting, because he finally pins me with an impatient look and motions for me to join him near the fire. "It's time," he says, when I reluctantly plop down next to him. "I want to know about the Pheason royals." I lean back on my elbows to get away from the heat, glimpsing the first of the night's stars overhead. "And I want a lamb steak slathered in butter oregano sauce with tiny red potatoes fried until they're crispy." The look he gives me is flat and devoid of humor. "And I want one bloody night when you answer the damn question and finally realize there are bigger issues here than your obvious love of sarcasm, evasion, and sullen silence." I purse my lips, suddenly extremely uncomfortable. Something stirs inside me. Guilt? We can't always have what we want. "Clearly," he growls. I glance at him, frowning. Not that he's wrong. I am sarcastic, sullen, and evasive, but he's always in a bad mood after I spend time with Carver, or Flynn, or Kato. Is he jealous? That's ridiculous. An achy tightness clamps around my heart at the idea, though, squeezing hard. Heat unfurls in my belly and then crawls up my neck. "I thought you cared about your team." His eyes turn tempest gray. "Have you decided to be part of the team?" I thought that was obvious. I shrug. He stares at me until I almost squirm. "Then you can start by telling me what you know about the Pheason royals." I know a lot. The question is, what to tell Beta Sinta. There's a dark look in his eyes tonight, making me wonder how much bending of the truth I can get away with. I stretch my legs out and cross them at the ankles, hoping I look more relaxed than I feel. The queen, Andromeda, had 8 children. Andromeda, ruler of men. Ruler of men, women, children, large monsters. She controls everything and everyone. The king consort, Dimitri, is useless. He sits around looking pretty and donating seed for her womb. 8 children and Alpha-Phisa, a busy woman. He mentions children first, which intrigues me. What with terrorizing everyone, especially her own kids, I imagine she hardly has a second to spare. Why have 8 children only to terrorize them? I sigh, throwing my head back. Sinta's going to get squashed. What makes you say that? The sidelong look he slants me is heavy with warning. Here's something I never thought I'd say. You're too nice. Beta Sinta's eyes spark dangerously. I'm fairly certain the Magoi royals weren't thinking I was nice the night I plowed through them with my sword. And you'd do well to remember what I'm capable of, too. Don't cross me, Cat. Ever. I mock shudder. I'm so scared. He ignores my sarcasm, his hard stare hitting me even harder than usual. I'm just as capable of making people miserable as other royals. I don't do it for fun. That doesn't mean I won't. Did he just threaten me? Fine. I like to provoke. Warning ingested. And spit back out. You're big and bad, I'll try to remember. He arches a dark eyebrow. I think his lips twitch. So, 8 children. He pokes a stick into the fire, sending sparks spiraling into the gathering gloom. I actually respect the way Beta Cinta can end an awkward situation and move on as if nothing happened. We brawl? So what? Everyone gets up and it's done. I swim around naked, high on euphoria. It's forgotten. Pretty much, I think. I insult him and insinuate that he can't protect his realm. He tells me he's as mean as the next guy when he wants to be, and it's over. Back to the 8 children. 8 children should be enough to ensure the bloodline even with all the fighting among them. Andromeda is alpha. Like most royals, to avoid coming under constant attack from her own children, she spent their childhoods teaching them to fear her and to hate each other. To them, she's terrifying, untouchable. They fight to become Beta to inherit the throne. It's suicidal to even think about trying to eliminate an alpha like her. But betas challenge alphas, he argues. Not alphas like Andromeda, but yes, otherwise, if the alpha's power dwindles, and when other threats like siblings are taken care of. It's not natural. Why not raise her family to be loyal to her, and to one another? They'd be stronger that way. A unit. Because royals, and especially Andromeda, don't think like you. Power is their ultimate goal. They challenge each other for it. They kill to get it, and they kill to keep it. Everything else is secondary, including emotional and family ties. And you gleaned all this while spending 8 months in a cage? It was an instructive period in my life. I hesitate and then add, but I was in the castle for a lot longer than that. He studies me, his eyes dark and metallic in the firelight. Reflecting the flames, they glint a burnished bronze. How old were you? You mean in the cage? That's not the question I was expecting. He nods. My lungs constrict in a familiar way, making it hard to breathe through the memory of lies, sneering grins, tempting food just out of reach, fists, flames, and blades all snaking their way through the bars, and Andromeda's face, a cold marble mask, watching it all. 9. 9? Don't look so horrified. I'm lucky none of them killed me. Andromeda had guards on me day and night to avoid it coming to that. I huff a bitter laugh. The guards didn't stop much else, though. Only Thanos did. For brief, blissful moments I could sleep, and he kept everyone at bay. Beta Cinta's voice turns gruff with anger. She caged you for your magic. I'm tempted to say, like you, but things have changed too much for that. It wouldn't be fair, and he's nothing like Andromeda. Yes. It wasn't really a question, and I don't elaborate. I don't tell him how she encouraged the royal children to lie to me, or how she hid me behind screens during gatherings and made Ajax record my every twitch so she'd know who was lying to her. How did you get out of the cage? I stare at the tips of my boots, itching in my own skin, sick with the knowledge that Andromeda made me an accomplice to cavalier murder 100 times over. When I found out she was eviscerating people for utterly insignificant falsehoods, I learned to control my reactions. She knew I still felt the lies, but when she couldn't beat the truths out of me, she let me out of the cage. Odd she didn't just kill you. I glance over at him. He could just as easily have said, odd she didn't serve pheasant at dinner. Cinta might survive after all. I'm too valuable to kill. Kingmakers are rare and useful. She bribed me. More guards, food, clothing, beautiful accommodations. It worked for a while. I was only 9, and I'd just been tortured and deprived of all comfort for 8 months. A mixture of fury and disgust contorts his features. How did you get away? People don't just let a weapon like you go. I give him the evil eye. You should know. But you asked about the royals. Let's talk about the royals. He starts to say something, but I cut him off. Of the 8 children, 4 were left. I killed Otis. That leaves Laertes, Priam, and Ianthe. They're probably busy trying to kill each other off now that they've each moved up a rank. Ianthe had only just turned 9 when I escaped Physa City. Priam was 11, Laertes 13. Andromeda was already hard at work turning them into monsters. Otis was 14. Now he's dead. Are they all Magoi? Beta Cinta asks. I snort. Andromeda's line would produce nothing less. If by some fluke of nature it did, she'd probably drown the child at birth, like the unwanted runt of the litter. He grunts. She sounds like a treat. I almost smile. That was funny. It would have been funnier if she hadn't terrorized me for years. They mostly have fire magic. It's common among Physan royals, but they can all do different things with it. Needles of fire, chimeras fire, fire whips, fire balls, flaming attack birds. You know, that kind of thing. No, he says broodingly. I know very little of that kind of thing. I stare into the fire. Rabbit fat drips from the spit, making it spark and hiss. Use your imagination, none of it's fun. He's silent for a while, using his imagination, I guess. Did they attack you with fire in the cage? I sit up, drawing my knees under my chin. Among other things, torture is a favorite pastime in Castle Physa. He looks at me strangely, a crease settling between his eyebrows. Compassion? Pity? I can't tell. I don't want either. But you absorbed it and sent it back? I shake my head. Not then. I couldn't do that then. I see the exact moment he puts the pieces together. It doesn't take long. The oracle. The gift. I don't deny or confirm, and I don't tell him I was granted 2 gifts, or that I've felt Poseidon's presence close to me ever since. The Physan royals are abominations, Beta Cinta announces. I nod. I couldn't agree more. What do you say we kill every last one of them? I turn and my eyes crash into his. For me? I'd say our goals have common ground, I answer cautiously, a little breathless. His gaze turns even more intense than usual, and heat swamps my insides. Tell me about the others, the first 4. Why, they're dead. Mostly, anyway. Humor me. It's not in my nature to humor people. I start talking anyway. Thaddeus killed Ajax, Lucia killed Thaddeus, Otis killed Eleni, and Lucia is missing. The lost princess? I smile vaguely. Heard of her? He nods. I didn't know her name, but I think everyone has heard of the lost princess of Physa. Do you know why she disappeared? The ambience in Castle Physa wasn't exactly homey, I answer tartly. He grins. It's wide and unexpected and sends a sudden thrill through me. Shifting uncomfortably, I push the feeling aside. Andromeda trapped Lucia and Eleni and then forced them into an arena intending them to fight to the death. I use words Beta Cinta will understand. They were a team. They worked together to stay alive. The 2 girls actually liked each other, and Andromeda couldn't have that. They were growing up, becoming more powerful, thinking. Their popularity was reaching dangerous levels, especially since Andromeda had none. So she found a way to tear them apart. I shake my head. They refused to fight. She deprived them of food, then water. When that didn't work, she got in their heads. Compulsion. I explain. Planting ideas, controlling actions, making things seem not what they are. They resisted. It took 7 days and a lot of weakening for the princesses to come to blows. They were both half dead by then. Eleni was older, stronger, and Lukia's magic wasn't useful in combat. But Eleni wouldn't kill her sister, no matter what Andromeda did. "What happened?" he asks, when I fall silent. Eleni could hardly walk. The pressure in her head must have been unbearable. She was bleeding from her ears, her nose, her eyes. She still put herself between her mother and Lukia. Andromeda grabbed her by the hair, said, "Weakness does not go unpunished," dragged her over to Otis, and handed him a knife. He stabbed Eleni through the heart. "Gods!" Beta-Sinta breathes a curse. "That's barbaric." For once, we agree. "Were you still at the castle? What happened to Lukia?" A few days later she was gone, never to be seen again. "What did Andromeda do?" "She went crazy. Lukia was her favorite." "She had favorites?" He says that like I just spouted gibberish. "Didn't your parents?" "No, never." I frown, trying to imagine a life like that. "Why was Lukia her favorite?" I've always wondered the same thing. I give him the truth as far as I know. Lukia was the only one without fire like her mother. Their magic was different, more internal. I guess Andromeda thought that made her special. "Didn't it just make her weaker?" Beta-Sinta asks. The ghost of a smile haunts my lips. Maybe it made her stronger. She had to fight harder to survive. "Makes sense." He pulls out a long knife, the blade flashing in the corner of my vision. He lifts it, startling me, and my legs punch out on instinct, kicking the knife from his hand. People talk about fight or flight. That's nonsense. It's fight and flight. I twist and take off. Humph! The air leaves my lungs as my chest hits the ground. 1 second, Beta-Sinta is next to me, and the next he's on top of me, heavy and volcanically hot. He flips me over and pins my wrists to the ground on either side of my head. I blink. What just happened? He looks like he's wondering the same thing. "What are you doing?" he grates out. My eyes widen. I don't know. "I saw a knife." "And you assumed I was going to attack you?" Surprise colors his tone, and maybe some anger. His expression seems to question my sanity. "I was going to cut you a slice of rabbit for dinner." He was going to feed me? I swallow, my throat suddenly dry. Of course he wasn't attacking me. It's this conversation putting me on edge. I didn't think, I just reacted. Fear and aggression are always so close to the surface. I was raised to fight, fight, fight. I'm violent by nature. His grip eases on my wrists. He shakes his head, looking bewildered. "Save it for your enemies, Cat. That's not me." I scoff and start thrashing. His body presses me down. "You can't fight me, so you might as well stop trying." Gah! It's true. I get nowhere. Beta-Sinta doesn't let me up, and he's so close that I can see the dark silver rims around his irises and smell the sunshine and wind still clinging to his hair after the bright, breezy afternoon. His warm breath fans my lips, and my traitorous body turns pliant, some parts of me softening, while others heat up, thrumming with tension. My lips part, and his eyes drop to my mouth, lingering there before flicking back up,
softer now, heavier lidded. Heat swirls through me and something more potent, like need. I beat it down and glare daggers. Get off! You weigh more than a dragon! I thrash again, moving about 1/2 inch. His arms tense as he lowers his head, inhaling long and deep in the curve of my neck. When he speaks, his lips brush the sensitive skin below my ear, and a shiver races from my head to my toes. In a low rasp, he says, "I like the way you feel." What? He lifts his head, and his raised eyebrows tell me I didn't just shriek that in my head. "And you won't admit it," he says quietly, "but you like the way I feel too." My eyes shoot wide open as shock ripples through me. Do I like how he feels? He feels hot and heavy and hard, and there's more hardness growing against my thigh. My cheeks burn, while something dangerously close to excitement flutters in my belly. Between my legs, the sudden emptiness throbs, muscles tensing in anticipation. Stupid muscles. "See how well we fit?" Beta Sinta's question is like a toe-curling caress, soft yet urgent. "You have no idea how much I want to touch you." I gasp. I thought we had boundaries. Apparently not. He takes advantage of my surprise to settle more firmly against me, rocking once. The movement is barely there, but it's enough to send sensation crashing through me. He dips his head again, his cheek brushing mine. His tongue flicks the shell of my ear, and I inhale sharply, a jolt of desire thundering through me. His lips skim down my throat, his warm, suddenly ragged breath curling around my neck and captivating my senses. He nips softly at my hammering pulse. My whole body jerks under him. I stifle a moan. Smoothing his thumbs over the insides of my wrists, he rises above me, his eyes never leaving mine. The sensual touch makes me tremble. So does the earthy roughness in his voice. "I never know what to expect with you. Worldly cynicism or blushing innocence. It's enough to drive a man insane." I stop breathing, going perfectly still while my heart throws itself against my ribs. I fight the urge to draw up my knees and cradle him between my thighs. For one charged moment, I'm not sure what will win. Common sense or instinct. It seems wrong for them to be at war. My lungs start to burn. At my shuddering breath, Beta Sinta smiles, the raw hunger in his expression fading into amusement. I narrow my eyes and jerk my forehead up, but he dodges, lifting off me in one powerful, fluid twist. Dazed, I sit up and glance around. Cato, Carver, and Flynn are busy looking anywhere but at us, and I feel my face flame calaberry red. Why would Andromeda send her favorite child into an arena for a fight to the death? Beta Sinta asks. Seriously? It's over, just like that. No more tussle, no more hard, heavy body on top of mine, no more hot breath in my ear. No more tongue. Thank the gods. Gag. Sort of. Except not at all. Gah, I'm going insane. That fluttering is happening again, almost like feathers whispering over the insides of my ribs. I press my palm to my chest, pushing back while Beta Sinta picks up a twig and holds it to the flames. I watch it burn. There's too much fire in my life, and I hate the heat. Probably because she thought Lucia could win. I'm surprised my voice comes out steady. I don't feel steady. But she couldn't. I pull my legs to my chest again, locking my arms around my knees. Maybe she couldn't.
maybe she didn't even try. He turns to me, his gaze intent, his eyes deep and turbulent like Poseidon's seas. Where'd she go? I roll my eyes. How in the underworld should I know? I'm not an oracle, and it doesn't matter. You're asking the wrong questions, Beta Cinta. My name is Griffin. Your name is Beta Cinta. That's what I am, not who I am. I groan and bury my face in my hands. You're hopeless. Call me Griffin, and I'll ask the right questions. Fine. Griffin. Are you happy now? Yes. He also just proved it's possible for one word to hit me like wine, potent and a little intoxicating. What's the right question? He winks. Cat. I huff, clamping down on the need to claw and bite. I haven't felt this savage in years. It's his fault. He brings it out in me. What does it mean if the lost princess is still alive? I prompt. What does it mean? Cat. I glare at him. He's teasing me, and it's getting to me, making me feel hot and annoyed and happy. Everything about this is dangerous. Worst case, it'll get one of us killed, and it probably won't be me. It means no Phaeacin royals after Andromeda can be secure in their reigns. The current Beta, Gamma, and Delta will always be wondering if Lucia is alive, if she'll come back to challenge them. Phaeacins will always be wondering if they're bowing down to the wrong ruler, especially when they'd probably prefer Lucia to anyone who's left. When people start asking questions like that of themselves, of others, that's when realms explode. I look at Beta Cinta. Griffin. That's when warlords from the south sweep in and massacre royal families. His eyes sharpen. Are you saying there are people who would challenge Andromeda? Adrenaline floods my system, setting my heart suddenly to galloping. Not without Lucia or someone else to rally them, but Tarva and Fisa are just like Cinta. The royals here were too busy fighting each other to realize how powerful you had become. You surprised them all. You gathered Cintans behind you with the simple promise of being different. The royal family was left with their magic and their army. How hard did their army fight for them? He frowns, considering. Surprisingly few soldiers were willing to sacrifice their lives once it looked like I might win. Of course not. Who wants to die for selfish, cruel people no one likes to begin with? Eleni and Lucia were different. Phaeacins liked them, especially Eleni. She's dead, and Lucia's gone. If Andromeda falters or dies, it won't take much for Phaeacins to rebel if they think there's a real chance of winning instead of getting massacred. Fisa's army won't fight any harder than Cinta's did. Royals keep their power through fear. Plant a seed of doubt, and vines spread. Until Phaeacins see the lost princess's dead body, or she returns to rule, they'll never truly accept one of the others as alpha. They bow down mostly out of terror, but partly out of sheer tradition. Tradition breaks without the true alpha. He's quiet for a while. When he says my name, something in his tone makes me look up. There's admiration in his eyes, and it gives me a warm feeling I don't like at all. You're more than just the Kingmaker. You're a strategist. You understand how people think and can predict their moves. You'd make a capable ruler. His words strike fear into my heart. His next words rattle me like the gong of a death toll. It sounds like Fisa's ripe for a takeover. You have Cinta, I say, swallowing stronger protests I can't explain. Egeria has Cinta. I don't say anything. I'm not about to encourage him to take over Fisa now that I'm tied to him for life. His life, anyway. So why was Otis so bent on killing you rather than bringing you back to Fisa?
I shrug. I don't know if he wanted to kill me or capture me. It didn't get that far. His eyes meet mine, challenging.
He looked like he wanted to kill you.
He did, didn't he?
Andromeda wants me alive, I'm certain of that. Maybe he wanted to thwart his mother, or make sure someone else didn't get me instead. Your eye is twitching.
Damn eye.
Dust, he snorts.
Fine. I didn't believe me either.
Otis knew it was him or me. It was Andromeda's mistake for sending him instead of someone else. She doesn't understand human emotion or attachment, so it didn't factor into her decision. But Otis knew I'd kill him for what he did to Eleni. She was good to me. We were close, and she did her best to protect her sister. I only got away thanks to her. She died, Lucia took off, and with all the confusion in the castle, I was able to slip away. I owe Eleni my freedom. I owe her my life. He nods, believing me this time. You must have enjoyed killing Otis, then. My lips twist in a smile Mother would be proud of. You have no idea. Chapter 13. Beta Cinta wakes me up, darting back to avoid my fist. You're whimpering and all curled up in a ball. Lovely. He's on watch. I only have nightmares now when Beta Cinta, Griffin, isn't snoring a few feet from me. Well, he doesn't really snore, at least not much, but he got me used to sleeping next to him with that bloody rope, and now I don't sleep nearly as well without him. Knowing that makes me want to kick him. I resist. I don't want to end up with his tongue in my ear like I did earlier. Not really. Really, no. No. I clear my throat. Watch with me, he invites. I regard him warily. Why? So you can tell me about the Tarvins? Oh. I get up, my blood still pounding hot and cold. I shudder, rubbing my arms until I see Griffin watching me with a frown. Do you dream? I ask. Doesn't everyone? I guess, but are your dreams just scenes your mind conjures up, or are they real? He rubs his hand back and forth over his jaw, his fingers rasping on thick stubble. Real as in memories? I nod. No, they're just normal dreams. Huh. Must be nice. And yours? Memories. And sometimes premonitions. While we walk the perimeter of the camp, I force the nightmare aside by concentrating on a dream from earlier in the night. Not all my memories are bad. Eleni and I are running up a hill, about to crest the rise and tear down the other side. I'm pushing hard, my 7-year-old legs straining to keep up with her longer, stronger 9-year-old ones. I'm only a few feet behind, and her laughter whips back to me on the wind. My heart soars. We escaped. It won't last long, but we escaped them all. We hurtle over the top of the hill and run smack into a shepherd boy and his flock. Eleni and he crash to the ground in a tangle. I stumble too, scraping my knee and knocking over a lamb. It makes a pathetic bleating sound, hops to its feet and scampers away. All 3 of us stare at each other, stunned, and then the boy's father is there, picking everyone up. The color leaches from his face when he sees the Fisan royal crest on Eleni's shoulder clasps. Stammering apologies, he falls to the ground, prostrate, dragging his son down with him until both their foreheads are flat against the grass. Eleni commands them to stand, but they're too scared to rise farther than their knees, keeping their eyes downcast.
I barrel around a few sheep with my usual finesse and then shove a half-wilted posy of flowers I'm clutching in my hand at the boy. He's about my age. I don't want him to be scared. The wind tosses my dark hair. It's loose, and I know I look like a wildcat, with dirt and bruises and scrapes all over me. The boy's eyes widen. He hesitates, but when I try giving him the flowers again, frowning and huffing, he takes the drooping blooms from my grubby hand. The shepherd murmurs endless apologies, begging for Eleni's mercy, begging for their lives. She smiles sweetly and kneels in front of him, taking a jeweled clip from her hair. Her blonde locks lift on the breeze, pale dawn sunbeams framing her shining face. The clip is entirely encrusted with sapphires, tiny Pheason pearls forming a row of delicate sea stars across the center. Blue and white, ocean and ice. She places the treasure in his hand and gently wraps his work-worn fingers around it. "To feed a village," she whispers. My breath shudders and Griffin slides me a sidelong glance. "You all right?" "I'm fine," I answer, wondering how the sun still rises every day without Eleni in the world.
"You can talk to me, Cat."
I shake my head, but the same sudden, overwhelming warmth that kept hitting me all evening curls through my body again, heating me up. It's been harder to act indifferent to him since the moment he stretched out on top of me, pressed his body into mine, and told me he wanted to touch me. I manage, more or less, and we move farther from the others, sitting where we won't wake them with our talk. I tell him about the Tarvin royals, but my information is mostly common knowledge, a lot of which he already knows. I supply names, which are meaningless since royals are always referred to by rank, but I humor him since he seems to think they're important. Galen is only Alpha because his father came down with a mysterious illness and died before his reign should have been over. Everyone suspects poison, and Galen, but no one can prove it. For all their cruelty, royals don't usually stoop to poison. An Alpha is Alpha by magic and might. Anything else leaves people antsy and the door open for challenges. Galen's 2 children will pay the price. They've already lost their mother. Galen isn't strong enough to last, and they're too young to defend themselves. Acantha, Delta Tarva, is the one to watch. She's Galen's sister, and she already killed off 2 of her brothers. Galen and his kids are next. She's just biding her time since we're already on the cusp of a power bid. He nods, and I know I don't have to explain. It happens every 40 years or so, sometimes less, sometimes more. Current rulers pass their primes. Their children reach theirs. Alphas shift. Realms burn. I glance at Griffin, wondering if he started it all, wondering about my role. The prophecy rolls through my head, sending ice down my spine.
"What makes her so powerful?" he asks, drawing me out of dark musings.
Acantha is a Draken charmer. It helps having giant serpents, usually with multiple heads and deadly venom, hanging on your every word. His mouth lifts in that lopsided smile that never fails to make my heart skip a beat. His lower lip is fuller, but the top one has a decadent curve that's distracting. It's hard not to think about how it would feel if I touched it, or if it touched me.
"That does sound useful," he agrees. "Got anything like that up your sleeve?"
"Not currently," I reply cryptically. His smile broadens, making my stomach dip in the most annoying way. Apolline is next, but with little magic and even less intelligence. No one has bothered killing her off yet. I don't know much about Belanca and Lystra, the 2 youngest sisters. They might have significant power, they might not.
Their magic hadn't fully matured when I left Fisa, and I haven't been privy to the same information since. Why were you privy then? His question is so deceptively casual that I speak without thinking, and then don't see any reason to stop. I had tutors. Andromeda wanted me to know all about her nobles, her rivals, gods, creatures, the other realms, their royals and elite. I shrug. I had to know what was important, so I could filter the lies. Learn anything useful? I gaze into the darkness. All the time. And what happened? Besides burning up inside and being in constant pain? If I told Andromeda about it, people usually died. And did you always tell her? I arch an eyebrow. What do you think? We stop talking. I don't know what Griffin is thinking, probably about how often I might lie to him or withhold the truth. Did she know when you lied? He asks after a while. Andromeda always knew when I was lying, kind of like Griffin. I nod. And what did she do? His tone turns cautious, as if he doesn't really want to hear the answer. I roll up my sleeve and bare my upper arm to the moonlight. Long, thin scars shine like silver threads, marring my skin from elbow to shoulder. The other arm looks the same. I don't bother showing him, he's already seen it. Do you know what these are? Death marks. There's the new one here. He softly touches my arm, his finger warm against my skin. Selena did that. It's what healers do when you're so close to death, they have to enchant your blood to get it flowing again. They draw it out on a knife, chant over it while you lie there struggling for your final breaths, and then smear it back on and hope for the best. There must be a dozen, he says grimly, counting both arms. Andromeda caused this? She tried beating the truth out of me several times, unsuccessfully. His lips flatten into a tight seam, eliminating that distracting curve. You're not one to break under torture. There's respect in his voice, which I choose to ignore. I roll my sleeve back down. I'd rather die, so don't bother trying. Griffin's eyebrows slam down. Cat. I pop up, brush myself off, and return to my bedroll without letting him finish. My blanket is cold. Oddly, so am I. Griffin shakes Kato awake, and Kato takes over watch while Griffin spreads his bedding on the ground about 10 feet from mine. In a matter of minutes, he appears to be asleep. I argue with myself for a while, and then drag my things closer to his, stopping 4 feet away. Perfect. Just like with the rope. Something flashes and I realize it's Kato's teeth. He's grinning at me. I make a rude hand gesture and roll over, turning my back before he can retaliate. You could come closer. Griffin's gravelly voice rumbles over me in the dark, teasing. My pulse leaps and I flush with embarrassment. I don't think so. Suit yourself. I hate you. He's silent for a moment, and then very deliberately says, I hate you too. His lie rips through me along with the truth, searing my bones and charring my organs, especially my heart. Chapter 14. Hades, Hera, and Hestia, Flynn curses, pointing up. What in the underworld is that? I squint into the sun. Oh my gods. A she-dragon. Everyone turns to me, and as much as I love having 4 handsome men gape at me in stupefaction, right now, I could do without. What do we do? Griffin asks urgently. Magical creatures rarely stray from the ice plains. To Southerners, they're almost mythological. Scurry like mice. Be serious. I am serious. Run! There's a lake in the distance, maybe 2 miles away. I press my heels to my horse's sides, spurring him into a gallop. Cat! Griffin shouts, chasing after me. Where are you going? The lake! I yell over my shoulder. There's no cover. There's no cover anywhere. Racing alongside me, he reaches over in a move worthy of a circus acrobat and draws on my reins, pulling hard. There's no cover there. Here there are... He glances around. Rocks. Rocks won't help us against a dragon. And water will? I don't know, maybe. His eyes flick to the sky. We'll never make it. She's moving too fast. I'm afraid to look up, almost cringing when I do. Her features are recognizable now. There's no doubt the monster is Sybaris, which means Alpha Fisa is driving her telepathically. When this moment came, if it came, I always thought I'd scream or run or panic. But the closer she gets, the more dazed and numb I become. My thoughts grind to a halt. I feel rooted in place, blank. I think I've discovered the true measure of terror. My gods, Griffin says on an exhale, his tone part horror, part awe. I can't blame him. Sybaris's upper body is that of a beautiful woman, albeit huge. Silky blonde hair trails behind her in a long wave. Inhuman, her lower body is covered in reptilian scales that run the spectrum from sea green to shiny black. Her dark wings are sinew-veined and talon-tipped, smacking the air with a sinister pounding. Powerful hind legs end in massive feet with sharp hooked claws, each one the size of my entire foot. I've seen her pop a man Griffin's size. To her, it was like crushing a bug. Alpha Fisa sent Sybaris for me. I sound scared, which scares me even more. She wants me alive. Separate from me and there's a chance she won't kill you. I jerk my reins out of Griffin's hand. Go! I yell. I don't want my horse to die either. He's strong and steady and seems to like me. I was just getting around to naming him. I was going to call him Pinotii because of his freakishly large ears, just like those elusive tribesmen in the north. I slip off his back and start running. Griffin curses and gallops after me. I stop and turn, drawing my sword. Back off, idiot! I won't leave you, he thunders. Neither will we, Kato says, skidding to a halt on my other side. Oh, gods, they're all going to die. Sybaris shrieks, and I shake my head, trying to dislodge the more disturbing sound overlapping her eerie call, an echo of triumphant laughter only I can hear. Can we fight her? Griffin asks. I push Andromeda out of my head with a brutal mental shove, hoping I make her ears bleed. Sybaris is enormous. She breathes fire. She devours people. I shake my head, my eyes as huge as throwing discs. No. Can you control her? Does he have that much faith in me? I said I might be able to drive a dragon. I've never done it, and Andromeda's magic is stronger than mine. She's had years of practice. There's no way I can break her hold on Sybaris. He looks up, his jaw clenching. Sybaris's wings flap, immense and leathery, 2 ominous shadows stretching across the cerulean sky. His gaze drops back to mine. You could try. My heart tumbles in my chest. I will, but only if you 4 back off. I mean it. If you come anywhere near me, I swear to the gods I'll jump on her back and tell her to take me home. Did I just say home? I feel sick. Griffin looks like he's about to leap off Brown Horse and tackle me. I thought you weren't part of the team, that it's idiotic to sacrifice yourself for someone else. It is, I snap, looking at each man in turn. It's probably the last time I'll see them. Cut! Flynn starts. Shut up, I say, and don't die. I run. I leave them and the horses, and I run faster than I've ever run in my life. Sybaris swerves, adjusting her course to follow me. I lead her as far from the Sintons as I can before she cuts me off in an explosion of dust and fire. I skid to a stop and draw on the power inside me. Desma's colors burst over the dragon's scales along with Otis's fire whip and a scorching blast of Chimera's fire. Sybaris dances away from the flames, unscathed, but her eyes turn wary, and she halts her progress in my direction. A voice with Andromeda's inflection floats from her gargantuan mouth. Child of Phisa, I have found you. I won't go back. Who are your companions? Trust Alpha Phisa to go straight for the jugular. Andromeda can't see us. She connects to Sybaris's thoughts, not her eyes. All she knows is that Sybaris sees a woman who is me, 4 men, and 5 horses. Sintons, I say, watching them inch closer out of the corner of my eye. No one. Andromeda has always believed that Phisons are the gift of the gods, Tarvins are tolerable, and Sintons are pond scum. Apart from the ex-royals and a few select nobles, they don't have enough magic. Sintons. Expendable, then. My eyes widen as Sybaris opens her mouth. Her gaping maw ignites and flames pour forth, scorching the ground at the Sintons' feet. The horses rear, scrambling back, and the men shout in alarm. A shower of sparks erupts from the dragon's nostrils, catching a low-lying bush on fire. One lands on my hand, singeing my skin before my body absorbs the magic and heals. I gawk at my unmarred skin. I can absorb the magic of creatures? I can absorb the magic of creatures. Sybaris opens her mouth again, no doubt for the kill. Before I even realize what I'm doing, I jump in front of the flames. The torrent condenses, tightening on me as my blood pulses to seize the magic. Dragon's breath slams into me. It lifts me off my feet and sweeps me along its flaming path. My clothing ignites, my braid unravels, my hair whipping around my head in a savage dance of fire and sparks. My skin blisters and I scream, burning alive for the second time in a matter of weeks. Like a rag doll, I tumble through the surge, the pain so fierce my body starts shutting down, overwhelmed. Through a haze of red and black and agony, I hear Andromeda's bellow garble with Sybaris's roaring breath. The dragon chokes back her fire, and the inferno cuts off before reaching the Sintons. I drop, skidding and rolling until the momentum dies. My moan is pathetic. I can't move. I can hardly breathe. This kind of torment has no words. It's indescribable. Darkness beckons me, the kind of endless night where peace might actually find me on the other side. The lure is so strong I reach for it, desperate for the pain to end. Griffin drags my failing consciousness back to the surface, shouting my name. I can't have him running over to me. Dragon's breath might not harm him, but Sybaris could still kill him in 100 different ways. I roll to my knees, shaking and panting. I thank the gods when healing begins. Under my ruined clothing, my skin restores itself in a rush, my body finding strength and balance again. I stand as the last of the pain fades, a slow smile stretching my lips. Power like I've never known before settles deep within my frame. I stretch out my arms and flex my hands, feeling ancient, terrifying magic surge through my veins and leap to my bidding. For a
stunning, magnificent second, I feel my heritage like never before. I feel invincible. With a laugh that sounds a lot like Andromeda's creepy mirth, I throw my shoulders back, look Sybaris straight in the eye, and then release a cascade of flames from my wide-open mouth. Sybaris dives to the right. Too late. A raw scorch mark mars her face and shoulder, leaving the left side of her scalp charred to the bone. A hunk of hair slides to the ground, sizzling. "Ha!" I shout, and by gods do I ever mean it. Sybaris's eyes roll in her head. She snarls and bucks, beating her gigantic wings against the earth and creating a maelstrom of dust and heat. I duck, shielding my face from the pelting grit. Andromeda's words slide out of Sybaris's singed mouth, cool as ever. "You've learned new tricks." I have other tricks too, but the second I disappear, she'll take it out on Griffin and the others. Besides, Sybaris can track me by scent, so unless I fried her nose, I can't take the risk. I don't want Andromeda knowing I can disappear anyway. It would explain too much, and I can't stomach giving her the satisfaction. Sybaris's magic makes me stronger than I've ever been before. I run at her and leap as high as I can, striking with my sword. I can't reach her head, or even her neck, so I slash at her bare chest from underneath. Sybaris shrieks and swipes at me with her claws, overcoming Andromeda's control in her pain and rage. I drop and roll, springing back up as she thunders toward me. "Enough!" Alpha Fisa's command holds such absolute authority that I almost cower like I used to. Sybaris changes course with stupefying suddenness. She leaps over me and charges the Syntons, reaching them in 2 flaps of her enormous wings. Her mouth opens wide, igniting. "Wait!" I cry. She stops, fire rolling between her jaws. I throw my sword down and hold up my hands. They shake and my heart pounds, pumping dread. At least I have the satisfaction of knowing Mother failed. I don't hate everyone. I won't sacrifice anyone. Sybaris turns to me, and I think back to what Mother tried to teach me about creature driving. I never did it, not once, just to spite her. And for the first time, I regret my stubbornness. Focusing, I probe Sybaris's mind, encountering first darkness and then a sheet of ice, Andromeda's hold on the dragon. I dig deeper, but my mental push slips, sliding off a barrier of powerful magic. Sybaris shakes her head, flicking off my untrained effort at compulsion as easily as she would a pesky fly. It takes mere seconds for me to know this isn't going to work. My stomach drops, and my eyes meet Griffin's. His widen, and then in a flash of glistening scales and blistered skin, Sybaris grabs me and throws me on her back. Powerful hindquarters propel us high into the air. Within seconds, the whistle of the wind and the leathery thump of wings drown out Griffin's heart-wrenching roar. I squeeze my eyes shut against a shattering sense of loss. 8 years of freedom wasn't nearly enough. I haven't even begun to live. Tears sting my eyes, only partially from the thin air and biting wind. I feel hard, brittle things inside me begin to crack, and I almost look back. The need to see Griffin one last time is both overwhelming and terrifying, proving just how much of a fool I am. I keep my eyes closed so I won't look down. I can't bear to see what I'm leaving behind. When I open my eyes again, we're over the lake. I can't help imagining us on the bank. Pinotii, Brown Horse, and the others drinking their fill, me diving deep, Griffin thinking about who knows what, Cato whittling, Carver being an ass,
and Flynn cooking a meal for everyone, all of them sitting too close to the fire. My vision is so compelling that I start slipping off Sybaris's back. She tilts, shifting me back into place, and I almost regret not falling. From this height, I'd die the second I hit the lake. What was the point of all this anyway? Why did Poseidon even want me with Griffin? I guess I'll never know. I'll never escape again. Andromeda will make sure of that. I shudder, imagining the methods she might use, and for the first time in my life, I wish I hadn't survived. Chilled to the marrow by the knowledge of what my future holds, my eyes lock on the lake again with sudden clarity. Every muscle in my body tenses, and my breath stalls in my lungs. I can't go back. I can't let her have me. I'd rather die in the deep. Not leaving myself time to second guess, I twist and leap off Sybaris's back. Andromeda's screech splits my ears. Ragged clothes flap, air pounds my skin, wind whips at my hair. My heart breaks and explodes. The water glows like the inside of an oyster shell, iridescent and bright. Fear, regret, relief. I feel it all as I throw my arms wide, with no choice left but to embrace the end. The water below me churns, changing shape in a rush of eddies and waves. An enormous hand rises from the lake, a living waterfall. The cascade surges up, rushing skyward in a tumble of foaming crests. Liquid fingers foam, cushioning my fall, cradling me, wonderfully cool, infinitely protective. Daughter of my heart. Poseidon! I almost weep from joy. You are brave, but foolish. My heart pounds against my ribs so hard I think they'll break. What was I supposed to do? A deep, hearty laugh resonates in my head. The gods give you gifts and you do not think to use them? If I'd turned invisible, she would have killed them. Do you care? Shouldn't I? You sent Beta Cinta to me. Gave him to you, Poseidon corrects. What's that supposed to mean? Why? Healing. Poseidon's voice increases in volume and echoes in my head, the word overlapping dozens of times in a way that makes my brain hurt. I don't understand. The hand gently sweeps me toward the shore and then disappears from under me, dissolving into the lake along with any answers I might have gotten. I swim 5 strokes and then crawl up the bank, limp from an overload of emotion. I start shaking and can't stop. A high-pitched cry rends the air. I drag my gaze toward the noise and see Sybaris spiral into a dive, heading straight for me. I pull myself together. Sort of. I manage to stand up. What gift did Poseidon mean? Sybaris won't breathe fire at me now that she knows I can breathe it back, and I won't turn invisible and run away when Griffin and the others can still be used against me. I rack my brain. There must be something. Hades! The Cerberus figurine! I plunge my hand into what's left of my pocket. My fingers close around cool metal and I draw out the figurine. 3 golden heads swivel in my direction, ruby eyes glinting, and bark. Mighty gods on Olympus! Sybaris crashes down in front of me, spitting mad. So is Andromeda. You could have died, she explodes. So, how many times did you almost kill me yourself? You are protected by gods. There's an undertone of stunned interest in her voice. I ignore how that makes me feel and hurl the Cerberus figurine at Sybaris's head, praying to Poseidon, Hades, and anyone else who might be listening that something useful will happen.
The tiny gold statue hits the dragon and explodes into the real Cerberus. He snarls, his gargantuan jaws snapping once before latching onto her neck in 3 places. Canines the size of my forearms puncture her flesh and start the gory process of ripping out her throat. Cerberus's hind claws shred her stomach scales, tearing through them to expose the blood and muscle underneath. He's strong and ferocious and completely unexpected. Cerberus's eyes go wide and then blank. It happens fast, without even a gurgle. Dragon blood stains the bank and drains into the lake, its power stinging my skin. I absorb the magic, feeling layer upon layer of it coiled deep inside my body. Cerberus keeps chomping and maiming, apparently just for fun. Finally satisfied, he turns 6 burning eyes on me, growling deep in his throats. He's horrifying, ugly, vicious. I've always liked him. Easy, Cerberus. I keep my voice low. He bays, a long, eerie howl that makes my skin crawl. It goes on, his 3 heads taking turns so that it never stops. It's all I can do not to cover my ears and cringe. The lake smokes and hisses where his saliva splatters the surface, and I back deeper into the water to avoid the venomous drops. He eventually quiets and stares at me, his upper lips still curled and twitching. I ease a hand in his direction. Thank you. Cerberus snuffs noisily in response and then disappears in a shudder of fur and fangs, leaving his carnage behind. I sink into the lake, utterly spent despite the power I just absorbed. Breathing for the first time in what feels like years, I look up to see Griffin, Flynn, Carver, and Cato galloping toward the shore, leading Panotii behind them. I wait, only my head above water, watching as Griffin leaps down from Brown Horse and splashes toward me. The closer he gets, the harder my heart hammers in my chest, beating some life back into me. He grabs my shoulders and pulls me to my feet. "Are you insane?" he thunders. Marginally. I cough because he managed to slosh water up my nose. "You, dragon, falling, giant, water hand, Cerberus, God's cat." That about sums it up. Griffin glares at me like he wants to throttle me. Instead, he hauls me up against his chest and kisses me. There's heat and urgency and relief in his touch. My lips part in surprise, and he deepens the kiss, sweeping his arms around me and lifting me to my toes. Wings unfold inside my chest, the feathers pulsing lightly against my ribs. I'm achingly aware of every point of contact, Griffin's warm, firm lips moving over mine, his solid chest flush against me, his big hands splayed across my back. Before I can question the strange wings, he angles his head, and his tongue touches mine, scattering my thoughts completely. Sensation roars through me. One of Griffin's hands slides up my back, delving into my wet hair to cradle my head. The raw, almost desperate sound that rises in his throat makes me feel powerful in a way that has nothing to do with magic or knives or knowledge. Heat sizzles through me, desire scorching me from my head to my toes. Griffin's mouth leaves mine, gliding across my cheek and jaw, stopping where my pulse pounds in a wild rhythm. Gathering me tightly against him, he places a searing kiss just below my ear. I feel the hot press of his lips like a brand, and wonder if it's permanent. His voice drops to a low, ardent growl. "I would have come for you." His strong arms are a fierce pressure around me. His ragged exhale warms my neck, making me want to curl into him. "When you jumped, I thought I'd lost you." I blink. Does he think he has me? The desire blazing inside me falters. I ruthlessly shake off the passion making me weak and push out of his arms, splashing back a few steps, stumbling really. My lips burn. My body is on fire. I somehow dredge up the scowl to end all scowls and wipe my entire forearm across my mouth, glaring at him. He grins. I disappear. Trembling and breathing hard for reasons I refuse to examine, I climb the bank, grab my bag from Pinocchio's back, and then rummage for a change of clothing, decently covered and invisible. I sit on a rock, compulsively touching my lips. I had no idea a kiss could feel like that. No idea. Flynn scans the area, his hands on his hips. "Where is she?" "Not far," Carver says. How does he know? Smug bastard. "Cat," Kato calls. "There's no need to hide. We're just glad you're all right." He chuckles. "I would have settled for a pat on the back, but you know Griffin, he's over-emotional." I snort. "I'll stay invisible until Beta Cinta learns to control his urges." They laugh, except Griffin. He's not laughing at all. I shiver even though I'm the exact opposite of cold. Carver ambles over and sits on my rock. On me. "Get off!" I grumble, kicking him. He gets up. "So, this is your rock?" "They're all my rocks. Go away." Carver clasps his hands over his heart. "And leave our loyal soldier, the one who slays dragons?" I roll my eyes. Too bad no one can see. "Cerberus killed the dragon." "You had Cerberus." "Not anymore," I say sullenly. Carver frowns. "How did you have Cerberus?" "Hades," which explains everything and nothing at all. "Cat's better than loyal." My heart jolts at the sound of Griffin's voice. Things tug in my chest, and tiny winged creatures swarm my belly, dive-bombing left and right. I hate him, hate him. "What's better than loyal?" Flynn asks. "Loyal and self-sacrificing," Griffin announces. I feel myself blanch. Me? Self-sacrificing? Gag. Chapter 15. I can't bear to face Griffin after that kiss. My maturity level is apparently that of a 5-year-old because I stay invisible for 2 whole days, until Pinocchio starts to protest. I'm there, but I'm not, and it starts making even my calm, reliable mount nervous. Steadiness only goes so far, and you can only ask so much of a horse. His blue eyes twinkling, Kato heaves a sigh of relief when I finally reappear. That was the strangest 2 days of my life. It was like talking to a realm-walking spirit. "With an attitude," Flynn remarks. You could have just pretended I wasn't there. That's the point of invisibility. Instead, they'd hammered me with questions. Royals, realms, magoi, magical creatures, the ice plains, the lake oracles. My voice is hoarse from talking when all I'd wanted was to be left alone. I need to think about Andromeda, what might come next, what I've gotten myself into with the Cintons, and not at all about Griffin's kiss. Not at all. No. At least all this talking has filled me in on a thing or two concerning the new Cinton royals. It turns out Carver isn't Gamma Cinta like I'd assumed. He's Delta Cinta. There's a brother, Piers, between Griffin and Carver who's in charge of the army when Griffin isn't there. After Carver, there are 2 younger sisters, Jocasta and Kaya. Their parents, Anatole and Nerissa, are still alive. Anatole led their tribe for 40 years, making it one of the most powerful in the realms,
before passing the reins to Griffin. The idea of Buttercup Egeria being alpha while her father is still alive and she has strong warrior brothers shocks me to the core. It doesn't work that way. How could a warlord from the South sweep in and shake up everything so thoroughly, including me? Penotii tosses his head, protesting my death grip on the reins. "Sorry," I mutter, patting his neck and trying to relax. "I'm happy to see you," Griffin says, his unhurried gaze roaming over me and snagging on places that make my temperature rise. "I didn't fancy introducing my family to a person they couldn't see." We're 2 days from Cinta City and a future that promises to be sheer torture. I have conditions. Griffin smiles with just enough resigned humor to make me want to kick him in the teeth. "Why am I not surprised?" he asks. I open my mouth and sparks fly out. "Steal that from the dragon?" He doesn't even look impressed. He's relaxed, in a good mood. They all are. Carver is even whistling. They forced me out of hiding after 8 years. We fought off 30 men and survived. We killed a she-dragon driven by Alpha Fisa, by far the most powerful mortal in Thelyria. We could be attacked at any time by only the gods know what. What is wrong with these people? "Your fire won't work on me," Griffin says. "You'd end up frying brown horse, and then I'd have to ride the chestnut." Penotii. At least my horse has a real name. "Penotii? Because of his ears?" He studies Penotii's head for a few seconds and then chuckles. "Maybe he's part donkey." "Shh, don't say that. You might hurt his feelings. He's a horse. He's my horse. Any attack on him is an attack on me," I say frostily. "You're the one who named him after people who are supposed to have ears down to their feet." Griffin's mouth tips up at the corners, drawing my eyes to the distracting curve of his lips. Full lips, warm lips, firm, demanding, possessive. Gah! Get a grip! "Penotii." His oversized ears swivel in my direction. "Let's ditch these Southerners and find some people who understand us." Flynn pulls up on my left, so tall and broad he shadows me from the afternoon sun. "You like us too much for that," he says, his cheerful smile threatening to infect me with something awful, like a good mood. "And everything's going great." "Great? You almost died. Twice. We all did." He shrugs, grinning. "But we didn't, and you're funny." "Funny? Funny?" I grin back. I can't help it. I'm such an idiot. "So, what are your conditions?" Griffin asks. My smile dies as I turn back to him. "First, no one outside of this group ever knows I'm the Kingmaker. Most people don't even know what that is, but I can't take the risk. Tell them I'm a soothsayer and can read people. That's it." "I'll have to tell Egeria." "I mean it, Griffin, no one. If one day I decide to trust Egeria, I'll tell her, but you won't. None of you will. Or I won't help you. You won't enjoy trying to get the truth out of me, and I won't break under torture." "Are you sure?" he asks. Am I sure I won't break? I thought we covered this. "Are you sure I won't enjoy getting the truth out of you?" he clarifies. His eyes brighten with mischief, and I'm pretty sure his mind is somewhere it shouldn't be. Definitely shouldn't be. A flush crawls up my neck and he laughs. The warm, teasing sound seems to take up residence inside me, lightening my bones. "Stop flashing your teeth," I grumble. "They're blinding me." "I don't like it, but I'll agree," Griffin says, still smiling. "You'll report directly to me on any lies you hear and the truths they reveal." I look around the group. Carver is staring straight ahead, but he hasn't missed a word. Flynn appears unconcerned, huge axe slung over one shoulder. Cato grins at me, looking like Adonis, too handsome for his own good. "Don't worry," Cato says. "Your secret is safe with us." "All of you?" Flynn and Carver give their consent. Okay, then. Second, no one knows the Feasons are after me, not even your family. Griffin frowns. "Why not? We can protect you." My heart trips a little at his gruff tone. "I'll protect myself." His midnight eyebrows slam down, so I wave an ungracious hand in the air. "You can help if I need you." He grunts. "How generous." If no one knows Alpha Fisa wants me, no one will be tempted to sell me out. It's simple. It's human nature. People with knowledge betray that knowledge.